All right, we're going to start the recording now. And we're going to start with the very first article. Let's do this. Saber, currently translating iteration 265404.chevron goaxle to iteration 197420 human English. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Mephet says, "Your attention, children. Auroch's presence honors us today. Rise now for our king." Yes, thank you. Be seated, everyone. We have a lot to discuss. Yanis says, "Of course. Our Lord Mephet is telling me interesting and frankly concerning things about your plans. Do tell. What is on your mind?" Gentlemen, I would like to put into action the largest and most spectacular display of faith ever constructed by our kind. Mephet has spoken to me and deemed my ideas doable, but I need more direction, so I have gathered you all here for guidance. In short, I want to fill the Glacier Creek Reservoir with Loken blood. Indeed, now I remember why I was concerned. Trust me, I understand, Mephet. Trust me, I understand. Mephet and I have done the math, and the result is disappointing. On average, a Loken contains 1.2 liters of blood. The reservoir can hold about 193 billion liters. This would require the apprehension and killing of about 160 billion Loken. As I understand, Taran, this is far beyond the current estimate of how many of these creatures exist on the surface of the world. Far beyond? Mephet reports from surveys have me unconvinced the current number can be any larger than 350,000. This is absolutely not doable. I don't know how I'm supposed to do the character, who's saying what. Should I say the character name before each one, or just read it one after another? I'll stop here to address that. Funny voices? Okay, that's gonna be bad. No, this is gonna be impossible. Funny voices are riot. I don't have 20 funny voices in mind. We can get more people to read. Oh no. Okay, I'll just do it verbatim. And maybe I'll preface some with what character's speaking. The group reading would be fun to do at some point. But I think this will do for now. All right, let me continue. So moving on. Mephet, reports from surveys have me unconvinced the current number can be any larger than 350,000. This is absolutely not doable. Iglis says, we can always take them and let them repopulate. Iglis, the limit of 350,000 is not based on their current population, rather off of geographical data. There is simply not enough space on the surface that is habitable to them. The Terminator is a surprisingly small ring. Say we were to let them grow to their limit, then capture all but 2 and let them renumerate to 350,000 again. It would take about 551,000 cycles of this before the reservoir is full. Moreover, say the Loken population doubles every 10 years until it reaches this cap of 350,000. This is itself a generous estimate, and even then it would take about 55 years for the cap to be reached each time. Our focus will fizzle out well before we could complete this. Iglis responds, how far could we get? Taran replies, I think you've just missed the point I tried to make. Auric Interjects, "No, Iglis, I like how you're thinking. The importance of this project might not be so much that we actually filled the reservoir, just that we had a system in place to do it, and we spent such incredible energy building it. It'd be an unprecedented campaign of death and suffering. Imagine the display for a moment, would you? There'd be a constant cycle of massacre, nearly to extinction, then return to health and slaughtered again, the bodies of the dead piling to the stars and their blood spilling over the world." Our Lord, contain yourself, please. A more effective display is one we will complete, no? I think doing otherwise sends the wrong message. We must not only dream for Nixum, we must accomplish. May I suggest a smaller pool? Taran replies, "I agree. Reduce the scope to something we can finish in 200, 300 years or so." Mephet interjects, "Our Lord, I am in agreement with Taran and Iglis. Perhaps we should consider an artificially limited time frame and determine how much blood we can acquire during that time. I would like to shift the discussion. What will we need to do to maximize the progress towards this goal?" Taran replies, "As I mentioned, geography is a huge limiting factor. If we had more livable space, we could easily make more Loken. Iglis, how reasonable would it be to create housing for them past the Terminator?" Well, could we not just pack them, really tightly in the caldera? Is that 350,000 number based on how they live normally, or is that assuming near max per square unit? Taran replies, "Trust me, 35,000 is about the maximum you could possibly get." In that case, Taran, I need to know, at an absolute minimum, how warm does their housing need to be? How much food do they need to subsist off of? How long is it until they mature, stop growing? How quickly can they reproduce? Well, all of this actually depends. Technically, you could keep them in torpor for nearly their entire lives by dropping them below 30°C. They'll need much less food in that state, but still enough to let them mature. It might slow the nurturing process, I suppose. Obviously, they'll grow faster if we keep them around 39 Celsius and feed them enough. Enough still isn't very much. A meal once a week might do. Honestly, you will have a harder time getting the right kind of food for their diet. A constant supply of our beast meat isn't going to cut it for them, and we can't grow sandweed anywhere. Around here, with what I assume would be pretty destructive terraforming. Arak interjects, "Are you two suggesting we breed them like animals?" Honestly, Taran, that doesn't sound impossible. And yes, our Lord, I believe we are. In fact, we might be able to do this mostly in the caldera. Isn't a large portion of the caldera consumed by ocean? Taran interjects, "Yes, quite a large part." Iglis responds, "Well, picture this then. Floating settlements." Whereas interjects, and I interject, "Everything you're suggesting is completely impossible without total military control of the caldera. Can you tell the children how they're supposed to lead their crusaders into a 40°C environment, the most hellish terrain on the surface, against an enemy we know tactically nothing about, and claim a decisive victory?" 2 words. So, okay. Naren replies, 2 words. Gravity bombs. Focus-assisted gravity warheads. Whereas replies, "That technology doesn't exist, and it never will, Naren. No hardwares. I dislike your lack of faith. The science behind this isn't as unreasonable as you think. The warheads simply need to be launched high enough to enter free fall above the caldera, then navigated around the focus with some kind of control system as they fall." Whereas replies, "I need to talk to you about this, Naren. Your delusions of grandeur are unhelpful. This has been tried numerous times before. The level of precision needed to cause the warheads to enter free fall is absolutely unreasonable. You either bombard the other side of the surface, or they drop directly back down on us. And a control system? Fins and rudders aren't magic, you know. Auric interjects, "Enough wares, I've heard this conversation so many times. If it gives us a chance, we have to take that chance. I'm tired of waiting for the perfect plan, the optimal chance of success, the descent to progress. We will miss our shot if we don't take it. Taran and Iglis, I like this farm idea. I want you to get started on it. Gather your workforce. Naren, get together with Mephet and push forward with the gravity warhead. I want progress on this. Wares, prepare your forces for an invasion of the Caldera." Do we start in the Caldera, our lord? I don't know, self-organize. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Either way, I'm not part of that conversation. Get together and decide what's reasonable. Gentlemen, this is a time for action. The focus was not created to burn finitely so we could waste its gifts. If we do not prove to Nyxem soon that we are worthy of ascension, we will still be here when the surface collapses. We must finish his work. All I want from you is one thing. Show me your faith. Yanis replies to this. For the record, I'm still concerned. We're moving on to record 2. Commencement. Header, Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 768221.nixite.un to iteration 197420.human.english. Note: multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note: this translation set is especially difficult. Senses may be nonsensical in the target language. Nyxem says, "Hello, Igos. The science team welcomes you to Rhomb. Your work is extremely important. You will study the boundaries of the universe. You know they are not infinite. You know about the fractal disease. However, you have not studied it in detail. Your understanding will grow. You will help us understand it. You will participate in our research. We must understand how much of the universe has been corrupted. We must understand why it is happening. We may understand how to stop it. We may understand what has already been lost. The Rhomb is often very far from any other inhabited area. Communication will be slow while we are at the edge of the universe, and we are at the edge of the universe the majority of our time. You will not worry because we are fun to travel with. The science team will assign you work. You may be tasked with using analysis equipment, or writing papers, or performing mechanical repairs. All work is equally important. We are self-organized, but we collaborate closely with NSIRP. We now give you an obligatory word of warning. The Rhomb comes in close contact with fractals. This is its intended purpose. Fractals are extremely dangerous. We take safety precautions. However, safety is not guaranteed. You must always remember the following. Fractals are not alive. They are not sentient. They cannot speak. It is difficult for us to detect them. The outcome should they attack the Rhomb would be catastrophic. If you come into contact with one, you must immediately remove yourself from the lab. If you hear one speak to you, you must remember this is impossible. Remember that it is impossible. Pleased to have you on the team. Signed, Nyxem. That is the end of that record. We're moving on to Discovery. Saber, currently translating. Iteration 265404.loken.atoll to iteration 197420.human.english. Note: multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note: I am cooperating. We have here is a note. Sill, what I know. Artifact was retrieved from inside the Rockthorn mine. I think it just popped into existence. The shrine I found it in was jutting straight out into the tunnels, the same tunnels I've been in 100,000 times. I would have definitely have noticed that before. There's no way I couldn't. Surely someone else will notice it. Can I convincingly pretend that I didn't touch it? The inside of the shrine looked extremely old. There was something on the walls that has long since rotted away. Fiber weavings, perhaps. If so, maybe it was made by an ancient caldera society. Seems to eat matter. Anything in contact with it is very slowly absorbed. Some things are absorbed faster than others, somehow related to place. Sand and stones from the plateaus near Clearstone absorb slightly faster. I don't know what is different about their composition or anything. Haven't been able to find other correlations, but I haven't tested that much stuff to begin with. Liquids are not absorbed faster than solids. I hadn't considered gases yet, but I think it might be eating the air as well. Potentially bad. The shrine was full of something. There was a giant empty glass tube on top of the tablet when I found it. The glass itself was eaten away a little bit, but much less than I would expect. It hurts to hold since I think it's trying to eat my hands. Also, I don't remember it being warm to the touch, but it kind of is. Probably should stop touching it. Update. Definitely stop touching it. Composed of lots of pages, in quotes. The tablet itself is actually lots of smaller tablets attached at alternating edges. It folds out like a long, many-jointed arm or something. Each page is completely covered in symbols. They seem to have been carved directly in, recarved a lot, too. Lots of symbols, like a lot, are covered up or scratched out or similar. They're so small I can't really tell what they are yet. Need to look at this more. Things in the bottommost page. The bottommost page is a little thicker than the rest and has a small compartment with something inside. Is this the thing that's actually doing the absorbing? Seems kind of unlikely since the entire tablet, not just this bottom part, has those properties. Maybe the rest of the tablet is permeable and everything just flows into this bottom part. There's some kind of lock stopping me from getting in. There's 4 pieces that I think I have to rotate in just the right way to unlock it. No way I'm guessing the combination. I think I could smash it in with a chisel, but I don't really want to do that. Who and what built it? Was it an ancient caldera people? How did they do something like this? I can't explain anything about how it works. Is it a chevron artifact? Unlikely because of the symbols, or at least I hope. They are physically carved in, but I think they're too small and precise to be done by them. Is it maybe a focus artifact? Only Kraza could have made it, and it doesn't seem characteristic for him. Though that might explain why it seems to prefer materials from places like Clearstone. If it's from our ancestors, did they have more powers from the focus than we realized? What would compel the focus to make this in its first place? Are they finally asking for something in return? Why me? Dezun is asking me about it. I don't know what to tell her. I don't want to worry her about it. End of discovery. Moving on to council. Header. Saber. Currently translating iteration 265404.chevron.coaxial to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Taran says, "So, everyone, this project has already taken an immense amount of my time and energy. It has been extremely difficult to meet Auric's demands for progress, but we are making it. And I, too, am confident it will pay off in the end. Let me give you an update. About 7 focal rotations ago, Wares sent a team into the caldera to capture a few Loken that we may prototype our ideas with. From this, we ran into a few notable challenges, which I am compelled to share. We knew of the existence of most of these challenges already, but we have now a much better understanding of their true scope. First off, we knew numbers for the caldera's temperature, but what was apparently quite easy to forget was how absolutely unbearable this level of heat is. Whereas first team never returned from their survey. The second team returned early and confirmed it was almost certainly the heat that killed them. Unobscured, the focus is remarkably strong. Second, it seems the Loken, in all defiance with the Great Wanderer's wishes, have been thriving rather than suffering in the caldera. Their infrastructure and weaponry have advanced significantly. Whereas second team encountered large stone towers, perhaps outlooks of some sort, and were pelted by arrows when they approached. Shortly afterward, of course, they had to turn back to prevent dying from heat exhaustion, so it's still unclear the full extent of their settlement. Wares replies, "The issue of temperature is less extreme than Taran makes it out. Yes, the surface is not manageable, but the underground is well shielded from the intense heat of the focus." Did I eat the microphone? Let me know if there's any horrible problems. Anyways, yes, the surface is not manageable, but the underground is well shielded from the intense heat of the focus. We can easily establish a presence by tunneling into the rock and building camps, either temporary or permanent. I believe this will be practical in the field. Taran replies, "Good to note, Wares. I'll continue. Third, it seems that there is uncharted territory in the caldera. Although we have always known the caldera as nothing but desert, bleached rock, and boiling oceans, we found evidence that there is actually a vast forest of enormous trees growing somewhere underneath the focus. This is problematic. It implies to me that Loken are literally managing to terraform hell. I am not so sure what they are actually capable of." Wares replies, "None of this discourages me. We are ready for the task at hand." Naren interjects, "Unlikely. I'm telling you, there's no way you're going to pull off a successful invasion with these conditions. This is ridiculous. What we need to do is flush them out. If we could cause a widespread drop in temperature, that would force them to leave the caldera, and they'd have no choice but to fall right into our arms. From there, we could funnel them into Iglis Farm, and then the 200-year plan can just take off from there." Taran replies, "Or they would all simply just die, which is probably more likely considering the only place they'd have to run would be even colder." Wares replies to this, "Freezing the caldera is an intellectual tar pit. There is no approachable method, and very result is counterproductive." Iglis replies, "I have concerns about this farm idea. Anyways, Wares has passed me custody of the captured Loken, and it has taken a surprising amount of energy to keep them from dying. I honestly can't imagine supporting a couple 100,000 of them. And that's not to mention the lack of their natural food. Again, we have no sandweed, no star fruit, nothing of the sort to give them, which will, as I mentioned, not grow here easily by any stretch of the imagination." Taran replies, "Hang on, how are you implying we'd be able to cause a widespread drop in temperature, Naren?" Naren replies, "By obstructing the focus, of course. Okay, so obviously we can't, say, build something and throw it into the sky to have it block the light, since it would have to be huge and travel really high up, and somehow not fall back down or smash into the focus and destroy it. But do you know what floats through the air, blocks sunlight, and can be easily produced in mass? Smoke. If we start a massive wildfire on the Terminator's grasslands, it would produce such a monumental amount of smoke so quickly that it would easily cause an artificial blackout within a matter of hours." Please, guys, don't look at me like that. Wares replies, "Are you sick in the head? This is suicide. How are you going to control where the smoke goes? It could just as easily float over us and exterminate our kind. I've had enough of this. There won't be any farms, there won't be any gravity warheads, there won't be any blotting out the sky or any of these imbecilic, childish ideas. Auric has asked for slaughter, and we are running out of time. You are all heretics for playing these pointless games with our future. Taran replies, "Oh no, I will not let you accuse us of heresy, not after everything we've done. Cooperate, or I will turn you over to Mephit." Wares replies, "I am cooperating, you just refuse to listen." That is the end of that record. On to record Liftoff. Header, Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 768221.nixite.un to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, this translation set is especially difficult. Sentences may be nonsensical in the target language. Nixum says, "We are moments away from Rom's sixth voyage to the edge of the universe. Previous travels have been marred with difficulty. However, we have addressed these problems. We are confident the ROM will succeed in its primary goals for this voyage. First, to gather a precise measurement for the shape and dimensions of the universe. Second, to determine the speed and acceleration of fractal spread and create an accurate timeline of the universe's destruction. Third, to evaluate the possibility of containment or reversal of fractal corruption. This is all. Are there any questions from NSIRP?" Orek says, "Yes, Nixum. The validity of the little box theory is of major interest to us. If it is true, it will have massive implications for the whole set of Nixite species moving forward. It will change how we all spend our final years of life. Do you expect this voyage will provide any evidence?" Nixum replies, "Yes, Auric, we do believe it will. The nature of fractals is not yet well understood. However, it is theorized that they are artifacts of an unusual but fundamental phenomenon. Potentially, this is the key to understanding the greater truths of our world's origin." Auric replies, "That is all. We leave you to your team now." Nixum responds, "Very well, thank you." Igos, is the ROM terminal prepared for travel? Unfortunately, it is not ready. The Singularity drive was reactivated late, and it has yet to fully consume its star. Nixum replies, "Noted. We should share a concern. We do not believe one star will be sufficient for us to circle the entire universe." Igos replies, "Why? Based on, oh my gosh, this name, Psychsum's estimate for the radius of the uncorrupted universe, it should be plenty to complete a trip." Psychsum is reconsidering their estimate. Their numbers could not be reliably produced in other experiments. Our instruments may be of insufficient precision. That is the purpose of this trip, to absolve our reliance on such instruments. We do not want to put the ROM into unnecessary risk. Therefore, we would advise we spend as much time as possible fueling the drive while we still can. Igos replies, "Noted. I will direct us to a second star once this one has been absorbed." Nimda interjects, "Igos, we have finished running tests on the ROM's deconstruction systems. All 1,016 blocks have passed. It is our hope that none of them must be used. The structural integrity team is now clearing the ROM for launch." Nixum replies, "Igos, are you nervous about the journey ahead?" Nixum, "We are terrified." Nixum responds to this, "We would recommend you harness that emotion. Do not attempt to remain stoic at the edge of reality. You would betray yourself. We cannot help but be overwhelmed. We are the wispy strands of a million dreams weaved to a perfect knot. The endless road of curiosity, ingenuity, and community has been traveled and leaves us here. We are the end, and we must live that label. Igos interjects, Nixum, the drive is fueled. End of Liftoff. Continuing to the next record. Lucky. Header. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 265404.chevron.goaxle to iteration 197420.human.english. Note. Multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note. This record was unrequested. Casey says, I am getting very worried about these names. They'll be the end of me. Everyone's going to bully me for the pronunciation of this. Zeal. Zial's. Zial? Whatever. Zial's worsening condition. Zeal. Okay. I'll say it like that. I'm getting very worried about Zeal's worsening condition. I don't know what happened. Everything was going well. His leg was healing up fine, then it suddenly got infected again. And just like before, I had no idea what to do. He seems much worse than last time. I tried moving him outside so that he could get some actual sunlight. And he seems a little happier to not be cramped up in the cabin. But it's doing nothing for his condition. Probably since it's way colder out there, and I'm not sure it's good for him. I have him piled underneath an entire Arbeast family worth of wool, and even underneath that, he's decided to quite literally curl up on a bed of hot coals. If it's what he wants to do, I'll let him do it. Zeal has really spoiled me. I forgot what companionship was like. His presence has poisoned my stoicism, and now I am miserable from this crushing feeling of helplessness. I've always been strong enough to help myself, but I can't help this tiny creature, no matter how hard I try. It shouldn't be, but his death will be my fault. And for what? Nixum doesn't exist. Nobody will be appeased by this Loken's death. Zeal tried to tell me a bit about the mythology from where he grew up. They worship a whole pantheon of different deities, who all live in the focus. Most of them are involved in the cycle of life, in some sense. They are around 4 or 5 who are likely workers in some very elaborate handcrafting process that makes new creatures. And apparently that's how birth works. Even better, once on the surface, these deities ask nothing of their creations. Just let the Loken do whatever they want and love them unequivocally. What a novel concept. Funny to me that these stories have nothing to do with clawing out of a boiling ocean, disfigured and desperate, damned to spend eternity in agony to atone for their sins against the great wanderer. Zeal seems to quite like his boiling oceans in any case. Disfigured? I find him quite cute. And nobody knows who the great wanderer is anyway. I would be happy to worship Zeal's gods. In fact, consider me converted. Doesn't sound like there's much commitment to it at all. Life itself is the only ritual, and living is its celebration. I like that. Maybe I can convince my brother when he eventually finds me. End of Lucky. Continuing on to the next record. Concern. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 265404.chevron.goaxle to iteration 197420.human.english. Note. Multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Casey says, Arak, what are you still doing out there? Where's your coat? Brother, please, come back to camp. You won't withstand the cold on your own. Arak, you're concerning me. Arak finally replies, Nixum will not reward admissions of weakness. We have to show him that we are willing to suffer for his cause. Casey replies, My dear, there will be no reward for you to reap if you freeze to death. For everyone's sake, don't be so foolish. Auric replies, I disagree. A life of admitted mediocrity is not worth living. Casey replies, nobody will think you are mediocre for following basic self-preservation. We need you, Auric. Please don't be like this. Auric replies, if the Glacier Dwellers can handle this, so I can, too. I am not lesser than any of them. The Great Wanderer is my strength, and with him I am unstoppable. I'd like to see a Loken stand out here for more than 2 seconds. Casey replies, Auric, what you're doing is not pious, it is just reckless. This goes far beyond your... Auric interjects, enough! I will return eventually, with my reward, just as Nyxum had promised me. And you will look like a fool for trying to put yourself before fate. Stop it, Casey! Get your hands off me, you'll ruin everything. Casey replies, you're ruining everything, you soot-brained psychopath. If you die out here in the Wanderer's name... If you die out here, what in the Wanderer's name am I going to do? Stop struggling. Auric struggles. I'll have you tried for heresy. Wait, stop. Casey interjects, no you don't. Back to Auric. Seriously, Casey, I see something. Casey asks, what? What is it? Something glinted off the snow. There's an artifact down there. Nyxum left us another keystone. We have to get it. What are you talking about? Let me go. Casey exclaims, ow! What the fuck is wrong with you? Biting my hand like you're a... Hey, don't step 1 foot down that hill or I'll slice your fucking head off. Okay. Put down the axe, Casey. Only if you will promise me that you won't throw your life away for another hunk of worthless glass. I don't even want to be out here. Your damn advisors and their high and mighty bullshit. They never give a fuck about what I want. But guess what? If it weren't for me, you'd have disappeared off the face of the surface and rolled into a ditch to be picked apart by ice worms, or maybe if you're lucky, skinned alive and turned into a wool shock for the Glacier Dwellers. You don't need another holy blade with the Wanderer's mark. You need to take care of your people and your family. Be a leader for a change. And don't say anything about being stronger than a Loken, since I guarantee you none of them would be stupid as to go here in the first place. Auric concedes. Let's get out of here. End of concern. Next record is Little Box. Header. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 768221.nixite.un to iteration 197420.human.english. Note. Multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note. This translation set is especially difficult. Sentences may be nonsensical in the target language. Igos states, Nyxum, the rhomb is sufficiently close to the edge of the universe. We advise you to give the drive a rest. Sorry. Fuck. Let me start over. Nyxum, the rhomb is sufficiently close to the edge of the universe. We advise you give the drive a rest. We can get sufficient readings from here. We do not need to get any closer. Nyxum replies, of course. Igos states, test. Do fractals react to any kind of electromagnetic field? Nixum reports, no, no, no. Fascinating. Igos continues, we shall send a probe that we may bring the equipment closer. Impact with the fractal wall. Nixum reports, Igos, the probe core is producing strange results. We are getting 768,221 duplicate readings from the same probe. Each one reports a vastly different location of an extremely large magnitude, outside the proposed diameter of our universe even. On that same subject, our receiver just broke. We have lost contact with the probes. Igos says, oddly, the fractals themselves did not react to the probe's physical presence. The object passed straight through them. Did you notice differently? Nixum continues, no, we noticed the same phenomenon. How can they affect matter if matter does not affect them? Igos hypothesizes, they are not actually affecting matter at all. They appear to be sprawling over the very fabric of space, as frost climbs across a web. Nixum responds, this hypothesis is inconsistent with previous observations. Fractal corruption has occurred in the rhomb before. This provides empirical evidence that matter can be affected. How did this fractal corruption manifest? Insanity in our personnel. Those exposed would begin insisting fractals could speak. This is simply not possible. Evidence of intense detachment from reality. Igos asks, did corruption ever manifest visibly? Nixum reports, we have not let it progress to that stage before. Any sections of the rhomb that could have possibly ever been in contact with the fractals were jettisoned beyond the edge. Igos asks, does this mean there are about 800,000 copies of every section that has been jettisoned from the rhomb, scattered across the farthest locations of space? You're right, Perky, this is the worst way. But I will continue. Nixum replies, it would suggest at least that our knowledge of the universe's extent is very misinformed. Hypothesis. The copies are being iteratively translated away from one another, as in the growth of a fractal system. May we attach two transmitters to a probe and measure the distance between them to assess potential scaling? Igos responds, certainly. Allow us to reboot the receiver. Impact with the fractal wall. Nixum reports, no evidence of scaling. In each copy, the distance between transmitters remains unchanged with an instrumental precision. We are also able to express more precisely the nature of the translation, fixed offsets and rotations, the hallmark of a classic spiral pattern. And naturally, the receiver has shut down again. Igos, we have just realized this may be compelling evidence towards the little box theory. Igos responds, we would enjoy a discussion about this, Nixum, but the fractals are advancing quickly. We should back up. Oh my gosh. On to the next record. How much is left? We have a lot to go. Oh my god, what did I get myself into? Oh no. There's so much left. What did I do? It's been 45 minutes. And I've only finished the first 2 rows. Oh my gosh. Stage 1 regret. It's time for the water. I don't know if... I think this is going to take like a really long time. Whatever the case is, if Mr. Beast can like read the entire dictionary, then I can do this. I will read it until my voice is raw and I cannot read anymore. All right. We shall continue. Maybe I'll skip the header. No, I can't skip the header. All right, let's continue. Header. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 265404.locan.atoll to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Emil says, yeah, oh, this is perfect. So we're pretty much on top of the canopy now. We can definitely start from here. Lots of really thick branches that will make great supports. Just keep hugging that tree, Loxa. You're almost there. Loxa responds nervously. I'm not about to run into one of them, am I? No, just keep going. Here, I'm putting out my hand. It's right in front of you. I think I got it. Yeah, you did. Okay, I'm gonna help pull you up. Just keep hugging that tree. Wow, you're not that heavy, are you? Ah, slow down. You're fine, Loxa, you're fine. You're on the branch now. There we go. Okay, yes, solid ground is good. I'm just going to lay down for a second, if you don't mind. Emil says, we made it! The top of the world! No closer place on the surface to our focus. You feel that? That's the best sunlight you're ever gonna get. Oh heavens, I just looked down. I should not have done that. Loxa replies, what, is there something down there? Emil says, no, it just gives me vertigo. The scale is pretty overwhelming, man. Whew, I'm alright. I don't know about you, but I'd love to live up here. I might just build myself a house before the rest of the settlers start coming up. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. It's not like they would demolish it. Loxa interjects, yeah, that's easy for you to say. Emil replies, I don't know, once some actual infrastructure gets put up here, how bad could it possibly be? Even if you do fall, I think it's pretty unlikely you'd get hurt. The leaf coverage for like another 60 or so bodies is really thick. If you claw like hell and grab onto something before you fall too close, too far, you should be totally fine. Loxa replies, thanks, that really sets me at ease, Emil. I'm just saying, you agreed to come up here. Didn't think you'd have a problem with heights. Loxa replies, the heights aren't a problem. When I have something to stick my claws into the whole way up, I'd never feel safe enough to walk around on these branches. I'd probably crawl on all fours everywhere. And is it just me, or is it really hard to breathe up here? Emil replies, it will be if you keep hyperventilating. Deep breaths, Loxa. I'm not asking you to live with me anyway. I certainly wouldn't if I were you. You should probably stay on the ground. I'm just pointing out it wouldn't be all that bad. Loxa replies, I'm not doing this again. Emil says, aw, don't be like that. I'm the one who had to carry all the equipment. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We're supposed to be doing something. When you're done sunbathing, let's get this pulley set up. Actually, you don't mind if I join you for a second. Canopy II is next. Between the orbits of Duna and Jewel, there is a lonely dwarf planet called the Focus. Okay. Continuing on to Canopy II. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 265 404.loken.atol to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, some translations are ambiguous. Ambiguities are marked like this. Like/this. Loxa says, Emil, you good? Emil replies, sorry, yeah, I am. Absolutely. I just wanted a second to take this all in. We're pretty lucky, I think, to get the privilege to be here first. Whether or not this project actually gets off the ground and people start living here, I might just, climb these for fun. The view is absolutely otherworldly. I can't describe it. I feel so close to the focus. I can see the surface curve around us, in a great blanket of red/green foliage, wrapped up in a massive spirals of bark. Never seen anything like it. Even close to it, I can even make out the Terminator. Loxa says, I'm sure it's beautiful, Emil. Emil replies, yeah, sorry. I wonder if I can catch any of the other climbers. With any luck, they might be visible through the leaves. Well, as long as they don't have red/green scales, they'll probably get lost. Syl has white scales. I could probably see her. Well, if she agreed to even be here, that is. Damn, I wish I brought a scope with me. I packed some signal flags for exactly this reason, but I didn't think about a scope. Loxa asks, I didn't know Syl was a climber. Emil replies, yeah, well, she was on the list. Deciding not to show up for some reason. She still might be stuck doing something in that Rockthorn mine. Really? How does she even stand doing that? Emil replies, no idea. I'd go insane in seconds if you tried to put me underground. I just hate being north in general. It gets really cold, and once you find the rock biters, it's just depressing. Very unpleasant people to be around. I'm pretty sure they literally eat rocks. Jaimil really gave them the awful watery gray part of the soup. Loxa interjects, hey, I wouldn't say that. Emil responds, seriously, have you ever had a conversation with one of them? I can't get anything from them. They look at me like they wish I'd fall over dead and just shut up. Not super personable. I'll bet if someone told them they could survey the canopy and get food for it, they'd pass it up because it's too dangerous. Not even you could resist coming with me, and you're blind. Loxa sighs. I wonder why they don't like you. Emil replies, yeah, me too. I guess we'll never know. You say Syl didn't show up this rotation. That's strange. She definitely meant to be back from Rockthorn by now, right? Emil replies, I mean, she might have been back. I wasn't really paying that much attention at camp. Especially not today, Loxa. I was busy getting everything ready for us, and nearly killing myself with excitement. Loxa replies, how could Syl be hard to miss? She's the only white-scaled Loken in this entire third of the caldera, probably. You just said she'd be easiest to spot from here. Emil responds, yeah, but she's, unpredictable. I seriously never know what's going on in her head. It's a whirlwind of weird ideas and constant distractions up there. She could have been doing anything. I don't know if it's like her to miss doing a survey, but, I hope her and Dejil are okay. I'm sure they are. Canopy III. It's got the same header. Emil exclaims, Hey, Loxa, look who finally managed to show up. Syl, where have you been? Dejil giving you trouble? Lox and I have been stealing all your fun. I took her up to the canopy. She was a real trooper about it. Only complained like half the way up. Hey, Syl, we've been wondering about you. Syl nervously states, Emil, can I get you to come with me for a second? Emil says, everything all right? Syl responds, yeah, absolutely. Of course, I need to talk to you. Are you sure you're doing okay, Syl? You don't look so hot. Yes, everything's fine. I need to talk to you is all. Okay. Just hang out here, Loxa. I'll be back in a sec. Loxa says, good riddance. Emil replies, what was that? Nothing. Syl says, Emil, I feel really bad asking you for favors. Jaimil knows you've done enough for me as it is, but this is probably the most I've ever needed someone I can trust. Syl, I'm always here for you. Always. That being said, you are freaking me out quite a lot. Listen, I did something I really shouldn't have, and I can't explain it to you because if I did, you'd never believe me. So I just have to show it to you, and maybe I can prove to myself that I'm not losing my mind too. It was, I don't even remember how long it was anymore, but I found this thing in some big monolithic shrine, just sitting there, poking directly into the mine tunnels. Like every last one of us was hallucinating and walked right past it. Emil interjects, whoa, wait. Slow down. What even is this thing? Syl continues, yes. So I took it. I don't know what compelled me to do that, but I did. I haven't told anyone about it, but they found the shrine now, and everyone is wondering what the heaven is it is, and I'm just pretending I have nothing to do with it. And this tablet was never there. But this thing is special, and I can't explain a thing about what it is or what it does, but what I do know is that anything on an open page gets slowly absorbed. So when I figured this out, I kept wondering what kinds of things it would react to. I tried rocks and sand. It didn't really like those. Then I tried bark and branches and soil, and I liked those a little more. Then I noticed it had burned the scales right off my hand from where I was holding it. Emil interjects, Syl, what is that? What are you doing? Syl continues, and just watch what happens when I give it a few drops of my blood. That's the end of Record 3. Moving to Record 8. Saber, currently translating iteration 768221.nixsite.un to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, this translation set is especially difficult. Sentences may be nonsensical in the target language. Romb states, now reading automatic research log from Romb/S. Igos has discovered an interesting phenomenon at the fractal wall. It appears that the wall is not infinite. Any object left to travel far enough and with enough speed will eventually come out on the other side. The required velocity to breach the wall is extremely high, but doable. Igos required a custom space-time condenser for their probe to reach the necessary speed. The reason is that the outermost edges of the universe, which are well within the fractal wall, actually appear to push matter backward. This pushing effect becomes linearly stronger as the edge is approached. Once this edge is surpassed, the pushing effect reverses and throws the probe away from the universe. Igos consistently lost contact with the probe after this occurred, despite a strong space-time coil tether. The space beyond the known universe has been termed the Hyperverse by Igos. To explain the sudden loss of contact, Nyxum hypothesized that the probe was being destroyed by an intense field of energy in the Hyperverse. This hypothesis was tested by flinging a probe into the Hyperverse and attempting to pull it back almost immediately as it passed the edge of the universe. This experiment was replicated 485 times, and only 2 probes were recovered, showing significant signs of damage that are uncharacteristic of fractal corruption. As Nyxum describes, it appears the probes were being systematically deconstructed with a procedure that worked only on certain types of molecules at a time. Some metals in the probe were untouched, but others were completely stripped away, revealing the internals of the core inside. Again, only some of the electronics have dissolved, and others remain completely intact. It appeared that any materials on the outside of the probe had been eaten away first. Nyxum had developed an upgraded probe core specifically to counter this deconstruction event. It is made up of equal parts of several 100,000 types of materials, each layered on top of one another to create a 500-kilometer radius sphere. The outermost layer is a shell of permafrozen neon, the same material that makes up the whole of the rhomb. At the center of the probe is a small recording device and transmitter that takes and transmits the measurements. This device must be extraordinarily powerful to perform its recording and reporting in the minuscule amount of time before it is destroyed by the Hyperverse. It could not be made much smaller than 20 centimeters in radius. The Science Fund was extremely confused when asked to provision Rhomb with massive large sheets of separated soil they could roll into a sphere, but complied nonetheless. So far, 18 of these probe cores have been sent to the Hyperverse. Sensors are indicating that, within the vast ocean of primordial energy, something is alive and moving, and is watching each probe pass into its realm with anxious intent. Next article. Warning. Header. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 265404.locan.kalish. Kalish? To iteration 197420.human.english. God dang it, Starman. Note. Multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Veda explains. Written on a sign, Veda says, "Get the hell away. If you're reading this, I know exactly what you're about to do, and I need you to stop. You damn kids. You biologically can't think about a single other thing than yourselves, can you? If you ever had a single responsibility in your life besides pestering hard-working people for entertainment, if you have ever worked a day in your life to do something constructive instead than pointlessly destructive, maybe, just maybe, your rock-brained noggins would appreciate the consequences their actions have. It is because you think you can get away with it? Good luck with that. You haven't gotten away with anything. I know you sneak into the peninsula and mess with my saplings every time I'm away. Guess what, Hollow Skulls? Did you know Melly is there watching you guys run around in my field, stepping on my trees and kicking up my soil? You're ruining their growth cycles. One of you seems to have thought it really fun to dig a hole in my meticulously tilled soil and then leave one of your stupid toy balls in there. Do you know what kind of effect your snotty, contaminated playthings might have on the delicate balance of microorganisms that I've been cultivating for years? The ones that grow the food you thanklessly eat? I told my sister that if she ever sees you kids screwing around here again, she ought to do something about it. She may be old, but trust me, she's mean. You cross her, she'll tie your tails in knots above your head and send you to your dim-witted parents in a Locan pretzel. And if I ever catch you anywhere near my family again, I'm going to make you wish you never hatched. P.S. I'm keeping the ball." After that, there's childish scribbling, "Please give it back." crude drawing of a Loken child crying. Moving on to the next record, Scribe. Saber, currently translating iteration 265.404.chevron.goaxel to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. We appear to have a record here, signed by Collis, 764/27 SWS, which I assume is some sort of date. By the orders of Lord Arak, the invasion of the caldera by Wayfinder Wares begins today. At his request, I am recording an account of our campaign. The Wayfinder's unit has spent the day preparing for the journey ahead. The port has been busily astir loading ships with supplies, and unfortunately, the vehement whirlwind of activity has been of such hurried personality that I had not the opportunity to investigate what the Wayfinder is actually preparing for. I have caught the scent of several enormous stacks of explosives being hoisted onto the vessels, which, as I can only guess their actual purpose, has quite stirred my imagination. The Crusaders have been arousing our particularly unsavory response, explicitly ordered not to kill any demons once they arrive in the caldera. As I have gathered it, our sole purpose in the caldera is to capture as many as possible to be turned over to Advisor Iglis. Upon hearing this news, many of us were understandably disappointed, and upon wrestling with our indignation, the Wayfinder has disentrenched and given us a compromise. Should a Loken voluntarily give itself to us, its blood may be wasted in the slaughter of whoever first incapacitated it. The Wayfinder surely knows that the demons shoulder not the intelligence to make such decisions, but it seems his scheme to calm the Crusaders has worked, and I had kept my opinions within my skull. Date 764/29 SWS. As I write this, Ware's fleet, of which I, of course, am part, is now traveling down the Glacier Creek. We have since passed the Terminator and the climate of the caldera as a waking beast begun to rear its sleepy head. We are still quite a long way from the habitable region of the demons, and already the air has turned agonizing and oppressive. Few of us still have the courage to leave the hold and be punished by the focus. Thankfully, by what is surely a miraculous coincidence of engineering, our ship's interior is just big enough to contain all of us. Our headlong shift from tempestuous activity to utter dawdling has afforded me the opportunity to explore the Wayfinder's ambitions a bit further. The explosives, which have been metaphorically and physically looming above me for the duration of the trip, are apparently intended to create rather than destroy. The Wayfinder has resolved that the only protection against the wrath of the Focus is simply not to be a subject to it at all. And so the tools have been brought to disfigure the land into shelters which Wares seems no less than wholly convinced will make not only this campaign, but future occupation of the caldera practical. I reeled at this proposition, but for the benefit of the unit, again kept my opinion within my skull. Date 764/33 SWS. Mere moments after our arrival, the first Loken had been caught. This occasion had caused a great wave of jaundice? I don't know what this word is. I'll just post it in the chat if anyone knows how to pronounce that. Be my guess, but I don't know. A great wave, I assume this means joy of some sort among the unit, being a clear and unmistakable reward for persisting through the continual misery that the Nyxem extracts from us every moment we are here. I can be no more thankful for the Wayfinder's foresight. By his suggestion, I have clipped nearly all of the fur from my body and have draped myself in fiber robes, which have much, oh my god, these words, that my situation from certain death to probable death. The Crusaders? Ameliorated. Alright. The Crusaders, as well as myself, naturally, have been engrossed in marveling at our prisoner. Few of us had the distinctive displeasure of examining one up close. They are every bit as vile, pathetic, and incognizant as Nyxum had desired. Their skin has been horribly burnt, sere and shriveled, completely devoid of hair. Their limbs are impossibly gangly, untoned, and weak, to such an unbelievable degree that merely dragging by the arm can have it dislocate. Their attitudes are moved by primality, crying, screaming, and struggling with unavail and constancy in response to apprehension. What found many of us incredulous, however, was the fact of their size. Wares has recited that on average the demons stand upright at a measly 1.1 meters, occupying a frighteningly small amount of space. It is fortunate for us that such a shrinking affliction befell them alongside their banishment. Should the mindless beasts have been a larger threat, we would not have placed our feet in the caldera so quickly. Date 764/35, SWS. With great excitement and honor, I had been ordered by the Wayfinder to follow an effort into a Loken village, to capture how they have been living under the focus for so long. The extent of their settlement astounds me. They have developed, although far from perfected, masonry, carpentry, and agriculture. Their homes are modestly but sturdily cobbled from limestone and dug well into the womb of the earth. What's wrong with that pronunciation? That's how it's said. That's how it's written. Well-laid paths connect the individual settlements, though not a semblance of an attempt was made to clear them of sand or to prevent their eventual burying from the crawling dunes that so threatened to entomb them. Stop making fun of me. I'm going to continue. The Glacier Creek has been greedily forked and irrigated to grow tiny weeds and grains which hug the sand. There is a great deal of surprise at the possibility of fertile soil in such a wicked, innocuous landscape, but our senses do not deceive us. Heat exhaustion notwithstanding, we had collected an extensive amount of information from a very terse trespass into the demon's territory. As it happens, the Loken were fully prepared to defend themselves, and persisted in valiant and courageous defense of sovereignty for almost an entire 2 minutes. 43 of their most heroic are now within our captivity. 7 of them have quietly accepted their fate, and were promptly rewarded by being impaled on sharpened steel poles and left to slowly die above the bodies of their kin. This is way more than the Wayfinder had allowed us to kill, but as is proving to be a valuable behavior. I kept my opinions to myself. Date 764/38 SWS. The progress of Nyxum's work goes unfettered. We have acquired such a mass of captives so quickly that their confinement is becoming an issue. A few of them, either urged by grief-stricken delusion or pure madness, have begun clawing themselves open and wasting their blood upon the sands. Wares was immensely displeased by this, though the vast majority of the 200 or so that we currently have are either placid from trauma or thoroughly restrained that such a problem physically could not occur. As it happens, Advisor Iglis had sent an envoy to verify our progress several rotations earlier, but it had never reached us. Supposedly, upon knowing the full power of the focus, they immediately insubordinated and left, realizing whatever scolding they would endure from Iglis would be preferable. A second envoy, however, did catch up with us and was delighted as they were terrified by what Wares had managed to accomplish. I am now attempting to subtly avoid Wares, as Iglis has apparently asked for a count of the distribution of sexes that are currently in our keeping, and determining this distribution, given that the Loken have lost all sexually dimorphic features besides the obvious, is a job I would rather replace with a quadruple self-amputation, so I will leave it to the others. On to the next record. Obituary. Saber, currently translating. Iteration 265.404.chevron.coexel to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, this record was unrequested. Casey says, the warming eye of the focus, the gods within, Zung, Gaimel, Kraza, Dejil. I hope the winds may carry my words to you somehow. For although you may want to hear my voice, I know you have suffered a deep and painful wound. I know you hear the ringing silence where your child's voice once proudly sung. I know you feel the biting cold where his warm soul once curled against your own. I know you are strangled by the denial that his heart's rhythm has faded into empty echo. You don't know who I am, but I too am crushed with the grief that you feel. I should not be the one to grieve. Zeal's family should be the ones saying these words. Maybe they are. Maybe they have accepted his disappearance as the end of his journey, and have already given you the closure you need. But maybe the optimism that I have come to know his kind for is quieting these fears. I vigilantly listen for the Loken to arrive here again in search of their missing son. So far, there is nothing... Oh my god. The amount of, judging I'm gonna receive for this whole thing is unreasonable. But I'll continue. I vigilantly listen for the Loken to arrive here again in search of their missing son. So far there is nothing amidst the barren winds and falling snow, but the hope he gave me burns still in my heart. Unlike them, I could not speak about what really matters. I knew Zeal for 9 rotations. For 2 of those, we could not speak to one another, and every hour was simply a battle against the elements. Over this time, I could only treat him as a helpless child. I cared for him, I fed him, I tended to his injuries. I felt his pain, but he was scared and shaken and tired, and the only thing behind his eyes was that stubborn beast of life kicking and screaming and pleading as death tried to drag it away. He very slowly got better, and with each thread of his mind he got back, I saw more of his soul. On the 3rd rotation he pointed to him and sounded out his name. He pointed to the cup I gave him water in and sounded out its name. He pointed to the fire and the focus and the snow in his blankets, and eventually to me, Casey, he sounded out. I still don't know very much, but he taught me enough of Atoll for us to communicate, and at an extraordinarily basic level. And even this tiny flaw in the vast wall between us was enough to overwhelm me. I was no longer the cold, stoic, lone warrior I had made myself after separating from the church. I had a friend again. I had a brother. I grew as dependent on him as he was dependent on me. Then his wounds reinfected, and he became helpless again. The beast thrashing and crying again, except I was now just as helpless as him, losing my life with no idea how to stop it. I had dreams of him convulsing and vomiting, and bleeding as he begged for me to help, but I could do nothing. His heart stopped in his sleep on the 9th rotation. I wrapped him up in wool and fur to keep him warm as I buried him in the snow. I am sorry. I didn't know how to save him. I just couldn't. I couldn't do it. The children have their blood. Nyxem is happy. Arak is happy. I know it is not the way of the Focus's denizens to seek vengeance for wrongdoing. It is not your concern what the living do with their time, just that they find happiness. It must please you that the High Council of the children have been made happy, and they will be even happier the more Loken they selfishly slaughter. Zung, forgive me, for nothing would make me happier than giving the children what they deserve. Quick, where are we check? Oh, I'm making a good way through. We only have, I think we're like a fourth of the way through, and it's been an hour. Quick water break. Oh wait, where we are? Wanderer. That is not the link. This is the link. The Wanderer. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 768.221.nixite.un to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, this translation set is especially difficult. Sentences may be nonsensical in the target language. Oryx says, Problem. I believe the ROM has unintentionally changed the past. We are not able to gather enough data from the probes to tell anything for certain, but the repetition of signals you observed have led us to believe that the probes, upon intertwining with the fractal wall, exist in every iteration at once, breaking away from the natural progression of time and space. Nyxim says, this is also our hypothesis. We do not have the means to monitor these universes, as the fundamental laws that govern them are far too different from our own. Oryx says, nevertheless, whatever we are throwing into the wall is undoubtedly tainting them, and we need to understand how. If the passage of events that has happened in older universes is being modified, this is cataclysmic to our research. Nyxim, we are proposing the ROM cease studying of the fractal wall. Nyxim replies, we are abject to this decision, but in agreement. Oryx responds, in any case, we would not... Nyxim eventually responds, our connection was broken. Igos, are you there? This is highly unusual. Our connection with the NSIRP was broken. ROM states, fractal contact in this sector was detected, and the sector was ejected. You may not return to the ROM core. Your colleagues have been notified. Nyxim ponders. Fascinating. We were cruising at a comfortable distance from the wall, well beyond the bounds of its next projected pulse. We can see empirically that our position was not changed, but the wall has enveloped it regardless. This suggests a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of the corruption's progression. The fractals are extremely beautiful this close. We have never seen anything like it before. We will never be able to share this observation with others. Some time has passed. Nyxim continues. The onset of fractal insanity has not previously been quantified. It is with selfish curiosity that we now begin documenting our mental state and how it declines over time under direct exposure to fractals. The outside of the capsule has begun to rot away. We have the feeling something is watching us, but have no empirical evidence. We cannot hypothesize there is life among the fractal wall in good faith. It is not obvious if this feeling is a result of fractal influence or not. More time passes. Nyxim continues. We see far beyond the veil of space. The information density is impossible to process. Our senses are growing useless. We still have not hallucinated fractal voices, but we see eyes in the void. More time passes. Nyxum continues. We are feeling extremely ill. We have begun to grow new limbs. They are splitting in innumerable numbers. Our blood is painful. There is something out there. It is alive. I have lied. They are alive. More time passes. Nyxum continues. I have made a new friend. The light scares me. I like the dark. There is dark here. The dark is my friend. Translation no longer possible. Record forcefully ends. I can't believe there's 13 people still listening to this. I'm really curious to see if there's going to be anyone left in like 2 hours, because I'm going to finish it. Alright, next record. Blame. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 265.404.loken.kalish to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Kiri exclaims, I didn't do anything. Metis found it. I told her it was a bad idea, but she didn't stop. Metis replies, No, you never said anything. Veta, he's lying. It's not true. Veta interjects, Shut your traps, young'uns. I didn't ask anything about who found it. I asked where. Look, fellas, none of ye will be in trouble if ye can just answer my questions. So quit making a willow out of a sapling here. Metis, again, you're not in trouble if you found it. Just tell me where you dug it up from. Yeah. It's written like this. It's written like this. I can't help it. Metis says, I didn't dig anything up. I didn't dig up anything. Somebody gave it to me. Veta replies, Who now? And when? Was it one of your friends here? God damn it. No. Okay, I have to read it normally. Somebody gave me something for... No. Was it one of your friends here? Somebody gave me something for I croak of old age. Hatchlings, as soon as one of you tells me what I want to hear, I'll let y'all run home in a hurry. I'm not baring teeth. I'm on your side. I promise you. No foul. And I won't tell a soul what I say. Not least your parents. So you got no reason to keep me strung on this little game here. Metis eventually says, I found it, but I never wanted to mess with it. Kiri told me to. Kiri interrupts, No, it was Metis' fault because she said it was Kraza's buried treasure. And I didn't believe her, but she kept saying it was. She kept saying it, so I just wanted her to shut up. Incoherent screaming continues. Lotus. It was a hole off in the Clearstone Mesa. More incoherent screaming. Veta interrupts. Hatchlings, give your mouths a rest. You, the one with the orange horns, what did ye say? Lotus replies, On the side of the Clearstone Mesa, there's a really big dip in the sand somewhere, and there's a cave under it. That's where it was. Veta replies, Clearstone? Focus above. What's Gamel been telling you three to do? Kiri interjects, Lotus, no, that's no... Veta interrupts them. Not interested. You can put the sorry excuse back where it came from. I know your friend here is telling the truth. 'Cause none of ya would be sick in the head enough to fib about sneaking in Rockbiter territory, especially not to me. You three are swallowing fire. That was a dumb decision if I ever heard one. And my gods, you three got to never do that again, you hear me? But look, I said what I said about you not being in trouble, and you're not. Specifically since one of you came clean. The other two ought to learn a lesson about honesty from this. Liars always weave holes, and someone can always find 'em, 'cause someone's always more clever than you. Only the truth got no holes, you got that? Go on now. 'Member, your secret's safe with me. Next time it might not be, so start acting smart, alright? Accept the ball, I'm keeping this. Curie exclaims, but... Veta replies, but nothing! I'm doing you a mighty favor here, not turning you into the Rockbiters for trespassing. Huddle along now. Next record. Secret Agents. This is a fun one. Operation Ball. Made by Curie and Mittis, and a third name was snipped out of the original weaving. Curie. Problem. Veta, aka Grandpa, took our ball that Lotus found and stole it. This is not okay. We're going to get it back. Grandpa is very mean and cannot be reasoned with. It must be stolen back. Secret Agents. Curie and Metis. Due to being annoying, Lotus is no longer a secret agent. Nobody in Operation Ball will talk to her from now on. Supplies. Curie made a cloak that is brown that blends in with the dirt. Stealth. Metis made a secret language that we can communicate with. You take the last letter of a word and move it to the beginning and move the beginning letter to the end. Then you do it again with the second to last and second to first letters, but only if the word has more than 5 letters. If Grandpa overhears conversation, he won't know anything. All communication must be secret. Curie stole gloves from his dad. Must wear gloves while touching the ball because it is hot. Plan. Grandpa is trying to hide it from us, but he still has the ball. Using his super eyesight, Curie spotted Grandpa with the ball outside at 57.1.8.1, and again at 87.7.1.3. He put it in the dirt and was just watching it. It is unknown what Grandpa's planning with the ball, but it must be stopped. The plan is this. Someone needs to watch doorway to Grandpa's home constantly. When he comes outside to put it in the dirt again, Metis will distract him by pretending to play with us at the edge of the farm. This will enrage him and he will leave the ball. Someone on the ground with the cloak with gloves on will run up and pick the ball before he gets back. Then everyone runs really fast. We need another agent to be the one in the cloak. Only 2 people is not enough. Update. Grandpa is not bringing the ball outside anymore. Curie reports he is shoveling dirt and bringing it inside. There are also bandages on his hands now. Current plan is foiled, but we will make another. The voice gets more raw. How the fuck do people like... Must continue. Yes, I can. You're welcome. Okay. Did I post the link? No, I didn't. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 265.404. 24.loken.kalish to iteration 197.420. 22.human.english. Note. Multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Dezane says, "This job is really boring. Weave down when people go in, weave down when people go up. Nobody even visits the mine that often. Most of my life is just curled up in this damned cramped post, getting almost no sunlight. Twiddling fiber threads between my thumbs, growing sore in the legs, bored out of my mind. Ugh. Someone's here, check him in. I'm so alone out here too. Everyone who goes into the mines has to leave their warm suit on, so I never see their face. Best I get is a wave. The most interaction I have on a regular basis out here is Callie bringing me snacks. She's not even supposed to be doing that, but nobody cares. Same person is leaving, check him out. Plus, Rockthorn is just so boring. No warm sand, no living plants for miles. All gray rocks and the petrified, twisted, crumbling branches of dead shrubbery. Probably all bored themselves to death. It looks and feels like decay 4 kilometers around. This is where Kraza gave up. There's the Minehead, check him in. I ask him if he's done anything fun recently. Tells me through the weight of his mask a short story. Last rotation, a Minehead was placing bets on the stability of a stalactite. Insisted it was strong enough to hold his weight. Climbed up on it and fell 5 meters directly into the solid rock face first after he proved himself wrong. I didn't have the energy to laugh, but I found it funny. Then he's gone. I tried to leech off the miners' humor as much as I can. They have it all figured out. A lot of people wouldn't accept the job so likely to leave you with a broken skull or debilitating incurable cave sickness or stuck in a crevice for 7 rotations slowly starving to death. But look at the alternative. Is it really any better? I don't have anything exciting or different to look forward to ever. I don't get to laugh at my friends for doing something stupid and dangerous. I don't get to do anything stupid or dangerous. It is weird that I wish I'd fall and break my arm so I can feel something, have a story to tell someone. There's the Minehead, check him in. I ask him if he's done anything fun recently. Tells me no, same routine as always. Then he's gone. Wait. I must be losing my mind. I pull out the thread from the previous check-in. Did I imagine that? No, I couldn't have. Maybe I missed him leaving? There isn't any other explanation. I saw his emblem. That can't be copied. I don't replace the thread. Glad nobody actually cares if these records are accurate or not. Just in time. Header. Saber. Currently translating iteration 265404.loken.kalish to iteration 197420.human.english. And iteration 265404.loken.atoll to iteration 197420.human.english. Note: multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note: some translations are ambiguous. Ambiguities will be marked like / this. Metis gasping, Kiri! Kiri, slow down! Metis says, wait! Metis and Kiri found themselves running among the short spindly trees of the northern Calisland savanna, kicking through the ankle-tall orange grasses as their backs were warmed by the focus to the south. Kiri's teal-blue body stuck out sorely against the red/greens and yellows of the sparse woodlands as he raced ahead of Metis, who carried over her shoulder a massive shovel and a sack packed overfull with breads and water. Her legs burned as she caught up with Kiri, who had stopped between 2 large red/green spotted hills and was muttering to himself with his eyes closed. Metis wheezing, Kraza above, Kiri, please. I hope we don't have to go up one of those hills. Kiri mumbles in thought. I think we do. With his eyes still closed, Kiri shot his left arm out towards the west, then the other towards the east. If this is the west, then the rest is east and northeast. 2 hills, 2,000 steps. Yes, the left one. I think it's on the left one. Come on. Metis exclaims, Kiri, wait! What? Hello? I'm dying down here. Can you take some of this shit off of me? Take the shovel, right? You'll need it at the top anyway. Kiri, exasperated. All right, fine. The blue Loken jogged back down the little portion of the hill he'd already scaled, shifting through the grass to reach Metis, who'd sat down and nearly disappeared into the foliage. With a strained huff, Metis dropped the shovel into the dirt by Kiri, who bent down to pick it up, very ungracefully. Kiri exclaims, Whoa, this thing is heavy. Metis says wearily, Yeah, right? Listen, Kiri, can we just give it a rest here for a minute? We've been running across the whole god's damn surface for rotations. Gods, I don't have the energy for this anymore. Kiri exclaims, This is the only lead we have, Metis. We're right here. We can't stop now. Then, go up by yourself, please. No, Metis. You can't come all this way and just give up. You deserve to see this too. Come on, it's just a few more steps. You don't want to see the ball again after all this time? What we've been trying to do since we were kids? Metis swigs water. Fine, but I'm not lugging the pack up, so either you take it or just leave it here. As the two approached the hill's peak, the sky to the north swirled with sheets of darkened, rumbling clouds. The once sparse vegetation became thicker and thicker as they rose, covering the hill in a patchy red/green blanket of leaves under the woody shrubs and tiny trees made... What the fuck is this sentence? The once sparse vegetation became thicker and thicker as they rose, covering the hill in a patchy red/green blanket of leaves until the woody shrubs and tiny trees made the path to the top nearly impassable. But thankfully, there was always just enough space to slip by. Kiri says, Hey, can you get a lookout? Are we at the very top yet? Metis says, The ground's flattened out, so I think we are. Now high against the savanna, a stiff wind rushed through the foliage around them both, sounding the fluttering of leaves and cracking of branches. Metis thought she heard something get kicked across the ground, or maybe an animal scurry away from them, but couldn't tell if it was just the breeze. Kiri exhales deeply and brandishes his shovel. Okay, I was kind of hoping we would have something to go off, but I don't see anything here. Metis, can you take a look around and see if there's anything sticking out of the ground? Or maybe a marker where we should be digging? Sure. Metis was still. She could swear she heard something pushing the branches of the shrubs away, clawing through them like they had been doing while they were coming up the hill. Metis says, Kiri, quiet. Do you hear someone? Kiri bent his head towards Metis. Kiri says, Huh? Romal and Kalish, away from the shard. Romal plunged through the foliage and swung her daggers inches from Kiri's throat, barely failing to connect as the claustrophobic web of branches between them blocked her path. Metis says, Shit, Kiri, run! All of Kiri's muscles were consumed by shock for a moment. Then Romal attempted to lunge again, poising her knife straight towards Kiri's heart, and he screamed, threw his shovel aside and took off down the path they came, being scraped and battered by shrubs as they tumbled down the hillside. What the fuck was that? Kiri exclaims. Metis, was that a rock biter? I heard Kellish. I don't know, Kiri, just run, soil brain. It was only a matter of moments before they had fallen all the way down to the side of the hill, emerging into the sparse, flat grassland with their clothes and skins thoroughly sliced by the shrubbery. Metis says hushed, I knew we shouldn't have fucked with this. Kiri replies, yeah, no kidding, fuck. Why did I think we'd be the only ones here? Metis exclaims, you almost died. If that knife was 2 knuckles closer to your throat, you'd be dead. It's time we get the hell out of here, yeah? Yeah, I'll grab the pack. The fuck the pack, let's just go. Looking back and forth for any other sun-kissed. Her knife clutched close to her chest in her hand, Romal swept away the dirt atop the hill until something smooth came to the surface. The distinctive orange stone of a shrine. Romal whispering, first one, record ends. Why do I have 29 pings? What? Oh, this is a troll. Prepare to be blocked. Good. Wait a minute, is this it? Did I post the right one? Wait a minute, what was that, UJ? Oh, no. There was someone who, like, pinged me, like, tried to call me 29 times. No. It was, like, a lot of pings. It was some DM. But the troll has been dealt with, so we shall continue. One stretch, please. I shall dislocate my shoulders. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm just stretching, okay? I've been sitting in this chair for 2 hours, which is not unusual for me. I'm stretching! Do you guys not make noises when you stretch? I guess that's a little weird. Fuck. Let me just get up and, like, touch my toes. Okay, that's much better. I'm stretching. Listen, this is gonna be a tough one. I don't think I've ever marathon read anything like this out loud in my life. Where are we? Starseeking? Cool. Actually, no. We're almost through the first, like, chunk. The first 12 boxes. Then I think the next box is equivalent to all those, and then maybe a hydration used to happen. Is Daylight here, by the way? I'll ping him again. I'm literally reading this for them. That's my neck, by the way. It's very stiff from all the time. I'm reading this for you, Daylight. Among everyone else. But you're the one who got me to do this. Among Us. Sus. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna try to like speak more quietly so that maybe I can preserve my voice for longer. No, not ASMR. They're made up words. They're made up words, Perky. How am I supposed to pronounce made up words? The words are made up. How am I supposed to know how to pronounce them? How am I supposed to know how to pronounce words that came out of his imagination? Do you know how bad English is? You literally know how bad English is. I don't know. My brain doesn't work the right way. If I see a word, I have no fucking idea how it's pronounced, unless it's like super obvious. I'm just having a rant, okay? Everyone like bullying me for not knowing how to pronounce these words. I feel as being a little ridiculous. Considering these are literally the first time I've ever read these words. Ugh. Okay, anyways, I'm done ranting. And I'm like more Englishly challenged than most of you, so that also does not help. Yes, the audiobook just breaks out in ranting halfway through about the fucking names. Okay. I'm like a third of the way through. It is being recorded. Not. This is gonna suck. I feel like my brain's shutting down. Like it's getting more difficult to read. But I will finish this. Alright. Starseeking. Saber. Currently translating, I'm just going to say Atoll to English and Kalish to English. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, these translation requests cannot be cancelled. Gentle wind and light crackling from a fire. Jackal says in Kalish, "Are you doing okay, Elia?" Elia says quietly, "What am I going to do? I never got to say goodbye. Please, Sung. Please, Dejil. Don't take my son." Mies exclaims, "Timber!" Elias says, "Gods above!" A thunderous crash of snapping bark ensues. Mies says, "Ha ha ha! Mighty arbors! Your aged shells are like stone, sturdy and resolute. But what can be chipped can be fell. Woody friends, you were a worthy opponent. To your remains I give a warrior's reprise. Return to Kraza in a ceremony of ash." Elia interjects. Easy, Mies. We are only just past the Terminator. Those are young and weak trees compared to what we will see in the mountains. Mies replies, just gonna need a bigger axe then. I can shape a nice handle from these branches. Yes, well and large, solid, and look. My hand is full of splinters. Yes, they will do perfectly. But first, let us celebrate with a round of firebark nectar. Jackal says, Mies, you're gonna run us dry of the stuff before we find a single Starseeker. Please, just eat your bread. You know we rationed for a reason. Mies exclaims, Aha, you make a fantastic point. Wouldn't want to meet Dejil and the others with an empty keg now, would we? Elia says, well, I'd be happy to see him at all. Mies continues, oh, please now, don't be an earless pants wetter. We didn't raise Dejil to fold at the sight of danger. He is the danger. I am the danger. We'll carve the skull and drink the blood of every beast this side of Glacier Creek before he falls to the elements. Elia says, I know, that's why I'm concerned. It might not just be animals out there, Mies. Mies? Mies? Oh my god. Mies. Mies. I'm saying Mies. Can't stop me. I don't care if it's wrong. Mies replies, as if you mean to imply a chevron could be this far from the mountains, why, it's probably uninhabitable for them. What with all that not snow around here. I hear chevron are allergic to plants. They probably can't even walk through grass without... Jackal says, Mies, quiet. Did you hear that? Footsteps through the grass. Who's there? Identify yourself. Well, Casey says, friend, no harm. Mies and Kalish. Guys, what do I do? Jackal says, Chevron can speak Atoll? Don't put down the axe. Casey continues, no harm. Casey continues again, I heard. Dejil, I know. He taught your language. Mies and Atoll. He did what? Elia says, where is he? Is he with you? Casey says, Dejil was your son? Mies exclaims, what happened? We're looking for him and his party. Take us to them now or you won't be leaving here alive. Casey states, he is gone. They are all gone. Mies stammers, lies, you lie, I'll kill you. Casey replies, wait, friends. It's not me you want. It's the children. Elia mutters, no. Casey continues, you, here, a weapon, please accept. Record ends. Ooh. It's funky moth time. I like this one. Ubuntu, but the computer was Ubuntu and she couldn't install the internet on it. I'm okay. I'm going to continue. I really like this story. Record is The Dark, Saber, currently translating. Iteration 209151.volux.n to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, The speaker's name is untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, these translation requests cannot be cancelled. Somehow I knew before the dark, before the rocks, rivers, and bark, decayed and lost, what gave them us. Endless life was no promise to trust. And yet, I ponder to the bleakened sky, why so far beyond my eyes? The lights must fall and die tonight. Stars I love, I've seen them so. Above, below, no cavern unshown. No shade without glow, or whole shadow. And as I wove their wondrous songs, one by one their echoes were gone. Only my own, and I did not belong. Then dissonant droplets on the canvas of gray, then screeching and shouting to drown out the day. A cacophonous concert of purple and red, violent visions of purpose and dread. Fear, no, I had hope instead. The new light's rays will save me one day, but to feel their gaze, to bask in their blaze, were 1,000,000,000,000 Kelvin once doused stone in flame. I must find a way to the peak of this cave. End of record. Next record. What's the proposition? No. Yeah, that's not a trade I will do. The people are unanimously opposed to this proposition. The fanfiction wasn't even that good, I'm gonna be honest. I'm going to continue. Canopy IV. Same header we've seen before on these. Emil says, oh gods, you just caused a cave-in. We're gonna die. Syl says, no, Emil, we're fine. Nothing happened. Emil replies, what? You mean to tell me the massive walls of solid rock that just fell around us is totally fine? Syl replies, yes it is, if you just listen to me for a second. Emil, gasping profusely. Syl continues, I will admit to you, I don't know what's going on exactly, but take a look. The walls didn't cave in. We are in the walls. Emil responds bewildered. What? How? Syl replies, it's the tablet. Look, watch it glow with that red/green light. I've been here almost a dozen times, and the same thing always happens. While it glows, this whole shrine is somewhere else, and it doesn't glow for long. Watch it fade. It loses strength. And? Emil explains, Gah! Syl. Syl explains, we're back. Emil, bewildered, continues. No, what? Am I dreaming? Were we just... Syl? What's going on? Syl replies, I don't know, Emil, and I'm afraid. This shrine is nothing less than a gift from the Focus. Its existence is impossible. It's unexplainable. It performs true miracles. And I don't know what else it's capable of. The tablet runs. It consumes anything it touches. It's not just blood. Anything will power it. But, well, it likes little pieces of living things the most. See my hand? Look close. Feel it. I've been touching it a lot while I was experimenting with it. I noticed my hands felt rough and sore. I noticed my hands felt rough and sore, like it rubbed the scales off. And the more I held it, the more it started glowing. It ate off the skin of my palms, Emil. And just that was enough to wake it up. Emil replies, What are you talking about? Syl continues, That's why I'm afraid. This is from the gods. There's no other explanation. I think they chose me. People have been going in and out of this mine for years, Emil, and I alone saw this shrine. It was shown to me. Perhaps when they thought it was ready, when I was ready for it. And I'm not ready. I don't know what they're trying to tell me. Sung wants me to give it back, but I feel small and alone, and I need someone to help me figure out what I have to do. Record ends. Pulse. Where's that damn third Chaos Emerald? Saber, currently translating. Iteration 7682210.Nikesite.un to iteration 19742022.human.english. Note: multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. This translation set is especially difficult. Sentences may be nonsensical in the target language. Note: these translation requests cannot be cancelled. Nimda says, I don't know how I pronounced this earlier. Orek, 871 segments of the ROM were just ejected. We inquire the lab gives a status update. Orek says, Nixum? My communication line has been severed. It appears Nixum was among the segments that have departed. Romb replies, Yes, Nixum has been lost from the craft. As they report, we were cruising at a reasonable distance from the wall, but were hit by a pulse regardless. Also, as noted, this suggests a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of the wall's progress. Orek asks, Anything else of note? Romb replies, We are ignoring all commentary from Nixum that is inconsistent with our observations. Orek continues, Very well. You will move immediately to quarantine space with no further study. All in-progress experiments are to be cancelled. All remaining research associates are to be moved to the furthest segment from the wall. You will remain in quarantine space for 5 years. Romb, directions received. Orek continues, Is Nixem student Igos still on board? Igos replies, yes, I am reading you. Arik continues, the NSIRP requests a summary of the observations made along the wall regarding its speed of progress. Igos replies, of course. Our previous model predicted incorrectly. We had observed a linear pace of spread until now. The extent to which the wall moved is nearly an order of magnitude larger than predicted. We believe Nixem was correct. Our probing has changed the behavior of the wall. Nixem suggested that each object thrown into the wall breaks from the continuous forward flow of time and space. It is not unreasonable to assume that changing history has also changed the wall's fundamental properties. Orek continues, what was the timeline for the consumption of the universe before the probing began? Igos reports, at a linear rate of 114.66 million kilometers per year, we had modeled the universe's total corruption to occur in 67 billion years. Orek replies, does this data you have suggest a different timeline? Igos replies, we are not confident enough to create a new timeline at this moment. We can predict only that this timeline has shortened significantly. If linear growth is maintained, total corruption will occur at least in a tenth of this time, about 7 billion years. If not, then in the worst case, we may have as little as 2 years. Orek eventually replies, 2 years would be a very, very small amount of time. We need analysts on the wall to acquire more growth data, but it is far too risky to return the ROM to the edge of the universe. ROM chimes in. The segments ejected into the wall still have functioning instruments. We will monitor them for as long as we can. Vitas says, Orek, our segment is skirting the wall. We should be able to capture data on the next pulse. Record ends. That is the first, big block. We have read 24 records so far. How many are there in total? Okay, we're... Among Us? Who changed the title of this to Among Us? I mean, 1 second. 1 second is all I need to regather my strength. There's 1, 2. 47 more. So 47 entries remain. Well, we got through 24 of them, which is honestly pretty good. Yo, it's Legend 20. That's an old one. How the fuck Does drinking water supposed to help your vocal cords when your vocal cords are like in your lungs or some shit, right? You don't drink water into your lungs. Unless water goes past your vocal cords? Is this how a body works? Does water go through them? I don't know. Literally don't know. I don't know anatomy. I'm sorry. I didn't take a single fucking biology class. No, I did, but I forgot it all. All right? Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. This is interesting. No, when I drink the water, it doesn't touch the vocal cords. Like, clearly this diagram shows this. So, I drink water and it's all fake. All fake. It's fake. It's not real. The water that I drink does nothing. Literally doesn't do anything. Who constructed this hell? I just need a second. I'm gonna finish this book. Fucking book, I'm gonna finish it. What did the blacksmith get charged for? Stealing and forgery. I like this is a decent joke. So guys, at the pace I'm doing, I can finish this like at least. Guys, it's been 2 hours and 20 minutes. That's like 2.15 hours. I've read through 24. How many can I get through an hour? 24 divided by 2.15. I can finish 11 entries per hour. That means literally 4 hours left, which puts me... Ryan, that's not a bad estimate. Shut up. Actually, shut up. 2 hours and 15 minutes is 2 point... Wait a minute, no, I'm a fucking idiot. Never mind. Oh my god. You're right. You're right, Ryan, I'm an idiot. Holy shit. Oh my god, it's 2.25 hours. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I will be determined. I will finish this. I'm literally not worth the soul that was given to me if I can't finish this shit. I will bow my head in shame if this call isn't done and this fucking book isn't done at the same time. No, I'm not speed reading it. I'm not even halfway. However, A Piece of Firebark. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 265.404.locan.atil to iteration 197420.human.english. Note: multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. I'm sorry, I drank water. It happens. Emil says, yeah, we're in the right spot. You smell that? That's how you tell that the trees are mature. Or at least that nobody else has sapped them yet. We're going to take these taps and just wedge them into the tree about half an arm's length from the base of the trunk. Loxa says, okay. I don't smell anything in particular, though. Emil replies, oh, you don't? I'll get a piece of bark. Here, take a big whiff of this. Loxa breathes deeply, then coughs. Ugh! What on the surface? That smells fucking rancid. That's how you tell the trees are ready? It smells like the tree has been dead for 100 months? Emil replies, no, I'm serious. It's a piece of firebark. Here, have it yourself. Emil apparently hands it to Loxa. Loxa says, I just don't... it's wet, get it off! The fuck is your problem? Emil laughs. Relax, it's just a mushroom, never hurt anybody. Loxa stammers, it never hurt anybody. Oh yeah, there's no chance it might be poisonous or have something else horrible in it that you don't know, because you picked it willy-nilly right off the fucking ground in the middle of nowhere. Do you care if it kills me or not? Would you like me to shove it down my throat just in case it doesn't? Emil replies, Loxa, calm down. This isn't the middle of nowhere. I know this place. I grew up with Veda's own groundskeepers and farmhands. You don't think I can identify the most common mushroom on the forest floor? Nah, come on. I've seen, stepped on, breathed in, and eaten hundreds of these things. I'm fine. There's nothing poisonous here, not in these woods. If that weren't the case, we'd be walking past the body of some curious teething hatchling once every 5 meters. Loxa replies, oh, sure, shove the mysterious foul odor into the person who can't see his face without asking, and then get mad at them when they express a little bit of discomfort over it. Hey, let me ask you, if you closed your eyes and I socked you straight in the jaw, and then you said, you'll be fine, so you should just get over it, would that be okay with you? Emil says, Loxa, I'm not mad at you. Besides, don't you trust me? Loxa replies, it's not about that. Not everything is about you. I wish you'd... Never mind. Emil replies, don't. Come on, where are you going? Loxa, stop. Don't run off where I can't see you. I know. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. Loxa sobbing. It's okay. Emil says, hey there. Look, we came here to do something fun, right? Let's do that, yeah? Right here. This one looks like nobody sapped it yet. Take this and give it a good old jab, right into the trunk. When you see this, it's going to cheer you up. I guarantee it. I'm not going to cry. I'm crying. Tears. All right, we're continuing. Moving on. My voice is not in it to like... My voice is in it to do this stupid baby crying right now. painting will never be the same. Saber, currently translating. Iteration 209151.volux.n to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, the speaker's name is untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Verda. I have made a discovery to revolutionize painting forever. On the trail I fly through every day, there's this beautiful lake I always stop by. Watching the stars dance in the waters is so deeply healing to the soul. There's really no equal thing. But you shouldn't need to hear this from me. I'm sure you've seen my many paintings of them already. The most interesting phenomenon about this lake is the way it rises and drains over time. I imagine there's some great massive creature below the water there, causing the water to flood when it breathes in and lower when it breathes out. I've never bothered to stop and measure the time between cycles. I find it more fun to just discover what phase it's at whenever I stumble across it. But what is also so fascinating is the way the water changes colors every time it lowers and rises. That's right, it's hard to notice, so I don't blame you if you hadn't seen it before. But look at each of my paintings of the lake, where the configuration of the stars is the same, and the hue of the lake is ever so slightly different. I can't always replicate it perfectly, but I do try very hard. My last fly down the trail, I noticed it was at a level I'd never caught it at before. It was completely drained. There was not a single drop above ground. I could see the floor so clearly, all the packed dirt and smooth stones exposed to air, like I'd lifted some big tarp over an ancient city. Honestly, the stones themselves were interesting enough on their own, despite clearly having been washed over time and time again by the rising waters and eroded into a nearly spherical surface. There were still little edges and, dare I say, inscriptions that just hadn't been smoothed over. Or maybe they were getting smoothed over, but something was carving them back in every time. I've brought one of the stones back to the pyramid in the middle of the river. I'll be painting this one a lot, I'm sure. This, however, was not even the major discovery I made. The stones were all arranged in such a pleasing spiral that drew my eyes right to the center of the lake. And here I saw the tiny passage that all the water seemed to flow through, each time the lake filled and drained. This little hole was still big enough for my head to fit through, so naturally I did, and I could not believe my eyes. My antenna lit up an entire world of color. Every combination of hue and brightness and brilliance I could think of, all across the walls, in splotches and swirls that glittered and shone just as the stars. The pigments seemed to bleed from the dirt, running down into the water below, which was rising quite quickly, so I did not stay for too long. But my face had picked up all this wonderful purple dust that I took back with me, which I am now writing these words. I had been feeling somewhat unwell before making this discovery, but now that this lake has granted me what is undoubtedly a complete collection of pigments, my heart has never been so light. Perhaps with a better purple and a calm air, I may even finally paint myself. I cannot wait to show you what I look like. Record ends. Next record, Heaven and Hell. Saber, currently translating. Iteration 265404.chevron.goaxel to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. We find it along the outer edges of the surface, piercing through the thick and timeless layers of ice as a peninsula atop a sea. The oasis of cool grasslands and forests among the the biting tundra that separates the two ends of the surface, the one of heat and death, the cruel and lifeless underbelly of hell in which the unrestrained rage and fury of the first focus reign ceaselessly, and the one of ascension. Here we see the Wanderer's third son and daughter, which he had named Alus Seti, and they had well occupied themselves with their task as the Wanderer himself had given, which was this, an offering, a symbol to him by which their souls and intentions could be judged, to determine their fates and the fates of their children, which of two ends would house their eternal souls. And as his father's request, Alus in his head had grand and ambitious plans by which to impress him, which he shared eagerly with his sister. Alus says, Seti, you have certainly noticed that around us is a good and flat clearing, and that between this clearing and the great walls of the glaciers are these trees of considerable height, beckoning towards the axis. Seti replies, Could I have not? Alus continues, Surely from the endless dark, Father will never hear us, should every bay and bellow towards him be encased by these welds, let alone the facades of the glaciers. We must tear them down, and from their single meager heights raise an eminent tower from the sum of their parts, from which we can cry out to him and be heard. Alus was so fatefully enchanted by this idea, the pillar to scrape the axis of the sky, his mind could not have been swayed against it, perhaps not even by the Wanderer himself. But he did not feel the same fervor from his sister. As the surface turns, she did agree to his plans, but something buried and bitter gnawed at her that she had not the strength to defy. Alus says, Seti, I see you have worked valiantly to fell the forest for our cause. As we had agreed, and what wonderful work you have done. But to the east the wind is stifled still by the teeming woods, which have so much timber yet to collect. Why is it that you've stopped now? Seti replies, I know, Alus, but there's only so much strength to expend in a mortal body such as our own. I will return to the woods, should you give me a short time of repose. Alus could not have understood his sister's absconding from her task, and he immediately grew suspicious. But he had no choice else to continue with his own work. And indeed, Alus's incertitude of his sister's true desires was not as baseless as he had inwardly hoped. As he toiled and bled for the realization of his dream, Seti had been found beside him less and less, tending not to the undertaking of their lives, but to other trivial pursuits unmediated by her brother. Alus exclaims, What in the heavens have you brought me now? Seti replies, Look, it's a little creature from the forest. I chance it was removed from its parents somehow, as it looked terribly cold and afraid. Alus replies angrily, Enough! Go! Go? Have you lost your hearing alongside your sense of right? Remove yourself from the sight of the spire. Your hedonistic soul is poisoning the product of my labor. There is no clear rejection of Nyxum, no more obvious display of irreverence that one can perform than what you are doing now, playing with lowly animals in the forest when the fate of our eternal souls is in our own hands. Seti says, I will gladly leave. Since you brought me here, all you've done is attend to your every command and engage in your needless drudgery. And you have so awfully forgotten your temper with me when I could not match your breathless pace of progress. Why do you test me as if you think you are our father?" So, Seti abandoned her brother to his own, and Alus worked twice as vigorously to complete the spire of his hopes. Perhaps without the weight of his sister, he was more efficient after all. And at last, from the immense and untenable effort of his ambition, shaking and weak from his tireless exertion, the sun cried to the void, stood atop the tower he built, that brought him so close to the axis that the valleys and glaciers and mountains below smeared into a blur. The focus peered at him as an equal. His body became weightless and breaths became shallow. Nyxum appeared. But as it would happen, he did not approach Alus. Instead, upon hearing the call of his children, which he had known he would hear yet, and had waited so dearly and longingly for, the wanderer dove from the great darkness beyond the glaciers in a brilliant, scintillating streak of purple and white to the child who had disappointed him, abandoned her responsibilities, and defaced her brother's pure heart, to banish her towards the first focus. Seti had not even time to begin to beg for his forgiveness, though could she have anything meaningful to say. And in the horrible wastes of the caldera, her form was defiled in an inferno of agony, her skin blistered and discolored, becoming rough and awful, and shedding its fur. She shriveled and weakened, shrinking to a mere fraction of her size, losing all strength in her arms and legs, and her eyes peeled fully open, so that they could be burned and seared by the unbelievable fury and light of the focus for eternity. And while his sister remained there to suffer an endless inferno and horrible sands of the caldera until all of time came to close. Our mortal heads can merely imagine what Alus had been granted at the other end. Next record, Losing a Brother. Saber, currently translating. Iteration 265404.chevron.goaxel to iteration 197420.human.english. Note: multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Taran says, "This is longest he's ever been gone. Do you think something has happened?" Whereas replies, "Nonsense. Auric can take care of himself." Taran responds, "With the glacier dwellers being so unpredictable, I don't know about that. I think you should go out and look for him, Wayfinder." Whereas replies, "Auric was exalted. He can handle himself. The Wanderer will keep him safe. Casey is the one I worry about, but she took the risk knowingly." "But," Taran interjects. Mephet butts in, "Taran, quiet! Footsteps in the snow. I hear their return. Taran, you must step aside for a moment." Wares replies, "I'll leave you to it then. Come on, Taran." Casey, hysteric, "Wait! Don't go! Help us!" Mephet replies, "Is everything alright?" Casey responds, "No! Aric's nearly lost his arm to frostbite. We need to get him to the infirmary." "Did he find anything?" "Find anything? Find anything? You know what I found? I found your dead king. He's going to be right here in 5 seconds. Help him, please. I'm begging you." Auric says weakly, "Yes, Mephet. It is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." Mephet replies, "My word, it shines like a piece of Nyxum himself." unspeakably wonderful, remarkable. Casey exclaims, "Why doesn't anyone listen to me? Gah, get off me." Wares replies, "Casey, I understand your concern, but it is because Arik nearly gave his life that he has seen this reward. There is simply no other way. He is safe in the church again. You need not worry anymore." Arik continues, "There's more out there." Casey exclaims, "Let go of me. I just don't want to lose him. Every rotation he does something even more stupid and dangerous. Don't any of you feel the same? If I wasn't out there with him, he would definitely be dead. What would you do then? What would I do?" Wares replies, "I beg to differ." Casey interjects, "So I suppose you were there and saw what happened? Good. Glad I could get your opinion." Mephet says, "Casey, please, do not speak in such tones to the Wayfinder." Wares replies, "It's all right. As I said, I understand, but you should be proud of what your brother has done." Wares picks up the blade. "Mephet, keep this with him. I imagine he has plans with it." Record ends. Funky moth time. Time for the moths. Open arms for an endless night. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 209151.bollocks.n. To iteration 197420.human.english. Note, the speaker's name is untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Verse says, or is it verse? I said verde, other words, so I think I'll just pronounce the E. Verse. I packaged up my paper and pen. I checked my plans all over again. I counted up my pages in ink. At last, I'm ready to leave, I think. The darkness kept on rolling in. The hue of sky was saccharine. Fear pled with me to just stay home, but hope told me I had to go, and that no thing is past repair, lest this verse should disappear. The river found itself a friend, as I went up its every bend. Sure the source of the water would say, where some exit to the world did lay. Was this path some kind of awful mistake? I thought this thought, else my spirit would break. And how could it be? The water dried on top of some hill, next to some rock, unremarkable still. I had found no way to get out of this cave. This pile of stone all the world had gave. So I fell to the grass and sang of despair, while the lights of my head lit up the air. What did I see beneath those rocks? A crawling light between the blocks. I had to get closer to see what it was. I lifted the stones, the littlest bug, something alive and crawling around. I'd never seen such a thing in the ground. A massive hole it seems to have carved, with squiggles and symbols all it had marked. Up and down and across and below, etches and sketches in big endless rows. Then I heard a strange murmured sound, harmonic drones from the bug I found. They scooped and swooned like a beautiful song. I couldn't help but hum along. And the gentle adornments atop its head, big antenna, lights stuck to the ends. I too own a pair of those things, and I too so like to write and sing. Isn't that interesting? And despite that the sky got darker still, and with the fall of night all life would be killed, I picked the bug from its little cave, gave it a home with the paper I'd saved, watched with it the end of the day, and felt okay. End of record. Next record. The Sounds of Life. Saber, currently translating. Iteration 265404.locan.atel to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Dezun says, the most obvious thing is the noise. Last I was here, there was a noise. Even when people were mostly in their homes, mostly inside, there was noise. Pacing back and forth, talking, sharing a laugh, eating something, baking fruit and bread. You wouldn't hear it clearly, not like you were in the house with them, but it was unmistakably there, just dull echoes in the background of life. And then you'd have the sound from all the people wandering outside, plodding across the flagstones, kicking up sand, farmers rustling around their saplings and weeds, picking at fruit and grains, masons chipping and chiseling their limestone blocks for hours at a time, clacking them together to test their sturdiness, festival organizers hanging up banners and dragging carts and tables across the bricks of the plaza, the laughter and hollering of children and their parents as they played together on the rooftops in the windy firebarks. Now there's just silence. The wind carries nothing. It's so quiet I can hear my own breaths. My heart shakes my entire body with every beat. I want to stay and cry for the families. I want to cry so the focus knows I care about what was lost. I want to cry so I can hear the sounds of a person again. I want to cry so the tears wash the blood from my hands. But heroes must make sacrifices. Next record. The Quandary Entente. I know I'm mispronouncing it. Whatever. Saber, currently translating. Iteration 265404.locan.kalish to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. This treaty shall henceforth be known as the Clearstone Declaration, having been reviewed and approved by the merited leaders of the 13 sovereign tribes, is now submitted to the sun-kissed people for their understanding. In brevity, we, the Rockbiter people, recognizing that our culture is rich, storied, and important, that said culture is at risk of, and is currently in the proceeding of, a gradual destruction and dilution, that the sun-kissed people act recklessly and irreverently towards our heritage, despite being warned and reprimanded of their callousness of their activities. That the fragmented tribes of the Rockbiter people have, in any unprecedented fashion, voluntarily organized to whatever. Chat can tell me how to fucking pronounce this shit. This treaty, that we are causative, but have no choice but to safeguard that which defines us, shall now declare the following. Under further arbitrament by the Rockbiter people, the 13 sovereign tribes are bound superficially in the Quandary Treaty, must under penalty of dissolution abide by the clauses of this treaty. That the land of the Calderan Desert, bounded in ellipse by the Isletongue and Rockthorn River, and in parabola by the Lake of the Focus and the Terminator, belongs to the Rockbiter people, and the Rockbiter people alone. That the title of Rockbiter, as interpreted by the Declaration, is to be merited based on cultural acceptance, not physical characteristics. That is, any person hatched within this territory to two parents who are not recognized members of Rockbiter tribe are, by the purity of their blood, to be considered Rockbiter, regardless of the presence of ears, upward teeth, coldly colored scales, or any other physical property. That this land may be divided among the Rockbiter in any fashion, but may never be made sovereign under a sun-kissed leader. That any use of force is authorized to ensure the homogeneity of our territory, and bloodied hands are to be fully exonerated in any court of law, tribunal, or other judicial proceeding should the victim be a sun-kissed trespasser. That the intentional removal, burglarizing, or destruction of artifacts owned by members of the Quandary Treaty by a sun-kissed person or faction is an act of war, and must be met with satisfactory retaliation by all members of this Quandary Treaty, and that, should the sun-kissed people respect the clauses of this declaration, the members of the Quandary Treaty agree and promise that Sung's children shall not shed each other's blood. I need water. Doesn't help. I'm going to be croaking by the end of this. Nothing without its price. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 26544.Chevron.goax to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Call us 764/41 SWS. From the relative success of our initial campaign, I am surprised as to report that hell is actually a mirthful place. While I am myself quite mournful of my now shaven silver coat, and disturbed by the awkward and ungainly garments each of us have been subjected to. Oh, and of course, the ineluctable and tormenting heat of the focus. Most of the Crusaders have been too rightly excited by the demonic slaughter to truthfully consider how uncomfortable they must be. I find myself incredulous at the persistence of Ware's unit. They absolutely, for lack of a more poignant term, do not care. This is, dear reader, in sharp contrast to myself, who has been intensely sleep-deprived and irritable since our arrival here. Thankfully, Ware's either is unconcerned with my derelict state of morale, or its ugly face has merely sulked past his notice. The next stages of the Caldera's siege has been laid before us today. As an effort in the interest of our heightened efficacy, the Wayfinder is electing to split our single unit into 3 units, such we may launch a forked assault against the Loken. One of these, which the Crusaders have been somewhat comically drawing straws to be placed with, will attack at the heart of the Caldera, directly underneath the focus itself. At the site where the axis hits the surface. I am of the suspicion that most of us simply hurt for the prestige of having stood at the lowest point of this surface and lived to tell tales. But in compliment, everyone is most curious if the hushed rumors passing between Crusaders of the mythical Red Forest at the bottom of the Caldera are indeed truthful. Where it says, A Loken should be able to see the lording trees grasp for the focus from even here, where not even a single iota of their scent reaches my nose. Though I am, least to say, skeptical of this assertion. The others of the unit will circle clockwise from the Glacier Creek towards the rockier parts of the surface, opposite to our current direction of travel. We, as you may extrapolate, will continue on this path for the foreseeable time. Regrettably, I do not possess the capability nor the authorization to travel with all 3 units simultaneously. And as his scribe, I am instructed to keep with Eris's unit, which will be moving east. So, reader, you have the misfortune of recalling perhaps the most uninteresting campaign of the 3. If you would like to stop now, I trust you my pride will not be unhurt. Great, we can stop here. I'm kidding. I said I would continue. Just moments ago, Wares departed for the Caldera's center. This was after a passionate argument that Ware's appointed unit commander, Eris, had launched against the Wayfinder about the necessity of bringing their set of distress flares. Eris, quite logically, I think, argues that hauling them around, as difficult, heavy, and burdensome as they are, would be a gratuitous exercise, given the overwhelming lack of resistance that the Loken have displayed thus far. Wares unfortunately grew extremely frustrated at this comment, and with choice words made his stance on the matter unequivocal. So Eris and his team sulked off with their flares. 764/43 SWS. I have been quite well vindicated in my disappointment to have been separated from Wares, as an event of significant interest has already occurred in his leg of our journey, even before our paths had diverged that great a deal. Word has reached us that he has fallen upon the aftermath of an instance of Loken disharmony, and that the Wayfinder has adopted a wounded demon of his own. Many of us are quite bewildered that, after so many rotations of observations of the Caldera, this is the first instance of such infighting we have stumbled upon. Most would, I gather, reasonably assume that these hedonistic, sinful, and selfish wretches of hell would be entrenched in a constant inner combat, yet the signs of Nyxum gives us currently suggest otherwise. Whereas ambition is that the Loken, doubtlessly harboring a deathly fury to whatever other Loken wronged it and left it to die, will be happy to assist us in, well, something important, I am sure. This is what I am especially perplexed by. The notion that Wares somehow feels he needs assistance outside our units, and the Church to conquer the Caldera, and that there is any kind of assistance such a pathetic creature can grant us. I have tried to keep a sturdy policy of not voicing my concerns in the open, lest I irritate authority, but this particular question was of such dumbfounding character that it subconsciously slipped my grasp to Eris. Yet I am glad it did, because I'm stricken with the sensibility of his response. He reminds me the invasion has thus far been too easy, and Nyxum never allows such a relatively painless excursion to bear such fruit. In his words, the price has been too small for the reward, and so we must be prepared to use whatever possible to our advantage. That being acknowledged and in agreement, I cannot shake my doubt that anything will come of this strange attempt at rehabilitation. Wares reported it is in extremely poor shape, and that the Crusaders circle its dying body like hungry beasts, pestering the Wayfinder for a chance to end its life, or at least hack off a limb or two for a souvenir. While I do not think this disrespect to Wares will prevail, he is too stubborn for such playground tactics to work. I am assured it is succeeding at aggravating him immensely. 764/45 SWS. We were shaken this rotation by an uncharacteristic noise, which nearly sent my heart out of my throat and has indeed coldened the playful atmosphere among the rest of the Crusaders. From the center of the caldera, the distinctive screaming, clatter, and shining red streaks of a distress signal were clearly visible. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up, this one's freaking long. What? I made a friend. Audacity's still going. Audacity's not gonna have any problem with this. I'm getting hungry. You know. But I will continue. 3 hours. Gosh, I'm giving you all brain fungus. It's all gonna be Doughbyte from now on. How the fuck are 13 of you still listening to this? How? I want to know. I don't understand. I thought there'd be like 2 people by this point. Make it stop. That's amazing. You ain't yoinking hard enough, I'll tell you what. Just give me a second. All right. I made a friend, Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 26544.chevron.goexl to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, this record was unrequested. Casey. This rotation was a long one. Normally, I'm not very tired in the evenings here. Normally, I could sit here and whittle away at my writing bench for hours at a time, pouring myself and every crevice of my unconscious mind into these carvings until I'm either out of thoughts, wood, knives, or all 3. But I'm going to take a break, relatively speaking. I'm exhausted, yes, but I'm also confused. I don't really know how to put into words what just happened. It's beyond amazing, past incredible. An unbelievable stroke of, not luck, something even less approachable. I made friends with a Loken. Here, yes, here, in the vast, snow-capped trees of the Cragweld, far, far beyond the Terminator, in the biting and horrible cold of endless winter, and among the lurking beasts of the Iron Forest. A Loken just fell upon my doorstep, not even to use a metaphor. That is quite literally what happened. I had an arbeast on my floor, skinning its hide while its meat charred above a fire, amidst the howl of the wind and sliding of my axe against its skin. 3 slow, distressed scratches against my cabin port found their way to my ears. Barely audible, but distinct. It wasn't an arbeast. They never leave the forest. It couldn't have been a loose branch or rock carried by the wind, since the sounds were too slow and precise. Panic froze my heart as it realized it must, then, have been the children, even though there was no talking, no scent of another chevron's fur or clothes, and no reason to so oddly announce their presence. Still, I responded, the way I always envisioned, by slowly creeping to the cabin port, then splitting the door in twain with a single swipe, hacking the spineless hunter my brother had sent to kill me cleanly in half. Except, the door was certainly cleaved, but there was no inquisitor, no assassin with a shotgun poised at my head. My axe had hit nothing. Instead, I found a very odd aroma, ferrous and saccharine, like blood and sugar, the subtle sound of strained breathing, small and around my feet, and something soft and shaky grasping at my ankles. I reacted, prodding forcefully at the ground in front of me with the butt of my axe. Something groaned pitifully and yelped in confused agony. I paused. It is painful to reflect on this now and think of how long I paused. If I had taken another few seconds, maybe the Loken that was bleeding out on the snow in front of me, pleading with the very last grains of its strength for me to help, would have died. We were never told much about Loken in the church. It was near heretical to even discuss their existence, at least for those outside the royalty. My brother didn't want me to, but I would listen to his counsel from behind closed doors, where I was kept so I wouldn't disturb his business. And I would listen for one person in particular, the reluctant expert on all things demonic, Iglis. I would hear him discuss the caldera and the way they lived, how they built their houses, how they looked and felt and smelled and sounded, and how we could best murder them and enslave them and farm them for their blood. I always wanted to catch him as he left for his quarters and ask him some more. Even see if I could meet a captive, perhaps even tell him that I don't think Nixum would really care much if we massacred them or not, and that we should tell Auric that I knew better, of course. So when this Loken had been given to me, to say I knew what to do to save its life would of course be a lie, but my subconscious raced for those memories. What would Iglis do to save one? I picked it up, pushed its limp body firmly into my chest, and rushed it uncomfortably close to the open blaze at the other end of the room. I placed it right upon the bricks of the fire pit, close enough that it should have caught fire. The ferrous taste about the air was distinct, and I felt a nasty wetness in my fur where it had been against me. More than likely mauled by an arbeast, I felt it down and across, carefully examining its body for the first time. There were many things I hadn't noticed. It did appear to be wearing thick, heavily padded clothes, its neck, face, and hands hugged by a soft, fuzzy cloth, and something metallic and smooth rose from its back, which it felt latently warm. How peculiar its double-jointed legs were. My hand eventually caught a gash in its clothes. Immediately above its right thigh, I dug them past the outpouring of warm, cottony filling in its clothes, and to its raw scales, which were slippery with blood. It protested with a haunting moan. It muttered a string of sharp words in a foreign tongue, cursing at me, I imagine. I had dressed wounds before, of course, but never on something so small and fragile. My word, I was afraid, dreading that it would give up and collapse into a corpse before me. It would have been my fault had I not been able to save it. Some time before or after I got the bleeding to stop, it had passed out. I wrapped it in an animal hide, propped as much of its body before the fire as I could, and laid an ear upon its chest to listen for its heart. Fast and shallow. Was that normal? It took breaths and its blood moved. It was still alive, that's all I could say for sure. After I felt like I'd done everything I could, I left it alone. It has a bowl of water and a chunk of very well done Arby's that I'm hoping I can convince it to eat next time it wakes up. Loken aren't meant to eat meat, according to Iglis, but it's all I have. My hands are still shaking. It was exploring, wandering into a forest. Had a nasty run-in with the wildlife. This is the only logical conclusion I can come to. The Cragweld is so far from home for them, so deep into completely uninhabitable territory, that this cannot have been anything else. The clothes it was wearing justify this. The creature was completely sealed, even on the head, with thick and heavy insulation. Given that allegedly Loken generally dislike wearing clothes at all because it obstructs their skin from the sunlight in the caldera, this cannot be ordinary attire. And the metallic cage on its back, I have to postulate it's some kind of heating element, given their bodies don't even produce heat naturally. It was certainly courageous of it to come here, or was it just stupid? What if there are others? You don't just travel alone to some place so dangerous, do you? I should give it a name. Lucky. Yeah, Lucky should do for now. I think that describes it quite well. Next record. What was meant to be found. Saber, currently translating, iteration 26544.loken.atoll to iteration 197420.human.english, and iteration 26544.loken.kalish to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. A pair of frantic footsteps barreled through the quiet peace of the ash morgue. Gray sand and glowing spores danced in the wake of two Loken as they sprinted through the foggy plains, running from something obscured in the distance. Coming to a small dip in the dunes of ash, they turned sharply behind a wall of rock to stop and catch their breath. The orange one, whose limbs had dulled black and gray with soot, hurriedly surveyed their position. Forward, back, east, west. Nobody seemed to be nearby. Good. She lugged the beige cloth duffel from off her shoulders and let it plod into the ground, embedding slightly beneath the dust. Hurriedly, she reached into the bag and produced a scintillating purple crystal from within, and grasped it in her bare hand. She turned to her accomplice. Jayla, gasping heavily. Are you... Shit, no, this doesn't look good. Oh, fuck. Timur says, don't touch it. The red Loken collapsed against the rock wall, her tail falling limp between her legs as she slouched forward, trying not to bump the long wooden arrow that was embedded through her ribs. Blood oozed slowly from her back, staining the stone and dust below in a deep crimson. Shakily, Jayla placed the crystal as close to her friend as she could without it touching her, letting it greedily soak in Timur's blood. Jayla says, Shit. I need to take that out so we can... Timur interrupts. No, we have to get out of here. You have to get out of here. Jayla replies, I'm not going to fucking leave you behind. Come on, why did this have to happen? Timur screams in agony. Jayla continues, Shush! I know, but you have to stay quiet. Pulling from the tip, Jayla slid the arrow out of her accomplice's back as she wailed in anguish into the calm of the foggy air. The puncture bled more violently now. Jayla took her robe in her arm and wrapped it around Timur's body, saturating it with her blood. Timur, heaving in pain. No. Jayla, I don't want to die. Jayla replies, You're going to be fine. Everything will be fine. Shit. I hear something nearby. No, how did they already? Swiftly, a black-scaled rockbiter dropped from the top of the wall, landing with a thud between the two and dashing to restrain the red Loken on the ground. Timur gave a pained attempt to struggle to her feet, but was immediately tackled by the rockbiter and placed into a chokehold. The black Loken angling herself around Timur to ready a small ornate dagger against the flesh of her neck. She shakily moaned in fear and grasped in vain for her throat. Evjar says, "You don't move or she dies." Jayla scrambled to collect the crystal from underneath Timur, quickly pocketing it in her robe. She had just begun to sprint away, leaving her duffel in the sand, but stumbled and froze in her tracks as those words reached her. Evjar continues, "Sun-kissed scum, thieves, hand me the bag." Jayla replies, "Fine, take it. Just please don't kill us. We know we broke the treaty. We'll leave. You can escort us to the border, and we will never come here again. Please, I'm begging you." Get real with this J shit. Actually get real. I'm going to be a little bit upset about that. How do I know if it's the ya or the J? How are you supposed to know that? Whatever, I'm continuing. Evjar looked back at Timur. She grunted pathetically, holding her bleeding chest, drawing agonizing breaths as she struggled to slide out from underneath the blade. The rockbiter lifted her dagger slightly and raised an outward palm to Jayla, motioning for her to stay put. "You will wait here. I have no desire to kill you. I will get help, and then we will drag you back over the river." Following Evjar's footsteps in the sand, a second black Loken appeared. A proper rockbiter, with a couple of disproportionate upward-facing teeth, a set of gray horns just underneath, with which a pair of big floppy black ears jutted out, and a simple soot-stained cloth tied with a belt around her waist. She carried a massive steel axe on her shoulder, the huge, almost ceremonial kind all real rockbiters were never seen without. Evjar stepped calmly away from her, giving the chieftain room to walk. Her eyes locked hatefully with Jayla. She marched straight past Timur, Jayla, adrenaline crashing through her in waves. The menacing Loken closing so quickly towards her, tried to dive and to sprint again. But she was too slow, and in one clean arc, the axe hummed through the air and splattered Jayla's skull into chunks of viscera across the plains of the Ashmorg. The rockbiter dipped to her headless body. She tore away Jayla's blood-soaked robe with her free hand, threw it out into the ash, letting the heavy shard tumble from its pockets and land in the soot beside her blackened feet. She stooped to retrieve it, cupping the jagged droplet of glass in her palms, and grinning madly into the swimming depths. Timur's jaw hung agape in shock. Tears streamed slowly down her face. A blood-curdling wail fell from her mouth. She collapsed on her side, rolled onto her elbows, and vomited into the ash. The rockbiter stared into the gem. Romal and Kalish, you can't hide what was meant to be found. Then she slotted it next to the others on her belt and quietly walked back into the fog. Next record, the Fifth Deity. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 26544.loken.atl to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Dejil says, Mom, you don't look so good. I think you should stop. Syl saying weakly, Dejil, I can't. I've realized something important. The most important thing about the tablet. The reason the gods gave it to us. Dejil interjects, Mom, please. Syl continues, No. Looks over her shoulder at the blue Loken hatchling, sleeping underneath a lamp. Look at what it can do, Dejil. It is life, creation, rebirth. Why would we need it? What would we need it for? Why did they wait to give it to us? The shrine, the glass tube on top of the shrine, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. Why is it there? It must have been full of something, else the tablet would not have had the power to conceal itself for so long. And that amount must have been calculated, because the gods would not do something like that without reason. When the fuel ran out, it revealed itself to me. Why now? Why was it set to reveal itself now? What if something horrible is about to happen? What if the world is about to end and life to be washed away, and the gods to die? And they have poured their will into this one artifact to give us a chance to survive, to rebuild once everything is gone. We didn't want to be, but we are the only chance life has left on the surface. Whatever is coming, the tablet must outlast it. And it wants blood. Dejil yelling, Mom, stop! She tries ripping the knife from Syl's hand. Syl groans. I need you, please! Don't be stupid, please! Syl crying. I know you just wanted to have a normal life. I did too. It was nice to have one. I had friends. I felt the sun. I didn't have to pretend everything was okay. But we have to be like the heroes in the stories now. And that means... it means we have to make sacrifices. Dejil pleading, Mom, we can figure this out together. Everything will be fine. Syl replies, Do you know what we must do now? I am not ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new one. Tending the Garden. Saber, currently translating. Iteration 768220. Osmite.silver to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. If you are reading this, you have been born anew. There will be no memory of your past lives, because by the time these words have been understood by you, those past lives will have been replaced by the one you are living now. And just as you were replaced and are now reborn, you will be replaced again. The 5 million year history of this universe will pass in a span of time that is so short, it is impossible to be measured by any possible instrument or be detected by any possible thing. The universe heals quickly and beyond perception. Just as a cloud is not a sphere, a river is not a straight line, and a mountain is not a cone, our universe is not a box. Like everything in the natural world, the universe is a fractal. From its root, we apply transformations. over and over again. The state of everything gets passed through a function over and over again. Things change slightly each iteration. The rules are always the same. The difference is constant, but the results are fascinating, infinitely complex, intricate and detailed to a level unfathomable by any mind within them. We have a word for this: beautiful. They appear as if they had to be the result of some intelligent design, but there is none. Just as a farmer planting a tree does not design the tree, the one who planted our universe does not design our universe. Just as the tree decides how it will grow through a set of simple, iteratively applied rules, our universe decides how it will grow through a set of simple, iteratively applied rules. Just as the tree is not static and will react to changes, lopping off a branch might cause it to regrow in a different configuration. Cutting the bark may cause it to mend in a different pattern. Our universe is not static and will react to changes. What does the root of our universe look like? I know, because I have seen it, and the Nixite have seen it too. Though they do not comprehend what they see. The fractal wall is no wall at all. The universe has become large and expansive, and like a nautilus shell, it has now begun to grow against itself. They do not understand that their iteration is the only one to see the wall because theirs is the one tendril that has touched the root again. And they do not understand that they rewrite the entire universe with every probe and instrument and piece of debris that is injected into it. The universe is not healthy anymore. It is poking itself in the stem and it is bleeding. Consider how many unique iterations have been lost and rewritten by the experiments. The eckworm of the 154373, once a thriving and simple collective, now forced to scavenge for life in a desolate, heartless wasteland of hellish gravitational anomalies and exploding stars. The Volux of the 209151, who were once a tightly knit society of asteroid-hopping moths, are now a disparate and lonely people doomed to live lovelessly inside the dead geodes of space. The Loken of the 265404 once could exist at peace with their brothers of the North, but are now tormented by needless war, destruction, and loss. And these are but a few. When the gardener notices an unruly branch growing from their tree, one that unbalances the tree, endangers its health, throws the other plants of the garden into shade, and threatens to spoil everything that has grown, what will they do? They snip it off, of course. Chaos through order, life through chaos, order through life. Water. Moisture. $700 days. Hold on, give me 1 second. Chugging a loop? Oh my god, that sounds horrible. Guys, you know there should be a distance iteration. I'm serious. Dead serious. Yes. It even fits his format. It's one of the iterations. The car driving. No, not no, not Pixar's Cars. Illegal. It's the Distance universe. No, you're wrong. All wrong. Listen, I will literally not stop pestering Bread to use this number until he either makes the Distance universe or something else. He needs to use this number. What about a species that evolved wheels, you know? That'd be interesting. They drive. How do they even work? Wheels. Beancan27, you're actually wrong. I've been reading for 3 hours and 30 minutes. What if the planet's like, what the universe is just really flat, you know? Problem solved. Wheels are good. I'm taking a voice create. Minecraft Steve probably would evolve wheels. He gotta go really fast. No, Jay, don't you dare imply that I'm done. What did I say? I said that I would not leave this call until all of it was read. Every single sentence will be read. And if it's not, I will perish here. Perky, I don't understand this. How would I still? It's 3 hours of reading. I thought it'd be like, the fucking Supreme Dorian would be the only one here. I know. I need to take a break. Need to take a break. My voice is not going to like me tomorrow. I'll say that much. I will only have rasping left in my dictionary vernacular. Oh my gosh, hold on. Capital, there is a fucking, hold on. There's an Eager Raptor animation that I want to get a screen cap from. It's awesome Snake when he starts growing the fucking tree. Metal Gear Awesome. Where is it? I think it's Metal Gear Awesome 2. He got blown up by a tank. Oh, god damn it. I don't think I could find it. No, I found it. Just reminds me of this. Sorry, when you mentioned fractal antenna. It's from this fucking video. Metal Gear Awesome. Fucking video is like over 10 years old. Holy shit. When you have a play, you know, but it's like not just a play. Real knives, though, like you wouldn't do this art like service if you didn't die a few actors. $700 days. Saber, currently translating. Iteration 7682221.nixite.un to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, this translation set is especially difficult. Sentences may be nonsensical in the target language. Orex says, the NSIRP is pleased to welcome everyone. Problem. Our universe ends in exactly 719 days. The computations that came from our partner, Vitas, are accurate. They have been verified against all other observations of the wall's progress. We are now extremely confident that the wall has switched from linear to exponential pace of growth after being studied by the ROMB. This is bad. The fate of reality is now in our species' hands. Saving the universe is the greatest and most improbable undertaking any living thing has ever and will ever attempt, but we are equipped to try. Let us begin. Nimda, all right. We will say what everyone is thinking. How can the wall be slowed or stopped? Igos, not by any means we know of. In our experiments, the wall did not react to any kind of stimulus, electromagnetic, physical, or otherwise. We have not observed matter or energy affecting it in any way. Our hypothesis was that fractalization is a property of space itself, not of the matter within space. Of course, we also found that this relationship is not symmetric. Matter does not affect the wall, but the wall does affect matter, in very curious but predictable ways. We found that instruments would report 768,221 identical copies of themselves when placed within the wall, each one with an iterative spatial offset that implies seemingly impossible changes in location. Copies would, according to readings, undergo translation and rotation by a constant factor in the pattern of a spiral at a scale much larger than that of our own universe. At home, we interpreted this observation as evidence of the little box theory, the hypothesis that our own universe is just one of many little boxes, within a massive array of others that grows sequentially over time as new universes are born and die. This theory, as some of you know, was the basis on the founding of the Nixite Society of Interrealistic Preservation, so we are ecstatic to see supporting evidence. Holland says, what can we say with certainty about the existence of other universes? If this is happening to our universe, surely it has happened in a past one as well, and perhaps the patterns of the wall in the past can enlighten us about its eventual behavior now. We also think it reasonable to assume out of 700,000 universes, another species has seen this phenomenon before, and perhaps encountered and solved this very problem. Ulrich mentions, unfortunately, effectively nothing. For some time, the NSIRP has internally been working on a project known uncreatively as the Reconstruction, an effort to recreate the conditions of past universes such that they can be simulated. We believe this is possible because it has proven that our universe is in some sense deterministic. That is, given the same set of initial parameters and physical laws, all events will transpire in the exact same way. Therefore, as was postulated in the groundbreaking paper, Practical Non-Paradoxical Backwards Read-Only Time Travel, we may be able to see past events of our universe by extrapolating the current state of the universe backwards to, for lack of a better term, guess past states of the universe. Nimda says, so should we continue this line of research? Ulrich says, it seems unpromising. The reverse introspection of past universes may be possible, but it will not successfully transpire in under 700 days. Zelen says, correction. The time travel that we outlined in our paper has been done. We were able to accurately reconstruct up to 3 minutes of real events that had happened in our lab from entropy reverse data derived from measurements of what would have then been the future. Admittedly, this was after spending 8,000 years of computing time over another 5,000 years of captured data. Yes, we recognize this is not helpful. Nidus. Ulrich, how far back into the past can we find these other universes? Ulrich. Given that we must at least go back before the beginning of our universe, we will just definitely more than 3 seconds. We estimate closer to a couple million millennia. There's also the problem of where they are. It is not entirely certain that these universes will exist within the same space as our own, so just looking backward in time might not be enough. Igos says, may we interject? Ulrich, of course. Igos, we would like to point out that the team on the ROM was able to pass a probe through the fractal wall into the space beyond without losing it. What was beyond the wall, of course, was not much more habitable than the wall itself. But this begs the question, what if our best chance is not to stop the wall, but to escape it? What if we settle the hyperverse? This does not necessarily save the universe, but we are intrigued. Should we intervene? Record ends. Oh, these records are getting really fucking long. The Genius of the Summit. Saber, currently translating iteration 265.404.chevron.goexl to iteration 197.420.huma.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Where's? Before me is the path to the summit of exaltation. It is winding and long through steep slopes and unstable ground. The weather is often brutal and hateful, a choice of pounding rain or freezing snow amidst wind that tackles you, unlike even the most wild of Nixum's creatures. For the boy I have beside me, it will be his first journey along the path, though I am used to it. This is a sacred place. It is far, far away from the noise and disclarity of civilization. It is dark and cold and rains with the purest water on the surface. It is high enough in the clouds and far enough towards the glaciers that only here can one bask in the glory of the wanderer, can one seek an audience. But, and this is the genius of the summit, it is not high enough to kill you. Ages ago, my father, Ryman, brought my brother and I here. Every adult in the church must be exalted by Nixum before they are allowed to proceed in his service. Yanis and I had just become adults, so it was time for him to decide if we were worthy. and so he had done to Ryman and his ancestors and theirs. Ryman was, of course, worthy. He is perhaps the worthiest person I know. Ryman was a wayfinder, the honored line of warriors said to be destined by fate to carve a path through the glaciers to Nyxum. Of course, that tale is older than time, and what we know now is that the Nyxum would never acknowledge such an egocentric and brazen act. The wayfinder's role is more subtle now, but the legend lives on. With life, we have learned nothing is free. Everything has a cost. Every cost must be paid, and every payment must be earned. Yanis stepped towards the darkness. Ryman and I stood back. Alone, he knelt before Nyxum. Alone, he waited breathlessly for judgment. Honestly, I was worried for him. I thought briefly about how life would be different without him, were he not chosen, but I dare not make a sound. Even my breaths were silent, and the surface was silent too. A minute almost passed. Then a streak of purple shot through the darkness beyond, emblazoning the endless black of the sky with an unfathomably brilliant hue. The world quaked with the wanderer's iron voice. A low, horrifying screech that galvanized my spine would have made me shiver with awe had my father not been watching. A stiff gust followed, sharply brushing back the fur on my head and stealing my breath. Then as quickly as he cried out, he lay silent. Yanis was exalted. Ryman was wordless, though I knew he couldn't have predicted much differently. The son of a wayfinder not being exalted? Such a thing was ludicrously far-fetched, I had resolved. I still feared for my life as I approached the summit myself. I still shook at the drop below me, and felt the silent, piercing judgment of my father behind me as I knelt before the rocks. This time I did not stay completely still. My heart and mind could not be quieted. The earth felt like it was being squeezed out of my lungs. Every second was an hour. I didn't count time. I just stared down, seeing with what little light there was the cragged, lifeless stone below, and hearing with what little echo there was from the wind in the trees below the depth and hardness of the chasm. As the chilling silence of the glaciers rang in my ears, I kept my head down. As the breeze turned cold and calm, I kept my head down. As I heard footsteps approach me from behind and felt their weight shake the ground, I kept my head down. As I heard my father's axe hit the grass, I kept my head down. But the genius of the summit is that it's not high enough to kill. My memory of the fall is hazy, but I do know I don't remember being pushed off. I don't remember hitting the ground. I just remember everything afterwards. Limping from the forest to avoid the beasts, tending to broken limbs, cutting off things I couldn't save, starting fires with dried pines that had luckily fallen out of the way of the rain, felling the younger and softer trees with simple stone hatchets, trapping and killing animals with pits of loose soil filled with sharpened pikes. I couldn't have been down there for more than one rotation. When I climbed all the way back up to the tip of the summit, still bloodied and broken, I didn't bother kneeling again for the wanderer's judgment. I knew my debt was paid, and I returned humbly to the church. As I now walk with Callan to the summit again, I didn't tell him the story of how I survived. That would be just unfair, after all. We braved the path, easily enough for me. I came with him to the tip of the chasm, where the echo of the wind once again fell gently against the night. He tried to stay spirited and strong in front of me, as I did in front of Ryman, but he had no need to. I wasn't going to care how he composed. He stayed before me while he waited for Nyxum's judgment. That judgment wouldn't take long. I knew he would do fine. Within seconds, the great purple flash, the thunderous quake, that stiff burst of wind, the wanderer liked him. Of course, the genius thing about the summit is that it's not high enough to kill. what they deserve. Saber, currently translating iteration 26544.chevron.goexl to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Every rotation, he does the same thing. At the darkest hour, when the clouds are at their heaviest and the focus is most obscured, he leaves the church and meanders towards the vast darkness beyond the glaciers. Because, as they say, the wanderer's reward only comes to those who pay a price. The farther out he goes, the worse the conditions, the colder the air, the thicker the ice and snow, the more there will be to see. And in his fashion, these rewards emit no sound, no aroma, and make no vibrations, only glowing with a deep purple light. As this is the most difficult to find, exciting the weakest of the chevron senses. If it were not difficult, he thinks, there would be no reason to give them. So every rotation, at the same time, at the darkest hour, he leaves, and every rotation, at the exact same time, 8 hours later, he comes back. Mephet meets him at the gate, asks what he found. Every time except one, he had returned empty-handed. Every time except one, there was no gift for his efforts. The only likely explanation was that he simply wasn't trying hard enough. So he stopped traveling with his sister, who would grow frustrated with how reckless he acted towards his own safety, and would walk farther than the site of the last axe he had been gifted, farther than the ice-carved homes of the glacier-dwelling chevron, who quietly watched him pass by every rotation, farther than any light from the focus could reach, still nothing to be found. And at the precipice of the darkest hour, before he would properly leave for these journeys, he would always kneel and wait at the church's edge, hoping Nixum would send a sign, a direction, an expectation, anything to aid him on his travel. But it would never come. And Arik would press on regardless, knowing that such a piddling prayer would not be enough to pay the debt. Every rotation, at the darkest hour, he is alone, away from the church, for several minutes at a time. Before he departs, there is never much anxiety in the church. The king's advisors always know he is about to leave. Naren slinks away to his quarters, happy to know he won't be bothered for a while. Iglis racks his brain with the next list of people he needs to talk and things he needs to do to keep his Loken healthy. Wares is not here at the moment, but if he was, he'd probably watch the king lumber out as far as he could, knowing he is the only person ever allowed to follow, but too respecting of his lord's honor to ever consider it. Casey is gone as well, as she has been for a while, but she is not as far as anyone thinks. Every rotation, at the darkest hour, he is outside the gate, alone. At the church, there is a small rustling, a few tiny footsteps. There is a slight tinge of an odd, sweet smell. The advisors recognize it as the scent of Iglis's Loken. Iglis, however, finds it a bit out of place. At the gate, nobody is watching. At this rotation, at the darkest hour, while he is alone, Mies buries his axe straight into Arik's heart, killing him instantly. Record ends. Record commands. Saber, currently translating iteration 265.404.loken.atoll to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words are replaced with mnemonics. We have a note from Syl. What I know. The tablet has powers, but must be given commands. It must be powered first. At first I used my own blood, but it responds to anything organic. However, the amount of power it receives from different things varies a lot. Anything that comes from a person is by far the best. Plants are an order of magnitude worse. It can sense my fingers moving across it. It latches onto anything organic moving above it with odd beams of green/red light. This is how you instruct it. Different gestures cause it to do different things. I haven't figured out many of them. Most are very complicated, and there is no feedback for correctness. It can travel instantaneously, bringing anything nearby with it. This is what I showed Amel, and I thought it could do it at first. And all I thought it could do at first. Whenever it is on, it travels to a specific place underground in the Rockthorn mine. Whenever it is off, it falls out into the nearest space of open air. This is how I found it. This can be disabled somehow. I did it by accident, and I don't remember how. It can transmute things into living things. I've been able to turn just about anything into firebark, sprout. If watered and planted, it will grow like normal. I tried feeding the bark back into the tablet. Unlike any other organic compound, this does not power it. With a gesture I unfortunately cannot reproduce, I turned a limestone brick into a loken egg. Like the firebark, the tablet does not want it back. It is blue and spotted with white. I have been incubating it, but it hasn't hatched. I hope it doesn't. Many gestures simply turn it off. After a small popping noise, the tablet darkens and no longer responds. It must be revived by giving it more organic material. The vast majority of gestures do this. It has encouraged me to find a more consistent way to feed it. I have been sweeping up and taking leaves and branches, but this is not sustainable. At the center is an odd purple shard. It is a deep, beautiful magenta. It has the feel and look of glass, but is completely flawless. No scratches, no dents. It has the shape of a pike or spearhead. The point is polygonal and sharp, but the base is smooth and flat, almost as if it were a slice of a sphere. This implies there may be others chipped from the same sphere. It was behind the 4-piece lock. I did not solve it, I just chiseled it off. A set of strange symbols are suspended within. They are very distinct from the writing on the tablet itself. It is the source of the tablet's properties. If removed, the tablet becomes lifeless as stone, no longer absorbs anything, doesn't glow, etc. It becomes increasingly desperate for organic matter when taken from the tablet. I cannot get near it without feeling sick and bleeding from my nose. I might be imagining this, but while I hold it, I feel this extremely strange and powerful urge to run off in a seemingly random direction towards Rockbiter territory. I keep it locked in the tablet. Using it has an effect on my body. I am growing small red-green crystals along the ridges of my horns and across my neck and back. I did cut small pieces of my skin from these areas to feed it. I need to be selective about how much people know. I'm tricking Amel into thinking the only thing it can do is teleport. I really wish I hadn't told him anything. He is pushing heavily to know more. I'm sharing everything with Dejil. She doesn't play with her friends anymore. She seems as anxious and depressed as me now. Click out of 1. 2 is binding. Just give it a good whack with the hammer, and now it's open. Oh my god, so long. Are these logs getting longer? I feel going crazy. Dejil's daughter, Saber, currently translating iteration 26544.locan.atoll to iteration 197.420.human.english and iteration 264.265.404.chevron.coaxel to iteration 197.420.human.english. Yeah, we're not out of the big chunk yet, but think how good it's going to be when we're out of the big chunk, you know? We have... You guys are fucking crazy, by the way. Loxa. I had never before felt such peace. The crippling pain throbbing through my skull. The terrifying feeling of metal in my eyes and blood pouring down my face. The regret I left for leaving Emil and Syl behind. The weight of it all gently floated away, as if I had been submerged in a gentle stream, my thoughts peeling from my body to dissolve and flow harmlessly downstream. Slowly, numbness consumed my fingers and toes, then my arms and legs, then my heart. I let death's warm arms embrace me, and then I was gone. This did not last long. Something loud and violent shook me from my repose. My mind had become sharp and clear again. That haze of serenity dissipated in an instant. The feeling in all my limbs slammed back into my mind as if my soul had crashed back into my body. I was somehow encased in some tiny airless shell. I couldn't breathe. My heart pounded again. My head ached sharply with an agonizing echo of the dagger's pain. I tried to wrestle free of my confinement, but could barely move anything. Every sound was muffled and submerged. The pain, the horror, the regret came flooding back. Like a bucket of ice cold water poured over my back, taking what little breath I had and freezing my heart and soul. What was happening to me? This is my punishment, isn't it? Gods, no. What have I done? What was I thinking? How could this have happened? I want to see Emil again. He loved me and I let him down. I ruined his life for nothing. It was for nothing. No, this can't be happening. No, no, no. I rocked back and forth like a scared animal. Maybe this was all just a dream. Maybe I'd wake up and... Crack! The shell around me burst open. I poured out onto the ground, slamming stomach first into a dune of soft, warm sand. My tail followed through and hit me in the back before coming to a stop on the sand itself, curling up instinctively. I laid there for a moment to catch my breath. The sky was cold. Gentle raindrops fell beside me, singing like glass as they hit the ground. The sound was odd and disorienting, or otherworldly plinks on some cosmic instrument, crying and laughing and yelling like people. Where was I? Slowly, I came to my feet. He got fucking isekai'd into another dimension. That's my headcanon. Anyways, continue. Oh. Slowly, I came to my feet. I tried trotting around to gather my bearings. Sand. I can't be lost somewhere in the Calderan Desert. I was in Rockthorn. There shouldn't be a grain of sand for kilometers. I didn't feel the focus anywhere in the sky, but the ground was warm, uncomfortably hot, even. I could hear something faintly bubble underneath the surface, in between the haunting notes of the rain. One of the drops hit me on the bridge of my head. I grew oddly frustrated by it. I tried to swipe the liquid from my face, but nothing was there. I heard voices in the distance. They sounded like children and laughter. "Hello?" Loxa said. Something began slowly approaching me. It carried those voices on its back. As they got closer, the joviality left their tones. I stepped backwards and again, until I stepped on the shell I had fallen out of earlier. It cracked and I slipped. The smell of blood wafted around me. Dejil, is that all you have to say, daughter? Loxa says, what? Dejil repeats, I said, is that all you have to say? Loxa continues, I'm sorry. You wound me, daughter. You wound us. The voice of deliverance was smooth and calm and mournful. He spoke in a wailed tongue, a language I had never heard before, but inexplicably understood. I rose from my back onto my knees, the shell of my cracked egg rolling in circles beside me. I know you want me to return to Kraza so you can rest. I know that you know I cannot do that. Loxa exclaims, why? Why not? Do not use this tone with me. You are lucky I am intervening. I love you dearly, Loxa. This is why I am hurt. The rest love you even more. This is why they will be less kind. Loxa says, did they love me? Did they? Why was I born blind then? Why did you make me an outsider? Why did you let everyone I love lie to me? The rain grew heavier. I kneeled before deliverance. My body shook and tears rolled down my neck. My lungs burned. The drops sung a calming melody now as they hit the sand. Sung does not like it when her gifts are taken for granted. You were supposed to understand that your circumstances do not define you. You let them define you. You rejected kindness when it came to you, but you carried bitterness to the grave. Loxa, all I could do was sob. I fell to my elbows and cried. He was right, wasn't he? I did no good on the surface. Bitterness, what did I deserve? Again, I will not send you back to the garden at the center of the focus. The others do not want to punish you, but they will. I do not want to punish you, but I will. A stream of muffled voices erupted from behind me. They were deep and scratchy and alien, falling from far above. It shook me from my tears, and with wet eyes I turned to more closely hear them. Dejil says, unfortunate. We will meet again. Do not waste your second chance. Yaris, Ingoaxel, let me kill it. Come on, you can consign me with this one. I found it. Dessa says, are you kidding? I'm not touching anything the Wayfinder doesn't shove into my arms. Yaris replies, none of us have seen a Loken in weeks. Everyone else has been getting to kill them but us. Please, Wayfinder, this isn't fair. Dessa replies, don't just call him over. Alright, bye. You can deal with this mess on your own. Wares enters the conversation. Stay, both of you. Yaris, I'll remind you that your orders still exist even when I am not around, and you will be punished for insubordination regardless of whether I am right next to you or not. Yaris objects. Insubordination? We were told we could kill Loken that gave themselves to us. Wares continues, did this one give itself to you, or did you just find it on the ground? Look more closely too. See it in the light? Black scales, never been recorded before, stabbed through the eyes, and left to die here. I believe this is a sign. More than that, it's an asset. Someone tried to kill it, but it's still alive, and because the Loken are such a disorganized and hedonistic collective, I can guarantee you it has no sense of code or brotherhood, so it will lead us straight back to whoever it hates most if we promise it revenge. Then when we're done with it, we can finish the job. Symbiotic relationship. So, here's what you'll do. You're going to start acting like an actual servant of our cause, like you took an oath to, and return this sorry, bloody flea back to camp before it dies and becomes useless to us. And you know what? I'm feeling generous. If you can do that without complaining to me again about how you're not having enough fun in hell, I'll tell Iglis to let you lop off its tail once it recovers so you can have something to hang on your mantle. So go! Record ends. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last of the block. The Halls of Sculpture. Saber, currently translating, iteration 25644.locan.atoll to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, some translations are ambiguous. Ambiguities are marked like this. The obsidian structure of the halls towered against the crimson jade sky. Crimson/jade sky. They reached like grasping fingers towards the blinding light of the focus's core, shining with wonderful color against its unstoppable glare. The sweltering heat that poured from the core burned against Lotus's skin. Her knees were roughened and rasped against the hard stone on which he'd kneeled for hours, and the heavy smell of iron from crashing rivers of blood that flowed around her and between the inky pillars from which it bubbled out made her feel weak and faint. She had fallen to her palms, her head hung down towards the floor, heaving every breath with effort, tired, thirsty, in torturous agony, and more than anything else, afraid. Every Locan is basally familiar with this torment, but none are meant to have their souls with them when they endure it. None are meant to recover the painful memory of their sculpture from the primal crevices of their brain. Such is the only reason why the gods accept a process that has their children see such misery. All they are meant to remember is the pleasant sands of the outer shell, the warm embrace of Dejil, and the freshness of their newly woven soul. But some would ask for more. The bubbling of the ebony fountains slowed to a stream, then a tiny drip, and soon ceased altogether. Lotus watched the last drops of Sung's blood run calmly down the surface, stained a deep, inky crimson, before their rushing noise fell silent altogether. Deep echoes resonated through the focus. Lotus felt the halls tremor with a series of immense quakes, which formed shuddering waves in the pools of newly still blood around her. They hammered the ground at an agonizing, plodding rate. Each convulsion of the stone below rocked her knees against the floor, scraping her skin like sandpaper. Her head pounded with pain, and every one of her racing heartbeats punched needles through the fibers of her body. She fought to keep herself awake. The jolting grew louder and louder, closer and closer, as Sung approached. Lotus kept her head down and eyes closed. The shuddering rhythmic beats of Sung's massive hearts suffocated Lotus's ears as they grew ever closer, the flooding and pulsing of their chambers shaking her tiny skull as they pounded through the air. At last, Sung's many legs stepped forward one last time and came to a rest. The god of blood's voice booming with the depth of an ocean. "Look into my eyes, Lotus." The kneeling Locan lifted her gaze slowly. No minuscule fraction of the nightmarish anguish her body endured could approach the heart-stopping, gruesome dread that gripped her broken soul as her eyes met those of Sung. The 100 draconic heads of the god of blood stood in contempt against the sky, glimmering under the light and heat of the core. Their eyes were black pearls with radiant, piercing pupils, from which blood trickled slowly and fell sharply to the ground. One of them lowered its massive neck to meet Lotus on the floor, close enough for them to smell its iron breath. It spoke with crushing force. "You are not my child. You are a vile, horrible mistake." Blood began to drip from underneath Lotus's own eyes. Her skin boiled and itched. It felt as if her tissues would peel from her bones. She collapsed to her elbows, nearly about to faint, her eyes still locked with Sung's blood-soaked head. "This is my blood you have wasted again. This is my flesh you curse with your tablet again. This repugnant defiance of life you have made denies Kraza and I your old body, and Gamel your worn soul once again." The roaring thunder of her voice rattled Lotus's whole body, until she could no longer sit upright. Her conscience began to slip away as she collapsed onto the searing floor. Rotten, empty vessel, pray to us no longer. With the lording pulse of her heart's accelerating, Sung lifted the massive clawed foot of her right leg and brought it down against Lotus's corpse. Crack. A newborn Lotus peeked her snout from her brilliant rosy verdant egg and gasped desperately for short, shallow breaths. She instinctively scrambled to tear away the shell and toppled over onto a fabric sheet, soaking it with fluid from within. Oh, this is a name. Heka? I'll say Heka. Heka says, "Oh heavens. All right, little guy, come here. I'll wait for a few more of your friends, and then I best be going for today. I'll be back with more food, okay?" Record ends. And with that, the chunk has been conquered. The chunk took 1 hour and 59 minutes. The majority of this is done. I'm gonna need a second, please. I'm gonna finish this. How many records are left? I think there's like 30. Fuck. How the fuck do you write so much? Holy shit. That's insane. How did he write so much? There's so much lore. There's so much lore. There's so much lore. It's so much lore. The reading. The reading. The construction of the words. Oh my god. There's so many words. The words topple into each other.
We are... So, wait, so we have 28 left? Oh, we're way more than halfway. I can see you. You don't need to raise your fucking hand. Discord's been open the whole goddamn time. Put your hands down. Oh my god, the guy getting hit in the crotch with a hammer. Yeah, Wolframite, are you... Post it. Come on. You post it again. Let's see what... What did you post? Actually, fuck you. I can go... There's a log on this server, you know. I can see it. I can see everything. I see all. Yeah. What about this? Deimos, you wanted to share this with the class? God, he gets fucking mauled. That is like brutal. But you know what this story is like teaching us? Nothing comes without a price. If my voice disappears, that is the price that must be paid to bring the Doughbyte reading to life. The peak is not high enough to... This will not kill me. This fucking lore will not kill me. I will read until there is nothing left. Okay. First you have to hear my bones breaking. The creaking and the cracking of the bones. The twisting of the spine. I have to pop my vertebrae really quick. Oh, they're not relocating. I will come to Florida. That sounds fun. Having never seen a rocket launch in person, that would be so cool. That would literally like make my life. See a rocket in person. It'd be so cool. I gotta see it up close, you know. Oh. I want to feel that. I want to feel the sound going through me. Watching the flame trench. What a way to go. If I was, like, terminally ill, that's how I'd go out. Flame trench. Well... We have rested by the side of the road for long enough. The last stretches before us. We shall make the rest of the journey. Loose ends. Saber currently translating. Iteration 265.404.loken.kalish to iteration 197.420.human-English. Also, iteration 265.404.loken.atol to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, some translations are ambiguous. Ambiguities are marked like this. Evyar in Kalish. Chieftain over here. I think I finally see someone. They look official too. Romal replies, yes, I see. Indeed they do. An outpost. A little bit of fence. Wonderful. This is the first thing we've seen in sun-kissed territory that even slightly resembles a border. Let's go. Naima is asleep, apparently. Evyar says, well, do we wait for him to wake up? Romal replies, I would rather not, Evyar. I'd like to get on with this. And give me your blade, please. We don't want to scare anyone out in the open. Evyar, very well. Clears throat. Hello? Naima, in Atoll. Nah, no, you don't touch my hornbread. I made it myself. Huh? Romal, in Atoll. Excuse me? My name is Romal of Ashmorg. I'm accompanied by a convoy from my clan, Evyar. We're here on peaceful terms. I'd like to visit a friend who lives somewhere in the peninsula. I do apologize for shaking you from your sleep. Do give yourself some time to wake up. Naima replies, whoa, I am... Of course, it is an honor to meet you, sir. Or, no, is that how I should address you? Well, I've never met a rockbiter before. Chieftain is fine. Aye, chef. I mean, chief. Not one for formalities, are you? Anyway, you're the first person we've seen so far that looks like they might be in some sort of control over the borders of your territories. Can you tell us where we are relative to the peninsula?
Naima, well, Chef, you're looking for Fettis Woods. Then you're in luck. The entrance is right behind me, so you can go on through if you'd like. Evyar says in Kalish, he's not going to ask us anything about who we are or why we're here, or search us to make sure we're not carrying weapons. Romal replies, quiet. You see that note on his desk? Romal and Atoll, Watchman, my apologies. I should have asked earlier. What is your name? It's Naima. But, you can call me Watchman if you want. I like it. Sounds official and important. Usually people just call me the Trail Boy or whatever. Romal replies, uh-huh. Naima, I have something about a missing Loxa and Syl on that note you have. Oh, dear me, I nearly forgot. I'm such a dunce. I was supposed to tell everyone who came through about this. Yes, a rotation or two ago we had some members of our community here go missing. This red/green fella came up to me handing out these weavings with names and descriptions so I could spread the word. Apparently they were good friends of his. Let's see, Loxa is deep bluish or black-scaled, kind of young, has clouded eyes, and matching perpendicular horns. And Syl is white-scaled with parallel reddish-greenish horns and amber eyes. A little older. She has a daughter who's gone missing as well. Really small, red/green scaled and brown horns. And she was last seen carrying around a stone tablet with strange markings by a strap around her shoulder. The community here is pretty tight, so word travels fast. They've already been a couple parties looking around the outskirts of the forest, but no dice so far. You probably walked a while to get here. Maybe you saw either of them? Romal says, unfortunately not, but we'll come to you, Naima, if we see anything. Thank you, Chef. I don't know either of them, but you could tell when people around here are down, and it really mean a lot to us if you could tell us anything. Thank you, Naima. We'll be on our way. Bye now. Enjoy the peninsula. Did she say she was old friends with someone in the peninsula? I wonder who here is old friends with a rockbiter chieftain. Evyar and Kalish. Someone with a stone tablet is missing. Whoever that is may know we're coming, or perhaps he's lying. Romal says, the tears are still drawing me here. He is not the one hiding anything. The one who submitted the report is no wiser either. He would not have so mentioned her disappearance, let alone that she had an unusual tablet with her. They're clueless as ever. What of the other one, Loxon? Either one you have it. Either one may have it. But remember, Evyar, we are not here to kill. Negotiate first. As we've seen, it's difficult to make someone disappear without notice, and we're not here to start a war. I understand, Chieftain. May I have my blade back? Of course. Metallic ringing from a green flash of light. Here. Decimation. Saber, currently translating, iterating 265.404.chevron.goaxel to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Taran, your attention, children. Mephet's presence honors us today. Rise now for our king. Everyone, sit down. Yanis says, so about... Mephet replies, about what, Yanis? The church has been attacked. You want to know what I found buried in Arak's back? Iglis, you tell them. Yanis, it was a Loken. We found a Loken axe. And it couldn't have been a weapon of escape. None of them have weapons, nor probably the strength to use them, nor really the opportunity to escape. Mephet continues, children, this is now the most important chapter of our existence. Arak's memory will live on through the completion of his vision. But As Nyxum has now very clearly stated, we have no longer the time to enslave and breed the demons into the reservoir. The scope of this activity was clearly too large, or our progress simply insufficient. Instead, we will fill it with the bodies of every single Loken on the surface, and curtail their entire pathetic race's existence with an indiscriminate slaughter. Naren, you have spoke of this before. Alight the Terminator. It will be trouble, but we can deal with the smoke, while they cannot. If you have warheads, ready them. Ensure that Wares is informed of our plans before you begin. On his word, we will fire. Naren giddily, as you wish. Mephet, Iglis, you have worked extremely hard to gather and sustain a body of Loken for the church. Your efforts do not go unrecognized. That said, you will kill every single one you have collected. And for this task, I believe it would appease the Wanderer well to use his ask to do it. Do not take this privilege lightly, Iglis. I will not, my lord. Taran, I have some diplomatic work for you. This endeavor will take a combined effort greater than what we alone can provide. The Loken have crossed a sacred line. This may be a serviceable catalyst for another alliance with the Glacier dwellers. They are, as us, a people of honor and duty. They should well see the heinous error of the Loken. But my lord, would such a partnership not discredit us in the Wanderer's eyes? The most important exalted on the surface was murdered. Taran, retribution should be our first and only priority. Yanis, complete lockdown of the church has been declared. Once we adjourn here, I want every single warm body in our building to scour this place from corner to corner for any trace of Loken presence. Iglis, will you make sure the scent of our captured is washed away once they are killed, as not to confuse you? Our teams to search the church and surroundings for any trace of Loken presence, and should anybody find one alive, they will end it immediately. You are not to worry about saving the blood. Interrupted by hurried knocking. Is that you, Farai? My lord, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have received an extremely time-sensitive communication from Wares. He is requesting reinforcements in the caldera. Eris's team says that they have anticipated a much greater evil in the caldera than anyone has anticipated. There's something down there tearing them to pieces. I quote, "We just pissed off a god." Ooh, moth time. The wacky moths are back. The wacky wavy, whoa, wavy, what? No, I'm here. Mute? What? What do you mean mute you? You're in... That doesn't even... What? How? Why? Okay, fine. You asked for it. Have fun being muted. Bush. Get iced, dummy. Did some carbon-based life form just say ice? Get iced, dummy. Alright. The sun sets. The sky is a misty haze. Oh wait, no. Fuck, I need to read the header first. Saber, currently translating, iteration 209.151.volx.n to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. The sky is a misty haze of gray and red. A firm breeze rustles the grasses and trees atop the vast canyon that is Verti's home, joined by the frothing, crashing haste of the river below as it winds aimlessly among the solid clay walls. Barely audible is the slow pattering of rain as it tears as tears fall from the crimson sky, lit dimly by the fading stars. Among Us. Verdi hops in and out of the adobe rooms that make up the canyon walls, stopping often to admire the handiwork. It is not delicate and precise, but it is meaningful. Every space has its own subtle charm, a ceiling that's oddly high, a clever layering on the walls that decorates them with flowing lines, a column or arch that joins with the floor in a decorated base. They stop in a room that is overgrowing with vines and mosses. Originally they were going to tear them out, but their roots grew such interesting shapes and patterns on the floor and walls that it actually enhanced the space, as if it was something Verti themselves wanted to do but never got around to. So they had to keep the plants around, if only this once. It is dark out now, and Verti has to use the amber lights on their antenna to fully make out the lines and curves the plants have drawn. The designs make them happy. They make them forget, if only for a moment, the recent gloominess of the outdoors. The lights above have always faded in and out, over time sure, but it has never been this bad before, as long as they can remember. It isn't bright enough that the light bouncing from the opposite walls of the canyon can illuminate the inner rooms. It isn't bright enough for them to carve out and sculpt a new hallway or staircase or balcony. For the first time in a long time, Verti has to take a break. The inactivity gnaws at them. Why am I not working on my kingdom? There's so many places left to make. The canyon needs a bridge, and the entire opposite side. There are many rooms in there, sure, but there's no proper entrance yet. Maybe this one should be like a system of tunnels that worm chaotically through the earth, with a series of holes every one in a while to let in a bit of light. Oh, and what if there was one big loop in it that just kept bringing you back to the same place if you kept following it, but it looked like you were going somewhere? That would be different and fun. Who cares if it's kind of dark out? I'm going to do it. Verti pulls themselves up. They hadn't realized they were staring at the moss so intently that their face was nearly pressed against the wall, and when their glowing antennae are pulled from the surface, the Verti is washed with a wave of horror as pure darkness closes in, stranding them in the void. How long had they been there? The sky, the lights were gone. The world in impenetrable darkness. Their own orange aura is all that remained to just barely illuminate their home. Verti scrambles to the open air of the canyon and peers upward. A single droplet of rain pokes them between the eyes. The noise of the river and the wind sound their clamorous voices normal, but nothing is visible within the all-consuming darkness. Just the sand and silt around Verti's own feet, bathed in the warm glow of their antenna. The only two stars left in the world. Verti slouches to the ground, their lights bobbing before their eyes like the leaves of a swaying fern. Maybe this is just the valley of some sort of big cosmic cycle. Maybe it'll come back eventually, and I can get back to work. Maybe my own lights are good enough. No, I can't see the space of anything. This won't do. It will be okay. They'll come back eventually. You know, maybe a break is a good thing for me anyway. I have quite tired myself out working all the time now that I think of it. Deep hyperspace. I seriously thought that said Nvidia for a moment. It's no joke. That's Nvidia. Okay. Let's continue. Saber, currently translating iteration 6768221.nextsite.un to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, this translation set is especially difficult. Sentences may be nonsensical in the target language. Nimda. Igos. A report on ROM 10. The candidate segment has been detached from the main ROM body and fully fueled. Its space-time coil tether has been, in violation of safety protocols, unhooked. Synthesis engine is fully attached to candidate segment and is now online. Data ligature for ROM has been forked and is clean. An endpoint is ready for you and OREC. Igos, we are warning you once again, despite being fully understanding and ultimately in agreement of your rebuttal, that this flight is using unchecked launch parameters, which presents a significant risk to our equipment and should be considered. Igos says, we appreciate the attachment to protocol, Nimda. OREC, Nimda has given the green light for the hyperspace dive. We do not necessarily interpret the assessment as green, but we understand the situation. Flight ROMD/10 is authorized. Understood. We are now leaving. Wish us fortune. Igos. Finally, theory is the same as in practice. The synthesis engine is outputting a shield that holds extremely stable under the hyperverse. We are ecstatic to see the progress the ROM has now made. Igos. From ROM. Igos, more detailed readings from the probes are being collected now and streamed to your endpoint. Which probes? No probes were scheduled for launch along with the dive. No probes are even on the board your segment. We were referring to the set of probes that were launched as part of ROM/6. That is fascinating. We were previously unable to capture any unusual data from these probes, aside from their spatial transformations, plus a near instantaneous loss of contact in experiments with Nixum's large radius probes have caused us to assume they've been destroyed. Hypothesis, are they still out there? And has your presence in deep hyperspace allowed us to more clearly reach them? Question, are we still seeing exactly 768,221 copies of each probe? Nearly 768,220. Exactly one probe copy has been destroyed for each. It seems to have gone under... It seems some have also undergone manually initiated splitting, however each remains fully operational. All split probes have also received sources of fuel and have since left low power mode. After all this time, exactly one copy of each having been completely destroyed, a surprising number, is it not? And on that subject, how is it possible that some have been manually split and powered? Where are those receiving fuel from? Igos note that the readings for environmental conditions coming from each probe, each is extremely different, suggesting they have landed in each of the past universes are now recording their unique state. This is immensely useful knowledge to us, and we suggest it is stored and replicated to high availability immediately. We are in heavy agreement, OREC. This is intriguing as well. We've locked into the split probes. They are picking up extremely high levels of ultra-dense product compounds in their surroundings, which are being catalyzed into power. The fact is perplexing, to say the least, given this extreme rarity on our own universe. Igos, look at the readings. We are overwhelmed with excitement. Exenic languages, texts, and conversations of alien life. It is simply incredible. We cannot believe our eyes. Undeniable proof, concrete examples even, of culture and peoples from universes long past. This is going to revolutionize research. Question. ROM, of all the probes that are well-powered, may we obtain an interface to them? Some, but not all, have sufficient fuel to assume manual control. May we? OREC, urgent communication. Something is attached to the outside of our segment. The integrity of the segment is compromised. We are unleaking. The segment used for ROM/10 is unrecoverable. A log has been attached to your endpoint. Nimda, start preparing ROM11 immediately, please. Record ends. The funky monster bag. Oh my gosh. Bit of a shame. Saber, currently transmitting iteration 209.151.bollocks.m to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Rushing wind. A flute and guitar play a slow, calming tune. Vibra says, "You know, pal, now that you mention it, I could see it too. It's getting awfully dark out. Never been like this before." The music continues. "Oh well, maybe those stars up there have finally run their course. Can't have a good thing that lasts forever after all. Bit of a shame, ain't it?" The wind slows. "Aw, pal, don't be so melodramatic. It ain't the end of the world. I'll still be here. Hell, we'll all still be here. Not a single thing on this planet really cares if the light shines or not. We've been to the hidden city. Those buggers have made it doing just fine, all without a single ray of sun. The grass grows just as it does up here. The way I see it, there ain't a thing for us to worry about." Music continues, quieter. I know all we need to keep going. The buggers will do it. Scratching, plants will do their crawling. I'll keep strumming along to your lead, my friend, and everything will be just fine." Wind picks up again. "That's true, ain't it? We never have paid the roof of the world a visit. It's probably something special up there. But I don't know. Guess you could say I'm afraid of heights. I can only imagine the view. Shame I never got to see it." The music continues. "Gives you an idea, don't it? Hey, if a little tune every now and then is what keeps you from sputtering out, maybe it's time for them stars. Poor things probably can't hear us droning away down here. You think that's why they're so gloomy all of a sudden?" Guitar stops. "Alright, pal, we've got nothing better to do now, do we? Pack your things. If I could save the world, it'll make a damn good story to tell the buggers, and things will be easier for us all after all, won't they?" Howling wind. Yeah, I know, I'm trying to focus. If you don't stop distracting me, lay off, pal." No, I haven't found a damn thing yet. I'm starting to think maybe the stars just broke and fell off the ceiling or something. There's not a sign at all that they were here. And hell, would you quit doing that? Are you trying to get me to fall off and lose my place? The wind abruptly shifts. Huh, over where? What? Wicked, you're right. There is one here. It's... Oh, what is this? What the hell is this thing? You know, I ain't sure what I expected a dead star to look like, but this is looking something like, I don't know, the root of a plant? Okay, sure, it does make some sense, but we've never seen a plant light up before, now have we? I suppose that's crumbling rock. Ah! Boy, you're lucky I can still use me wings, aren't you? Can't pull a fast one on me. Pal, the damn stone crumbled under my arms. When I'm sure you had nothing to do about it, right? For your sake, I'll just assume the rock was weak because the roots of the star here were softened up, alright? Let me just... Would you look at that? There's the hole, and more roots. Wouldn't you know it? We had some stars that were underground this entire time. How about that? A lot of stars underground, my word. I wonder if we can keep digging. The wind slows. Oh, don't be like that. This tree or whatever you're clawing the roots of is probably the size of 10,000 of me. You'd think it wouldn't mind. Besides, this is way too cool to just run away from now, pal. Malfunction. Saber, currently translating iteration 768. 221.nixsite.un to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Note, this translation set is especially difficult. Sentences may be nonsensical in the target language. Zelen. Reconstruction Test 1. Assembly failed. Power draw exceeded parameterized limit for the subsurface lab before equipment was able to finish. Lab administrator was sent request for power limit increase. was denied on the premise that requested power level would darken an entire globular cluster in 4 seconds. Request was later granted upon IGO's commitment that any cluster would be eaten by fractals in under 2 years anyway. Reconstruction test number 2. Assembly was aborted midway as lab nearly became stranded inside star due to complete power loss. Note was taken to tune power draw so that at least some fuel was actually left for the lab itself. Lab was promptly warped to a second cluster and evacuation order was given to residents. Reconstruction test number 3. Assembly was postponed due to staff shortage. Many heads are needed to monitor the system in case of failure. Safety constraints were not met for this attempt. Covalis partners are currently being pulled between many promising projects. We are certainly in no shortage of the staggering inspiration that led to our reconstruction breakthrough. Reconstruction 4. Assembly finished. Reconstructed Eckworm immediately died because of near-zero ambient temperature in staging chamber. Ulrich directed us to NSIRP literature on common requirements for ancient life. Request was submitted to raise temperature and pressurized staging chamber with nitrogen-heavy mix of gases. Staff, including ourselves, were enamored by the Ickworm's corpse. We held a very short memorial. Reconstruction test number 5. Assembly was postponed due to equipment malfunction. Raising ambient temperatures to Eckworm's habitable standards melted transistors in staging terminals because of undetected coolant leak. Let this record state we petition not to use liquid-based cooling solutions for lab computers. Reconstruction test number 6. Assembly finished. Eckworm was physically healthy but mentally unstable and extremely hostile. Suggestions from OREC students failed to calm the creature. No form of environmental or stimulus change helped. It was moved to observation before our next warp. Staff agreed to try a different sapient creature in the following test. Reconstruction number 7. Assembly finished. Loken appeared physically and mentally healthy. Upon direction from Ulrich, some staff were able to have a conversation with the creature. It was highly amicable and asked us many questions. Ulrich noted that they were very surprised the Loken exhibited no signs of fear or confusion, and expected response. It was moved to observation before the next step. Staff were somewhat melancholic to find that the contained Eckworm had died of unknown causes. We postulated it was overwhelming stress of its confinement. Reconstruction test number 8. Assembly finished. Volux appeared stable but lacking in mental energy. Glowing lights on its antenna faded quickly, and the creature entered a depressive state mere hours after its assembly. Ulrich noted the evidence showed the physical health of a Volux may be closely tied with its mental health, and should be given a creative outlet. We could not find a way to force the Volux to take up any creative pursuits. Consistent with Ulrich's comments, it eventually withered away. To our bewilderment, the previously assembled Loken was also found dead of dehydration in its habitat, despite having full and fresh supply of water. Ulrich reassured us this is not normal. NSIRP administration advised canceling of further tests, noting something may be wrong with our equipment and additional resources would be provided. We accepted. Staff is extremely confused but optimistic about the results of these tests. Why are these notes being admitted to the translator? Because I want to keep them. Record ends. The Dark Whispers. Saber, currently translating iteration 265404.loken.kellish to iteration 197420.human-English. Note multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Tink. Vetta's chisel hit the ball again. It hadn't even shown the smallest hint of damage despite his desperate attempts, but he continued. Tink. The ball wasn't quite a sphere, more like a polyhedron with many glassy faces, polished and smooth and cut to an unreal level of perfection. His attempts to crack the object had been a result of his denial more than anything. It clearly was of an impossibly strong material, one that could never flaw, let alone to the likes of his piddling stone tools. But he continued. Tink. Vetta, of course, understood what the kids didn't. This was no toy. It was a construct, a tool perhaps dreamt and designed by a being far greater power and ambition than even the gods of the focus. He understood that it could be instructed to perform unworldly, impossible things, even things the focus could not. He understood it was powered by dark arts and was voracious for the fabric of his body and soul. He understood too much, and yet nothing at all, but he continued. Tink. The inky purple void within the sphere called to him. He heard the ancient whispers of dark secrets, unspeakable words and unknowable knowledge from the depth of the darkness far, far beyond the Terminator. The unearthly shifting dance of the glyphs suspended within shook his heart with fear. It must be destroyed, he thought. Something this, his insignificant self, could even dream of accomplishing. But he continued. Berkey, what the fuck is that? I literally had like a mini brain aneurysm when I saw that. Veda's chisel began to slip. Exhausted, out of breath from his desperate exertion, he let the tool fall loosely onto his workbench and leaned backwards until he was caught by his chair. It beckoned him closer. He tried to move away, but it pulled him in. Furiously, he took it and peered into its edges, violently searching for any sign of damage or impact at all. He knew there would be nothing, and of course there was no scuffs, cracks, or dents on the sphere's glassy surface. But something else jumped to his vision. He feverishly pulled his spectacles up to his right eye and peered close into the ball's surface. A nearly imperceptible hole, right atop a point where several of the glassy faces met. He ran his thumb across the edge. It was nearly so small he could not feel it, but it was there. Madly, he darted around his workspace for a piece of something that was small and thin enough to fit. Definitely not his chisel, not a piece of limestone. He could never get it thin enough, not even a blade of grass or a strip of bark. He grasped for his knife, and with incredible caution sliced a razor-thin strip of keratin from his horns. It nearly dissolved in proximity with the sphere as he brought it close, but he managed to fit it into the slot. With the screaming clatter of shattering glass, the ball fractured perfectly along its edges. It split into segments, which pulled themselves apart and fell away from one another like petals of a blooming flower. Yelling, he instinctively hopped backwards and beheld from a wary distance the set of fragments. Each was shaped like a long pyramid, whose base once made up the outward face of the ball, and whose point was once at its center. It reminded him a bit of the colorful jewelry that came out of Rockthorn, except instead of having bright and warm colors, with a brilliant luster and shine, this was dark, cold, and evil. The piercing ring from the piece's separation echoed painfully in his ears. Surrounded by them, he suddenly began to feel very nauseous. Veda turned from his bench, pausing for a moment to catch his breath before collecting another pair of gloves, a fabric robe, and a rough sack, which he slung around his shoulder. He had to get rid of those. He had to get rid of these. There was no other way. They couldn't be destroyed. They couldn't be understood. The only thing he could do was to use their own powers against them to hide them, so they could never be found by another living being. His vision shaking, Veda swept his left hand over the fragments while making a strange, precise gesture, then carefully stashed each of them in the rough sack, moving in exaggerated arcs to keep the shards as far away from his body as possible. Melly says, "I heard another scream from up there. You dead yet?" Veda replies, "Nah, sis, but I am done with this. This is enough. It's enough. Those goddamn kids should have never played around Clearstone. I'm getting rid of the ball. Now come with me, would you?" Melly says, "Well, I know you don't really care, but I think this a good idea for you. You've been spending more time with the silly ball than you've been with me, or with your saplings." "Of course I have, sis. Did you want me to just ignore the ball of literal magic that a bunch of weird kids dropped on our doorstep?" Melly replies, "Give me a break, Veda. Not your wizard material, you know. Gods, You can barely get your shoes on in the morning. I'm going home. Make sure you come back when you're done with this, alright? Veta replies, focus above. Don't leave in such a hurry. Alright, let's get a hole going. Then we'll lay them in a bed of rocks. They don't eat through rocks well. Do that trick that makes them invisible. Then repeat that in a bunch of places. And nobody will see them again. Here's a tumbling rock. Melee, are you back to give me more of a hard time? Lotus says, Hi, Veta. Do you have a minute? Record continues. The final... We now have 1 of 6 chunks completed. How many records do we have left? 4, 14, 16, 22. 22 records remain. However, I read 22 records in like an hour, so I think we're getting pretty close. The march continues. Oh my god, this record has a tiny scroll bar. Jesus Christ, he makes them fucking longer. This is unfair. Oh my god, they're so long. Novels are unfair. He would literally fucking write a book out of this. Holy shit. There's like an actual, like, small book worth of material in this. Like, what the fuck? I'm screaming and crying and malding at how much material he's written. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna read it. Saber currently translating iteration 265.404.locan.atel to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note multiple words are intranslatable. Untranslatable would have been replaced by mnemonics. Note some translations are ambiguous. Ambiguities are marked like this. The young Jayla and Lotus sat lazily beside one another against the walls of the shrine. The tablet and the ball, which had one of its teardrop-shaped segments pulled out and locked in the tablet, were kept safely close by. Jayla played with the loose fibers of the weavings above her with her clumsy fingers, while Lotus sipped slowly from a small bowl of mud-reed soup she held shakily in her palms. This one was rich. This one was tasty and rich, and blended and minced well. Yet it had become a bit lukewarm over time. Heke had brought it as a treat, concerned that the ball's creations didn't have enough nutrients for the hatchlings, or that perhaps they would run out of blood and go hungry. They weren't at any risk of that any time soon, but she still hoped she'd see them with another box of it by the next time. They weren't at any risk of that any time soon, but she still hoped she'd see him with another box of it the next time he stopped by. Lotus had given Jayla a bowl as well, but she left it untouched, sitting on the stone between her legs as she twaddled with the loose weavings above her. Somehow their strands had already begun to rot away. Perhaps it had something to do with the tablet chewing slowly at their organic structure from afar. This just meant they'd have to redo them eventually, which was all right, as despite being only a few months old, the two reborn Sunkist already remembered everything. Lotus eyed her friend's uneaten soup. She peered into Jayla's bored eyes with unease, and Jayla pretended not to notice, continuing to stare away from her. Oh no. Jayla, you should eat. I don't want to. I'm not hungry. You are. You're not eating for so long. But I'm not hungry. Just do it. That new body is bad at telling you when to eat. It was awkward and laborious for any of them to speak, but they could just barely squeak out understandable sounds. The teal-scaled rockbiter child, Kyle, laid in a curled ball on the other side of the room, right beside a small wooden tub of his own blood, whose lid was perched lazily atop in an attempt to prevent it from spilling over. The raised center of the shrine obstructed him from Lotus and Jayla, but Jayla seemed to stare straight through it, into the closed eyes of the young rockbiter. Lotus, it is very lucky of you and I are born first. Yes. We have a chance, Lotus. Romal's egg isn't here yet. Kyle is just hatched. We can get rid of them both. And then the ball belongs to us. Lotus says, Heke will not like that. Jayla replies, we could kill him too. No, we can't. Think about it, Lotus. I want us to have the surface back. And with us here, it would be so easy. It would be so easy for us. Us, to be queens, empresses of the whole surface. No more rockbiters ever. Lotus says, no, Jayla. Jayla's beaming, toothy grin faltered as she looked at her friend, who took back at her with an awful mixture of unease and disdain. Disappointment washed cleanly over Jayla's own face. The orange hatchling dropped her eyes from Lotus's, locking them instead to the tablet at her feet. All this time, and she was still like this? It'd be so simple to siege everything right now. Why didn't she want to? Lotus says, you need to stop thinking like this. Everyone is trusting us to do the right thing. Isn't that what you want? Do you love anything, Jayla? Jayla bobbed her head up and down in a hasty, non-committal nod. She lifted her eyes again toward the shrine's center, like before, in the exact direction of the rockbiter at the other side. As he slept in the shrine, Kyle dreamt of the high hills. He dreamt of the glacier creek that flowed ferociously and vigorously through them, of the little cottage and farm where he lived that was only moments from its crashing waters, of his friends and siblings who used to tie together meager rafts and set themselves loose upon the waters, just to try and see how long they could float down the calmer forks before falling in. Kyle says, Hey, Hesse, idiot, come to this side, the raft's gonna topple. Kyle was always upset at his parents, how they would lecture him and his friends about how dangerous being on the water like this was. Why are they getting mad at me for supposedly hurting myself? Why should they care if I fall into the water and get cold for a little while? He only came to realize as he got older that they weren't mad at him for not following the rules. They were angry for making them worry that they were going to lose him forever with every stupid stunt he pulled. Hesse replies, No, it's not, Kyle. There's more wood on this side which balances it out. Kyle exclaims, Oh crap, there's a rock in the way, we're gonna flip. Truth be told, he always enjoyed falling into water as much as he dreaded it. It was an exhilarating rush, an awesome story to tell the other kids, and something everyone who lived around the Glacier Water Creek could relate to. As it happened again in the dream, it felt just as real as it always did. He got tossed around by the waves, went under the water, over the water, couldn't breathe, and caught the taste of blood in his mouth. His brother Hesse floated away from him on the raft, as he was left under the river's waters. His left leg and arm were stuck under the rocks, and as he tugged, he could not turn them loose. The icy water that choked him turned dark and red/green, and closed in faster and deeper around his body. Kyle was torn from the dream to find his tiny lungs clamorous for air, his eyes filled with red/green, and his mouth with blood. His arms and legs swung violently, trying to grab something, push him away, tell him where he was, but they were restrained. and his body had no energy with which to resist, so they merely fell limp, tied to his sides. He gargled quiet, helpless cries. He just kept trying to breathe. There was only blood to fill his lungs. His vision swam with darkness and his senses felt dull. He tried to breathe again. His lungs were squeezed still. He lost feeling in his hands and feet. His vision went black and his whole body felt tingly and numb. His mind felt no peace until it went numb and cold as well. Jayla removed Kyle's face from the tub and gently lowered his still body onto the floor. He made a lot of noise and spilled quite a lot of the blood. She could have used Lotus's help, but she made it work, and she didn't want Kyle's blood around anyway. She cracked a quivering grin thinking about it. Lotus would come back to the shrine, Jayla would show her Kyle's corpse, and she would offer her hand again. Then she'd make her crack open Romal's egg and deny her birth, to show her how easy it is, and just like that, the Sunkissed would own the entire surface, every last inch of it. And if she kept being no fun, guess who has the ball? Her grin exploded into convulsing, squealing laughter. Maybe I'll just dig myself into that egg right now. Why not? It seemed like such a great time. She turned to where it was left, in the corner of the shrine beside the tablet and the ball. Except they were gone. The death. Brain off, read. Currently translating iteration 26544.logan.atoll to iteration 197420.human.english. Note multiple words are untranslatable words to replace with mnemonics. Loxa. The forest was unnaturally quiet. A few clicks from insects in the soil and the leaves, a gentle scrape here and there as a single leaf fluttered against bark from the weak breeze. It's nearly as quiet as if it were the heart of the canopy, where the trees are shielded from wind on all sides, and the soil is just a thick layer of dead, decomposing mush. Mushrooms don't make any sounds as they grow. I've been waiting for Emil for a while. It's not normally like him to come home so late, but then again something had changed. Something was not normal between us. Emil always looked at life like a game, like there was nothing to him that couldn't make fun of. He's never worried about much at all, probably because he has no real problems. Until now, I suppose. There's been something fake about his behavior, like it's all been an act this entire time, and he's tired of keeping it up. I knew this would happen eventually. I drove him away, like I did everyone else. Footsteps on leaves. Emil says, "Hey, Loxa, you didn't have to wait for me, you know." Loxa replies, "Who says I was waiting for you?" Emil continues, "Can we talk? It's not about us or anything, but it's about Syl. I know what's been going on with her, and she needs our help." "What? Do you know where she's been, Emil?" Emil sighs. "That's the thing. I do. Well, not really, but I do know. I do know why these things have started happening." Loxa replies, excuse me? Are you fucking with me? How so? And for how long?" "Please, Loxa, listen to me. It will all make sense if you let me explain. Or, well, it might not, but anyway. A few rotations ago, Syl told me about something she found at her job in Rockthorn. She said that there was some kind of structure right in the middle of her mine, in the same place she passed by probably hundreds of times, and inside that structure, well, I don't know how else to say it. It's a divine artifact, Loxa. I saw it with my own eyes. It can perform impossible things. Syl showed me how she thinks she found it. It can move instantaneously and through space, and it takes its surroundings with it. It is magic of the gods. This is real, Syl. And Syl, she doesn't know what it means or what to do. Focus above, I don't know either." Loxa, you gotta believe me. It's real. I saw it. I kept thinking it was a dream. It's not. It's real. This is real, Loxa. I never told you about it. I'm sorry. I cannot express how stressful it has been to just know this thing exists. But she told me to help her keep it a secret because she doesn't know what kind of effect it will have on the surface if, well, word spreads that the gods have, for all we know, returned from the focus. Oh God, what is this sentence? But she told me to help her keep it a secret because she doesn't know what kind of effect it will have on the surface if, well, word spreads that the gods have, for all we know, have returned to the surface. And I agreed at first, but Loxa, I'm so worried about her. She shared this with me despite everything because she felt alone, and now she's disappeared. This is the exact time with her and Aurelie. She has trust issues. She always thinks she can do everything herself. She's wrong. She needs us. Loxa, I think we need to go to Rockthorn. She's probably been there. I bet she wanted to cover up the evidence in the mine. She might still be there too. Besides, there are more people she knows there. We need them too. If I know her, she regrets telling me anything. There are more things she probably hasn't told us, and I think we need to know about them. Loxa, I know this is a lot. I'm sorry. Syl is part of our family. We have a responsibility to help our family. I'm certain everything will turn out fine if we help her. I know it will. I need you to come to Rockthorn with me tomorrow. Will you please? Loxa replies, yes, I will. Emil replies, I'm going to try to get a couple more people. I think another name, Kezi will come with us. We need to tell them we'll be away from the canopy for a while anyway. I'll start packing. I think you should too. I'll help you with that in a bit. It's probably not that far. If Syl was able to do it in every few rotations, with Dezun, no less, but I've never made the walk, so I don't know. Loxa replies, it's not bad. Emil replies to that, not if I have you with me, I know that. There's nothing we can't do together. Loxa embraces, Emil embraces Loxa. I love you. Loxa. I knew this would happen eventually. Emil has always said he needs me. I'm not so sure that's true. Who needs me? I'm not ready for this. I've never been ready to deal with the kind of responsibility Emil wants from me now. I have folded at the simplest, smallest pressures of life, and I have driven everyone stupid enough to love me away from me. I failed to help my parents, I failed to help my son, and I'll fail to help the only family I have left. Now he has real problems. He needs to deal with them. He needs to deal with them with people who can actually help. I need to save him from myself. The dagger lays squarely in my palm. It's a crude thing. Emil carried it on our trip for survival purposes. You do never know when you'll need something like it. Things could have been different if I were stronger. I stopped for a moment to take a deep breath. The air was sweet. The soil was warm. Oh God, brain fungus. The soil was warm. I reached for the jewel around my neck with my other hand, but it was no longer there. I knew it wasn't. I had thrown it into the river as I passed because I didn't want to think about him anymore. I was so cold, I shook, I cried. Why did I have to fight myself when I know this is the right thing to do? Why can't I let myself go? Dejil, I am sorry. Record ends. Funky Moth's return. Verde. The clouds have been particularly thick this hour. Oh shit, I should read the header. Saber, currently translating iteration 209.151.vox.m to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, the speaker's name is untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. The clouds have been particularly thick this hour, or maybe my eyes have simply become unadjusted to the mellow, soft light of the surface, them having spent so much time dazzled by the flying embers of the skyless city. Ah. But can you blame them? What I have seen is perhaps more immense or incredible than when my young eyes first beheld the molten sculpture of the very earth. Yes, I have named the denizens of this formidable underground sanctuary the Embers, as their dances in the inky blackness call to my mind the image of a great fire, sending away orange specks of glowing ash to be cooled by the sky, or perhaps the bubbling fury of rushing magma as it splashes blooming rivulets of liquid rock upon the walls of its confinement. In any case, the little flying things do not respond to the hum of my own voice, and I have not the insight nor reason to decipher their own droning buzzing. I understand it is nothing more than a consequence of their flight, but imagine as if it were some deeply complicated and fascinating language like my own. What I have been able to decipher, however, is the Ember's fascinating structure of activity. Put simply, they paint, like me. Of course, I do not find this surprising, given their society's most prized possession is the pigments I myself have been pining for ever since I saw the glimmering colors of their lake. I have located in the bowels of the city several hoards of this unusual pigmented dust. They were contained in ditches they have dug into the terrain. A thick sheet of busy embers scuttle continuously upon the surface of these piles to coat their decagram of legs in some desired color, after which they will fly to an uninhabited or uncolored section of the city and drag their hue-filled limbs against the stone in beautiful patterns. These depositories of color are guarded quite jealously in response to my presence. In response to my presence, they engage defensively, receding their antennae, darkening their lights, and swarming me with beating wings to confuse and disorient me in the darkness, even landing on and crawling about on my own antenna to try to obscure my lights. Dear reader, I was properly horrified by this behavior, and I had not planned ahead by leaving a twine I could follow to find my way out of the depths. I could have been trapped in the city for quite some time. It truly is a glorious sight to behold the swimming activity of the embers, but I am remiss to realize that my own paintings shall not much better off from my knowledge of them. The water that drives the rising and falling of the lake flows across the city and dissolves some of the worst guarded stashes of colors. The most empty ones that contain duller fragments of what used to be, but the true things of beauty are very clearly beyond my clearance. This has disappointed and saddened me, admittedly, as the colors I kept by their kingdom are so incredibly gorgeous, purples that surpass the brilliance of the brightest flowers, blooming greens that rival the shine of my antenna, fiery oranges and glowing reds, that otherworldly blues that warm my soul, fill me with bittersweet wistfulness, make me nostalgic for a time I have long forgotten. It is a feeling I cannot truly explain. It brings to my mind frustrated and helpless questions. Why is it that the embers, being so feverishly engrossed with their painting, have decided to build a kingdom underground, away from the white natural starlight that would best show their colors? Why is it they have such an excess of beautiful hues, but are so unwilling to share? Perhaps the foundational question from which everything else would arise, where are the colors coming from? By comparison, the flowers, mosses, and stones of the surface are dull, even bleak. I assure you, reader, I have taken what little I can and have stored it greedily in my pyramid, for a use only on a project deserving of their splendor, something I cannot yet fathom. Perhaps the answer lies in the lake's stones. As promised, I have been engrossed in an artistic study of them, but logically I do not see how its etched symbols connect with the embers below. They do not carve with such precision, as best I can personally tell. They burrow and tear at the earth, but this is less inscription as it is excavation, concerned in the expansion of their painting surfaces and territory within. painting surfaces and territory rather than, say, putting letters on a page. It does give me something perplexing to toss in my head as I go through the motions of brushwork, I will say. I will be returning to the Skyless City to do what I am currently unsure. But I will be careful. For now I believe I will paint the current sky as the stars have just taken on a peculiar magenta tint that I have not since seen. The final chunk of Block 2. Fruits of Chaos. Saber. Currently translating. Iteration 768220.osbyte.silver to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words are replaced with mnemonics. Ember. We have seen the effect that a Nixite entering the root of the universe has had. Entire iterations have been lost to impossible crevices of reality, their true wonders gone, to never be known again. I am sure you lament as much as I do the death of such beautiful things. The simple reality is that this will continue if their iteration is not swiftly destroyed, or at least brought away from the root. Though I am well aware this request is refused. I can understand your insistence to not meddle in the affairs of your universe. It is none of our responsibilities to create beauty. True beauty is unachievable, if not by the chaotic machinations of the nature's mathematics. This, I am confident you understand, is a philosophy I entirely share. But while we cannot choose what is forged from the crucible of infinity, we are too tainted by our consciousness to participate in its growth. The decisions we make are still important. We can and have responsibility to choose to protect that which has been already created, to preserve what has value so it cannot be lost. The universe's end is as natural a process as its beginning. This fact is irrelevant. Never did I state I am distasteful of the unnatural. I am quite eager, in fact, to interfere with chaotic processes in minute degrees when they become problematic. But let me ask you, if you view as the universe's end as natural and therefore completely acceptable, why is it you have planted this universe to begin with? Are you content with the outputs of our efforts being nothing? That is the proper attitude of a being such as yourself. No, the purpose of creating the garden is exactly that, to create. If what is made is lost, then regardless of such a process being completely natural, it was at least undesirable as it has no purpose. Creation is its own reward. If this is the case, then surely you would take no issues with my actions. If the fruits of chaos that have sprouted from your fields are worth nothing to you, because the act of their sprouting is the very thing that satisfies you, then what I do to the mature form should mean even less, yes? I am not preventing you from doing anything. You have thrown a wedge between us and our goal by directly aiding the Nixite's efforts to avert the destruction of their iteration. And furthermore, you will not perform the one task that will allow us to move beyond this. You will not help us bend their branch from its compromising position into a state of safety, a task we have not the resources or the ability to attempt. So, because of your inaction, we must do what we can, and when we are done, there will be no record of the Nixite's existence outside the smoldering footsteps of their consumed machinery, the ones that have wreaked havoc on your godless worlds. Things are only valuable when they are impermanent. This is false. No society has destroyed art to preserve its value by guaranteeing its impermanence. Preservation does not remove or provide value to an object. The object's value is what is preserved, and the higher world you inhibit has the ability to preserve any of its children of chaos eternally, or if not forever, then for a sufficiently long time. Reckoning will come to the Nixite. When the dust settles, our will shall still be done. We will prove far stronger than the collective efforts of their society, regardless of your assistance. But I'm disappointed with your cavalier and hypocritical philosophies you hold on to your own garden. I had only hoped our work would be less difficult. Should this universe continue to flourish from our efforts, I am nearly cynical enough to be saddened by the success, as I do not believe you deserve a flourishing grove with this hurtful ideology you carry. But regardless, chaos through order, life through chaos, order through life. Something through nothing. Oh my god. Eight. Do you want me to take the quiz really quick? I can take the quiz. I feel myself approaching a new human emotion, one undiscovered by man. I just have to read the rest of these and I will obtain this emotion. It's advanced emotion. Hummer. I'm feeling Kine. I want to experience Kine. I'm on the final stretch. I've read so much goddamn Doughbyte in one sitting.
Actually, I could point to you. What's a deep vein thrombosis? I'm sorry, I don't understand that. Oh, you want to be unmuted? Wow. Blood clot in my thigh? Oh, get real. I sit all day. Literally sit all day. I've never felt pain. Listen, if I die today, it'll only be fitting. Okay, Jay, I'll remove your muted role. There you go. Among Us. This is a fucking fat log. Oh my god, they're all fat now. All the logs are fat. Almost done though. Saber, currently translating, iteration 209151, Vollux.end to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, a word is untranslatable. Oh, wait, this is different. Note, a word is untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. What's the untranslatable word? Is this different? I don't know. An ember crawls through the soil and rock, lighting its way through with the glowing green baubles on the tips of its feelers. This path was carved out of the earth a long time ago. It is rough, uneven, and collapsed in places, since so few members of the hive travel through here to maintain it. Still, every so often, one of them must make the journey, and the chemical trail left by the previous voyager lets it know exactly where to go. The ember eventually makes it out of the main tunnel, crawling out into a flat crevice in the rock. The ember's legs drag over the stone as it scuttles slowly along, catching on the rows of the old, nearly smoothed engravings in the stone. It walks over the same symbol again and again, an elongated, downward-facing triangle with two smaller circles off to the left and right of its base. The symbol that means this layer isn't ready yet. As it walks, it pays closer attention to these symbols. The entrance to the main cavern of this layer will be coming up soon, around a couple more bends and crevices. The ember walks around this angular, symmetric tunnel of stone in a spiral, making sure to cover each and every surface it can, dragging its feelers across the rough, mossy rock to trace out the symbols. Some of the carvings are noticeably less eroded, the lines cleaner and sharper, but each shape remains the same. The anticipation of feeling the next one and hoping it is different sparks what little excitement it can feel, an excitement that is always very quickly dashed. It begins to sense the sound of a gentle wind. The exit is close. So far, the records inscribed on the walls of the cave tell a story of nothing. Every time another ember has taken this path to leave the hive and see the atrium of this lair, it has not darkened yet, so they marked that the stars were still out and returned.
This one has no reason to believe things will be different, but his duty is to check, so it will. It has now come to the exit. It chews away at the sheet of rock that has fallen in front of it since the last one's arrival, and crawls cautiously into the fresh air, its feelers being blown around by the breeze. The star-shaped shell of the bug splits into 4 radial sections from its center, exposing a quartet of long, delicate, chromatic wings. They unfold to their full size, dwarfing the rest of the tiny insect, and wait to feel the cascading starlight of the cavern before them. Except, they don't feel anything. Buzzing out into the open space, the ember skims the ground in long curves, rustling the grass and leaving of bushes as it soars past. It lands gracefully upon another exposed stone poking out of the earth, and feels this one for symbols again, only finding markings that repeat the darkness has not yet come. Fanning its wings to the sky once more, it waits for the warmth of the light, and its observation at the cave exit is only reaffirmed. The stars are finally dead, and this ember is the first to know. Jutting a razor-sharp proboscis from its head, it slices 2 perpendicular lines in the stone in the shape of an X, then flies back to the cave entrance and quickly scuttles down the way it came. Verti's body still hasn't moved from the still unfinished rooms embedded in the dry clay of the canyon walls. It lays there, lights unmoving and dark, sprawled across the floor with its head and eyes against the loomy ground, and its limbs curled up closely to its chest. A few vertical ports, carved through nearly a meter of clay, reaching from the floor to ceiling, stream the icy air from the outside cavern into the room. The halls of the Verti kingdom are silent. Moss and vines creep silently and imperceptibly across the packed soil that boxes in their empty spaces. The last droplets of light have dried against the sky, and nothing is visible through the inky blackness. But there is motion. An ember glides along the wind through the columns of the canyon into Verti's cold room, landing carefully beside their body. The light from the bug's glowing feelers collapses the darkness into form. It could make out the outlines of the roughly sharpened walls and invading vines if it cared to look. Some chemical scent from Verti's body is carried on the air, and draws the curious embers into the room. Slowly, more appear as they follow the trail on the open wind. They gather ritually, shuffling to create circles around the Vollux's body as new bugs flow into the room. The mixing hues of their colors light up Verti's body in a calm white. The light glints off of one amber jewel of the Verti's antennae, which have now faded into little more than clouded black orbs. But there is still color in them. The embers know this. Enough of the hive is now there to begin. The rustling of wings and legs grows loud and impatient. They have sensed that Verte is dead already, which will make things much easier. The hive advances. Each one clamors over the others to get the first poke at the Vollux's light. Their razor tongues shaking with rapacity, they slice the membrane of the Verte's left orb open. A beautiful amber mesh blooms out from the small incision on the sphere, exploding in size as it unfurls, tossing clouds of pigmented dust into the air as the bugs rip it from their body. The other orb follows suit, producing the same bounty of color as the first as it is punctured and released. The embers unfurl their wings towards the color spilled from the dead Vollux. Orange. Wonderful. They didn't have a good orange yet. Record ends. Bound. He was already dead. They just found his body and stole his orange powder. I guess steal's a strong word. They just like recycled it. Which yoinking are you? Okay. Oh, what god do you pray to? Pick your favorite. Currently translating. Saber, currently translating iteration 209151 to volux.volux.m to iteration 197420.human.english. Note the speaker's name is untranslatable. Untranslatable words have been replaced with mnemonics. Verse. Blue turns dark and purple fades. Red turns black and green turns gray. The hues of the grass have drained away. The void in the sky marks the end of the day. Back and forth our wings softly beat. Shuffling sounds not a soul will complete. The stars have fallen a shimmering sheet, a bitter retreat from a promise so sweet. Nothing peers past the sight of our lights, us lost and alone, an abyssal night. But cutting the quiet, my companion takes flight. It soars and sings with joyous delight as it cuts through the cold with graceful might. Where is it going? I must stop to write. Through brambles and branches and flowers and weeds, through crags and cracks and lichens and leaves, over rivers and hills and lakes and plains, I follow the bug to a sight truly strange. Strange in that it is not strange at all. I've moved heaven and earth for a hole in a wall. It whimsically scuttles to a place I can't see, not sparing a moment to look back at me. Squeezed and surrounded by layers of stone, holding close hope I would not be alone, I lighted a fire on dry twigs and sticks. The radiant glow might call back to it, but seconds to minutes to hours and days, and the heart of the flame slowly loses its blaze. Questions arise like the embers I've made. If our body and mind are so much the same, why is it happy to hop between caves, stuck in the darkness that I now must brave? How is it able to live out the sight of the stars that bless us, their life-giving light? This fire of mine's been out for some time. The air stings like ice and quiet like spines, but still, somehow, I feel fine. Of course, maybe this bug does not lament the fall, because the stars are simply not needed at all. Their light and heat have never kept me alive. No music and meter and rhyme builds the hive. I watch the flame's embers dance through the cold, but these wavering lights should be awfully old. Wait, those are not warm sparks from the fire. Those are more bugs flying higher and higher, rising out every crack in the ground. My heart skips with joy as I see them abound, buzzing in tune one after another, soaring in schools of wonderful color. Now the whole world is dark like their home. They bubble out the earth like a chromatic foam. Boundless waves of color and wing. I've never seen such a beautiful thing. They gather around me to invite me to join. They pile beside me and wait for my voice. If they want music, that's what they'll get. Alone or not, I will get through this.
the consciousness, death. Every price must be paid. I shall pay the price. Saber, currently translating iteration 26544.chevron.min to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words are replaced with mnemonics. Taran was barely recognizable against the snow. Wrapped in layers and layers of blank white fur, he blended into the storm without a trace, as a fallen leaf blends into the forest floor. The focus, already minuscule and nearly imperceptible anywhere past the Terminator, was now entirely invisible, to Taran's poor eyes anyway. He wondered if the glacier dwellers even knew it existed. They certainly didn't recognize the literature around Nixum's travels. Perhaps to them the entire surface is as icy and dark as the world beyond. He thought it somewhat a pity that even though they lived so close to the Wanderer himself, no doubt drawn to the darkness by him, they still made such a decision to relegate themselves underground where he could never see them. Taran kept on the lookout for artifacts as he shambled slowly through the cold. There was little reason for him to believe he could find anything, as any that did poke out from the dunes of snow certainly would have been found by now. But as he learned, signs from the Wanderer really can come from anywhere. Even though he'd been here once before, the sheer scale of the glaciers awed him no less. Their facades were far larger than any structure that had ever been built by Chevron hands, even the church itself being minuscule by comparison. They were so clear and pure that despite the pounding sleet and blinding winds, Taran could almost make out their glimmering azure walls as he approached. The great icy shelf towered from the land unattained, untouched by any architecture or machinery or markings. The glacier dweller's way, of course, was to respect the land and leave it the same way it was found, though this habitat made it impossible to tell a single soul lived in this unforgiving place. Taran wished not to appear as a threat, so even though the biting cold, he kept his hands exposed to show that he left his weapons at home. The glacier dwellers knew little about the people of the church, but what they did know is few children are seen without an axe, ceremonial or not, at their sides. Taran hoped by leaving his behind he would earn a little bit more trust from them. For what he was about to ask, he needed all the trust he could. The glacier dwellers were a peaceful people anyway, but just in case, the loaded shotgun tucked closely behind his back would solve any disputes. Taran met the wall of the glacier. He caught scents and sounds rising from below the ground. A crackling fire, cooked fish, spices, the hushed echoes of low voices. Through the stifling wind, he exhaled sharply in exasperation, knowing that somewhere around here there must be some kind of entrance or outpost. But there were, of course, no signs, markings, indicators, or anything anywhere. He waded across the seam of the glacier in the ground, grunting with the effort of kicking through sheets of snow that at this point were nearly up to his waist. With enough effort, he finally stumbled across a break in the ice and snow. The flat and pristine wall of the glacier flawed into a crevice, barely wide enough for Taran to fit, from which a tiny staircase opened out. It was not laid down in stone or wood, but rather had been carved out of ice, cut unceremoniously from the deep blue of the frozen wall. He descended calmly, relieved to finally dip away from that awful wind that had seared his hands and nose with frostbite.
and stood in a corridor for a moment to regain his composure before continuing down. It was deathly quiet and dark here, even darker than it was outside. He could see absolutely nothing, not the walls of the tunnel, not the floors, not his own body. The ice squeezed him as he shuffled down the stairs, which were so smoothed over and imprecisely carved that they were nearly ramps, threatening to throw him into a slide with every step. A pair of spiked boots, rather than the flat-soled ones he was wearing, would have been a good idea for this trip, now that he thought about it. Nixon will always appreciate perseverance through hardship, but maybe less so if the hardship was caused by your own incompetence. The scents and sounds he felt before grew more intense. He paused briefly to try to make out words, but they were muddy and imprecise. The low, calming hum of the earth and the scintillating crackling of the ice around him disoriented him slightly after spending so much time traveling on the surface. It was a dreamy and soothing choir of noise compared to the wind outside, if not a touch more unsettling. Once he descended enough, a meager light from a flickering torch broke the darkness. Showing Tarn, he remained in a steady climb downwards, the staircase now curving into a fairly tight spiral that drilled straight into the earth. The tunnel remained solely built of ice. No beams or supports held the ceiling up, no wood or hide covered the floors, and nothing but the small torch that had been lodged into the ice broke up the immaculate, swimming blue of its arctic walls. A circular opening had been carved out for the torch's flame, or perhaps it had simply melted the ice away. It wasn't obvious to Taran at all how often anyone came this way. It felt unlived and abandoned, but maybe that's just what he'd expect. Taran's senses told him he grew closer and closer, still until eventually, finally, he broke into what seemed to be the heart of the dwelling. The tunnel dissolved smoothly into a flat hallway. He stood awkwardly into a semicircular passage whose ceiling was just a little too low for him, again carved directly from the glacial ice, but with lights now placed graciously along the walls. The warm orange of the torch's fires leapt across the chilling cerulean ice, and a thick woolly carpeting had been laid down against his feet, which he felt tempted to selfishly dig his still frozen hands into, as it felt quite a deal warmer and thicker than the cloaks of fur draped across his back. The hall branched gracefully into many other tunnels, whose entrances were obscured by light sheets of some strange fabric, behind which Taran could make out the silhouettes of chevron moving back and forth. The smells and sights were mellow and soothing, unfamiliar to the church but still comforting. Yet despite that, all his senses were pleased. He could not shake the gnawing thought that something was wrong. Oh god, it's a name. Imwill? Iwemel? What? Iwemel. Fucking bullshit. Iwemel. I'll just say that. Iwemel says, "In Min, you are." The calm, hushed voice fell from behind him. He turned slowly to see that the hall also extended backwards, and someone had left their room to greet him. The fabric sheet across its entrance was swaying gently from it being pushed aside a moment ago. The chevron stood in a hunch before him. He leaned against a totem-like staff held in his right hand, and draped across his back and tucked against his body were layers of coarse fur in earthy tones that had been painted bright with angular polygonal patterns. The fur across his face was much longer than Taran's own. It was scraggy, coarse, and gray, and it looked almost identical to the kind the Glacier dweller had draped around him. He wore nothing at his feet, exposing a set of claws much larger and sharper than Taran had seen on anyone before. Taran says, "Hello. I am from the Tundra's Church. I apologize to interrupt, but I've traveled to speak with your leadership on a very urgent matter." "You are lost?" "I appreciate the concern, but no. I've come to ask a favor of your people." "So you just walk into our home? Who are you?" Taran replies, "I was an advisor of Arak. I trust you were familiar with Arak." Imwil says, "You could learn a lesson from him. He did not disrespect us this way." Taran says, "Maybe so, but I have unfortunate news to share. Arak is dead, murdered in cold blood by the demons of the caldera. This is what I'm here to discuss." Imwil says, "I find you distasteful, but I recognize this loss is great. I will ask a priest to give you time. Come with me." The Glacier records aren't that long. Get real. Oh, they're kind of long, but they're not that long. Get out of here. Saber currently transmitting iteration 26544. Whoa. Iteration 26544.chevron.min to iteration 197420.human.english. Also, iteration 768221.nixsite.un to iteration 197420.human.english. 6 fucking hours later. Holy shit. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. I've seriously read this like non-stop for the past 6 hours. Some people, I want to make it known, some people doubt my dedication. I am here to dash those things. Their expectations, something like that. I don't know. I'll fucking read all of it. No, this is still for daylight. He's not even here. Ouch. Hold on, I feel like my consciousness is dissolving. Oh. You ever get those moments where you just like can't think anymore? I'm having one of those. Listen, if need be, I will get the drink. If I get the drink, I will absolutely be able to finish this and probably like reread the entire thing again. The drink is scary. Don't make me get the drink. I know it's like a very last resort. You should fear the drink. The drink will do terrible things to you. I'm not ready for the drink. I'm not getting the drink. Glacier II. Saber, currently... okay, I already fucking read this shit. This is what we know. There is a maximum of 350,000 Loken in the caldera. We don't know exactly how many of them are now. Our literature tells us that these creatures were once Chevron who were punished for hedonism. The caldera is horrible, but they are thriving within it regardless. Auric wanted to collect their blood as a symbolic gesture. It would represent rejection of sin and display of faith. We started this project. Loken were collected in the church by an advisor of ours. It was our intent to gather and breed them to suitable numbers using the vast empty space beyond the Terminator, as the caldera is relatively small. It is our strong belief that this was done by a Loken in blind, selfish retribution. Not long after that, Auric was killed. It is our strong belief this was done by a Loken in blind, selfish retribution. Again, not long after this, our collecting parties in the caldera began to face something unknown, a being of incredulous power that they believe is another god. We are locked in a war for the surface. The rest of the church has mobilized. I alone have come here to ask for your help. That is all. Tarn and Wemmel sat in a confined circular ice-carved room. Both sat directly on the icy floor, legs crossed, with nothing between them as Wemmel chipped away at something under his cloak. They were both silent for a moment. Once Tarn stopped talking, Tarn was filled with uncertainty and anticipation, entirely unsure how the glacier dweller before him would react, or what he would eventually do. Finally, the silence broke. Wemmel says, "Very well, it is said and written. I will return." Wemmel had carved Tarn's word on a block of some strange porous stone. Much like the petrified corpse of a sponge, keeping it underneath his cloak, he disappeared beyond a series of thick veils, what looked like the room's only exit beside the one they had come in, leaving Tarn by himself in the claustrophobic chamber. Wemmel paced through a web of lightless corridors, navigating their many forks and turns with intuitive ease. They became rougher and more uncertain as he moved further within. The once even floors began to fall at shallow angles. The radius of the tunnels stretched and squashed, and more branches appeared, some tunnels looking too small for anyone to even fit through. Not that any of this could be seen. Wemmel carried no lantern or torch through the inky blackness. There was no scent or sound to guide him, yet he still knew exactly where to go. After some time with no perceptible signal, he stopped. An eerie quiet floated around the air. And Wemmel kneeled and raised the stone to the air, as to offer it to the darkness. The priest melted from the void. Its strained, choking breaths fell suddenly from the quiet and echoed through the caves. The fringes of its body fluoresced with an unearthly purple, outlining its form. It walked with a similar hunch to the rest of the glacier dwellers, but much more exaggerated. Its arms were large and deformed, twitching helplessly as they leaned onto an odd metallic staff. Its head drooped and curled at the snout, as if it were melting and spiraling into itself like a nautilus shell. Its ears were long and hairless, and extended in thin, lengthy tentacles down to the icy floor. It was draped in the same robes as the rest of the chevron, but with endlessly detailed patterns that glowed magenta. Triangles inscribed in circles, inscribed in triangles, repeated innumerable times. With an audible mucousy grunt of exertion, it rose its massive two-fingered wormy hand to Imwell's stone and firmly grasped it. And Wemmel hastily retracted his own. The priest. Wait here. The priest gargled its command, and Wemmel curled back into his kneeling stance. He turned to try and look at his surroundings now that they were lit by the priest's glow. He could make it out well with his poor eyes, but as though he saw hundreds, thousands, millions of tiny tunnels branching from every direction into the ice, getting smaller and smaller until they faded into infinity as they approached the priest, creating a maddening honeycomb of horrible passages. Wemmel could swear he saw himself in one of them. The priest staggered slowly into the darkness, the etched stone in tow, and the ice curled and snapped with sickening cracks back into place as the priest took its corrupting aura with it. The glacier opened into a citadel of twisted metal spires and screaming shards of glass. The ice undulated, melting and freezing in place as it bathed in a purple glow. Loose wires branched into trees, unfolding an endless number of times, arcing infinitesimally lightning between their unknowable endpoints. Crushed rooms and compartments melted and mixed with the sky as they flew upward in schools, upward to the sky, spiraling clouds above. Writhing snowflakes danced and zoomed through the air, sparkling in the sky, connected in constellations, moving in indescribable patterns through an unimaginable field. A large void slept over the creaking structure where space had fully collapsed. Rhomb. In Un. Activity detected. The priest stammered towards the darkness, offering the stone to the heart of the void. Its whole body shook with effort. Its breaths grew short and pained. Forked ribbons of purple and white absorbed the words. The stone crystallized, language gone. Fractals sung to the rift, thunderously loud but silent as snow, sharp as spines but soft as grass, words in order from chaos. The Wanderer spoke. Nyxum, the probe, their probe, not fueled, needs fuel, others fueled, Volux dead, color fuel, Ickworm dead, purpose fuel, Loken not, blood, fuel, Nyxite soon, one more. The priest collapsed, not onto the ground, but inwards until it no longer existed. Taran snapped upwards as he heard Imwil's claws clack against the hard ice. He'd been waiting some time and had dozed off in his tiny room. Imwil had left him waiting in, no doubt, from the exhaustion of his trip, which had begun to weigh heavily on him. Wimel shook as he sat onto the floor, opposite of Taran, slowly crossing his legs and letting his colorful cloak spill across the ice. Taran wanted to speak, but with the ragged chevron in front of him now, he felt a cosmic horror stir within his soul, and was frozen with an unexplainable fear. It was as if the Wanderer itself peered at him from every possible angle within the glacier, whispering to him in a language he could never understand, making demands he could never hear. Imwil says in Min, "Tell the church that we will help." Oh my gosh, 3 chunks left. They're so long. These fucking cases are so long. Oh my god. Read. Brain off. Read. Saber currently translating iteration 26544.loken.atoll to iteration 197420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words are replaced by mnemonics. Note, this record was not requested. Casey says, "I'm amazed, awestruck, bewildered, incredulous at the beauty of the caldera. Atoll does not give me enough words to place my feelings. Just the fraction I have seen is more captivating and diverse than anything past the Terminator. Currently, I am in the clay spines, as it is called by the Loken, the beautiful spires of soft red/green rock that jut in spirals and curves out of the earth, probably inspired the name. It is a large and deep canyon, sandy and rocky with sparse but hardy vegetation. The floor of the canyon is flat and dusty and scored by rivers, off of which most of the homes and farms are built. Very little of the clay spines is in shadow. The canyon walls seem to point directly to the focus. This is fortunate for them, but not so much for me. The clay spines are hot. It is unbearably hot here. Much of my time over the last 3 rotations has been spent within the rock, in old caves no one lives in. The caves are not a total reprieve from the focus, but I have little other choice. Here, because even here it is considered cold for the Loken, and they refuse to go any further towards the Terminator. I have done what I can to make the place feel like home. The rock is nearly soft enough to carve with the hands, so I have invented a fireplace, useless as it may be. I worry about the earth collapsing. The Loken give me much to eat, but they are clearly not carnivorous. The people of the clay spines are quiet and modest. They do not remind me of Mies and his living family at all, who are loud, energetic, and prideful. I have talked to many, and while there are those who are not intimidated by me, are happy to converse, they are of few words. I've come to understand the Loken are of a very diverse character. There are many unique places in the caldera, and the environment shapes the personality, meaning every family is a little different. Unfortunately, this has resulted in many deep chasms between the Loken, a reality that Dejil did not share. Some I have talked to in the clay spines speak so direly ill of their kin it evokes the hate of the church. I am saddened by it. As I can tell, religion is the one aspect of Loken culture that is wholly consistent among the fractured people. I have asked about Kraza, Sung, Gimel, and Dejil. I have shown statues and carvings in their likeness and recited their songs. Despite Dejil not hailing from this clan, the stories are exactly the same. Kraza, this god of stone and bark, who carves the form of all living things from the celestial rocks which we grow at the center of the focus. Sung, the god of blood, who opens her many hearts into Kraza's sculptures to give them warmth and life. Gimel, the god of soul, who submerges the new creatures in swimming colors to condense their motions and thoughts. And Dejil, the god of deliverance, who roams the sandy outer shell of the focus to send the newly made creatures to the surface, who tearfully receives the deceased to return them to the center, so that Gimel may dissolve their soul back into the waters, so that Sung may reclaim their flesh and blood, and so that Kraza may recycle their rocky bones. I still love this mythology as deeply as I did hearing it from Dejil for the first time, though it strikes me as noteworthy as there's no explanation of the origin of the focus or the surface. Outside of religion, however, there is little unifying culture. Not even language can be relied on. There are many Loken languages, and most if not all people can speak at least 3 of them. I found this rich and deep linguistic culture simply incredible. The unification of the church has left only one surviving Chevron language in the tundra, in monolithic use for centuries. But the Clayspire people converse in hearty mixture of tones. They speak mainly in Kelish and Nagataj and Godaj, with some of the younger ones here babbling in Atoll as well. Everyone I spoke to knows Atoll, of course, but it's uncommon in their daily lives. I asked a few people to teach me Kalish, but they are very reluctant. It seems Kalish is an ancestral tongue with immense cultural importance. Atoll is fine enough for me, regardless. It has few sounds, few letters, and a simple, consistent grammar. I asked about different clans and groups of Loken people. At the highest level, there seem to be 2 living kingdoms of Loken, the Rockbiters and the Sunkissed. I have met only Rockbiters so far. The people of Clearstone and the Clay Spines are Rockbiters. Confusingly, this seems to have been over time become a purely cultural distinction. There are 2 distinct races of Loken with physical differences, and I have seen examples of both here. One race has large extended ears, pointier teeth, and colder scales,
while the other has warmer scales and a smaller set of horns in place of external ears. But it does not seem to matter for the label of rockbiter. While the former are significantly more common here, the earless are among them as well and are treated as family too. I've learned that the offspring of an earless and eared loken is always earless. Rockbiters are further divided into 13 clans. The Clayspine clan is one of them. Each clan has a chieftain who seems to have absolute power over the people in the clan. Each clan has a unique process for determining a chieftain. Surprisingly, it is not often through bloodline. The Clayspine chieftain, Malda, visited me and could tell by the general reaction to his presence that there is a great amount of respect and trust between the chieftain and his people. However, our conversations are fairly uneventful. He seemed bewildered by my existence and was unable to collect his thoughts. He said he would return. Mies happens to be the chieftain of the Clearstone people. Had Zeal outlived his father, he would have been the next chieftain. Another chieftain I've heard often in conversation is Romal. Many, many years ago, she built a home in the Ashmorg, a miserable plot of dead land no one else wanted. She eventually was made their leader and became quite famous across the land. She is dead now, as the life expectancy of a Loken is only about 30 to 40 years. People here disagree about the current chieftain of the Ashmorg, since it has been long since anyone in this clan paid the Clayspines a visit. Some people think it's a person named Tizaj, but others say she probably just succeeded by a son or daughter. Opinion also differs on whether Romal was able to make the Ashmorg a tolerable place. Rockbiter people are very sharply divided from the Sunkist people by an old treaty called the Clearstone Declaration. The Sunkist have described me as blissfully ignorant. I am told that they have an archaic and deeply unequal society. They do not respect territories and boundaries, hold exorbitantly wasteful and dangerous festivals, have little structural or discipline. They inhabit the peninsula that is directly underneath the focus, and several other lands that used to belong to Rockbiters, with the exception of Clearstone. A name that has occurred with heavy disdains in our conversations was Veda, an old chieftain who moved into the peninsula, abandoning his people to take care of the sun-kissed society there. I cannot see the firebark forest they speak of that he helped create, but the Clayspine people assure me it is visible underneath the focus. Apparently in older days, before the Clearstone Declaration, it was very common for rockbiters to flock to the peninsula for warm waters and pleasant sand. But to do so after the Declaration's drafting is heavily frowned upon. There seem to be many more female Loken than male Loken. I noticed this in both Clayspine people themselves and the stories I'm told of other lands. By my account, over 70% of the Clayspine population is female. The more I learn about this species, the less I am convinced they really are punished chevron. Practically the only similarity is the general body structure. As an aside, I have found the cold-blooded natures of the Loken very endearing. During our conversations in my cave, even the most common resolute of the people asked meekly at some point to sit on my lap for warmth. I am not going to rest here forever. I have horrible suspicions that Chevron will arrive soon to carry out the plans that they have threatened for decades. Mies has not yet returned from his excursion to the church. I do not think he will return soon. I really do not want him to leave. I tried to stop him, but perhaps I did not know the right words. Elia, his wife, or rather his consort, says that if he was really gone, he has no living heirs. So she will become the new chieftain of Clearstone. Though she seems unwilling to take this responsibility and is fully convinced Mies will come back alive anyway. I think the Clayspine people will benefit from learning to make gunpowder. Dark. Oh, it's the same header. Dark, quiet, and cold. Whoa, I almost forgot where my hands were. Dark, quiet, and cold. This was the Ashmorg, as Evyar knew it best. It was the Ashmorg as she plodded home through its lifeless dirt. It was Ashmorg as she passed. It was the Ashmorg as she passed slowly by the great fluorescent mushroom caps that rose against the fog, meekly humming their gentle teal drones against the perpetual night. It was the ash morgue as she felt the eyes of her townspeople peer at her from the roofs of their suspended homes, swaying gently below the caps they hung from, soaking up the little warmth that slowly poured from their glowing lamella? Whatever. Fuck. It was her, as she snuck carefully up the rope lattice that hung from her own home, closing her eyes to shield them from the gently fluttering spores that fell against her shoulders and head. She crawled silently into her house and carefully closed the port behind her with a muted clack. Her living space was a single room, dense and flowing with trinkets, toys, and small pieces of furniture, nearly all of which had fallen to neglect and age, caked in muted, dry layers of dust and dead spores. A pair of tiny, flickering red lanterns cast a meager bit of light on the only edge of her home she still used, her bed, with just a few layers of folded fabric on a raised shelf, and her workbench, atop of which few stacks of paper were sprawled, each stamped with a distinct circular seal of Ashmorgue. Dark, quiet, and cold, it was this place just as well as the outside. A sheet of light, semi-transparent fabric stretched over her head, closing off the five corners of the room to create a sloped ceiling. A thick, heavy layer of spores had collected on it in her absence, which blocked most of the light from outside. Evyar reached under her workbench and pulled out a stool, firmly dragging it to the room's center, then stepped atop, putting her an arm's length of the sheet. She then grabbed it firmly at its center with both hands and forcefully shook it thrice, causing the thick layer of collected spores to puff dramatically into the air and into the gentle wind, carrying them to the ground to become one with the ashy soil. She stepped down, the walls and floor of the room creaking lightly from the strain, and pulling her seat over the workbench, sitting down in it. She unlooped a small canister from her waistband. Ramal had sent her home with a bit of soup. Somehow, even after her lengthy trek back, it was still warm. She cupped it greedily in both her hands for a moment, stealing its heat and peeling it open. Cyan light streamed through the ceiling and played on the walls. It lit up things like whittled sculptures of petrified fungus and soft rock, colorful fabric patches stitched into loose robes and dresses, journals and drawings and decorative rugs that covered up the empty spaces on the walls. All the empty spaces except the space above her head, her bench, which was cleaned bare. She stared unmoving, fixated at this empty space as she took long sips of her soup. She could name exactly who in her town had given each of her these things. She could remember in vivid clarity each of the moments she got from them, from her friends, family, and passerbys. She remembered each flavor each one of them represented, helping a child find a toy lost in the ash, taking in a traveler with no other place to stay, playing a game with her little brother to help them both forget. But she kept staring forward into the blank wall. She couldn't afford to relive those memories. She stared down at the writings on the desk instead. She immersed herself in them again, a note praising her for her commitment to the community and the work she'd done to make it a better place. Evyar grew an uneasy smile as she skimmed them once again. A few requests to sit in a meeting, a note from Amal if she could come visit for a chat. She remembers that talk. The whole town fell deathly silent when Ramal arrived, like it is right now. She remembers how her brother hid under the bed during the entire stay, and how she had to explain to Ramal while choking down tears that he was feeling unwell. Then lots of dry, boring letters, simple exchanges back and forth about trivial things. How's the weather? How's your family doing? Have you traveled anywhere recently? So on and so on. Of course, the real messages were in the codes between the lines. The story of the tears, the artifact from the Rockthorn Delta, the old agreement Ramal intended to break, and her promise that there was a place for her outside the ash morgue. Then Ramal's condolences for Evyar's brother, and finally her own commitment of loyalty. Evyar finished her own soup, pushing the empty canister to the edge of the table. The rockbiter sat in silence for a long time, soaking in the quiet of her old home. Then she rose peacefully from her seat, paced up a tiny set of stairs to her bed, curled atop it, touched one last time by the meager warmth of the mushroom cap above her. Dark, quiet, and cold were her dreams that night. Reading machine continues. This is Loken Atoll to Human English. A single red-green Loken paced across the rocky hill, overlooking a small arc of the beautiful lands of the caldera. The focus hung high in the sky, nearly straight overhead, embracing Lotus and the stones under her feet in a pleasant, cheery warmth that cleared her anxious head. She couldn't help but smile a bit. Visible from her hill was a vista of great delta, where the Rockthorn River met with the Lake of the Focus, a vast, wet, muddy place that was still being settled by her sun-kissed kin. She could see the river itself winding curves all the way up to the Terminator, past Rockthorn itself, past the plains, rock-biters, and the high hills, fading slowly and softly until it was no longer visible up the slope of the surface. Behind her was a fledgling nursery of firebarks that sat right underneath the focus itself. It was still quite young, but growing quickly, and certainly was attracting a lot of attention from around the surface. It had gone from empty land to a bustling town in the span of her own life. Vast and strong as the Rockthorn River was, the Lake of the Focus had been slowly draining for as long as she could remember. Nobody was really sure where it was going, and most people seemed adamant it would fill up again, if for no other reason than the stubborn denial of possibility it would all go away someday, leaving the isles and the peninsula parched and dead. Lotus seemed to care the most about this, in fact, even though she was very clearly in the autumn of her life. People would always call her a saint for thinking so much of future generations. And Lotus was here to examine the dropping water line in some sense, but it wasn't really the water itself she was interested in. Still agile as in her youth, she climbed carefully but quickly down the rocky face that dropped into the lake. She carried nothing with her, except for a kin jewel, a tiny pointy red/green crystal she had tied with a light thread around her neck. But it wasn't really a kin jewel. She didn't have a partner, and she lied about it being from a Rockthorn. In moments, she reached the bottom of the cliff, where the rock face curved inward a bit to create a small cavity in which the lake's water had flowed. Lotus hung from the rock for a moment. At the crease, where the slope of the wall turned from vertical to an inwards angle, she took a deep breath, gathered herself for a moment, then let go, plunging into the warm water below, swimming down into the cavity, which was now clearly visible under the water, opened into a tunneling cavern below the rocks. Paddling through the water, Lotus was swift but cautious. There wasn't much to swim through, and the light of the focus was plenty to see where she was going, even under the water. But Lotus was always terrified, if irrationally so, of cutting herself on something sharp in the water, or touching some poisonous aquatic plant. No more than a minute passed before she surfaced into the dry open air of a cavernous pocket. The splashing and gasping of her arrival alerted someone in the cave. An orange Loken, draped in a long, thick robe, sitting in the center of a circular cavern tunnel, clutching a lantern close to her chest. She rose impatiently from her cross-legged repose, hobbled over to Lotus, raising her lantern to the visitor's face. The red/green crystal around her neck swayed dramatically below her head. Lotus rose her arms from the water to shield her eyes from the light in response, flicking droplets of water against the ground walls and the Loken's clothes. Jayla says, "Come on up, Lotus. You're late." "I'm late?" Lotus said, gasping. "Well, not really. You're early. But everyone else is already here, so you're later than the rest of us. Come on." With a grunt, Lotus heaved herself onto the hard, mossy surface of the cavern floor, being careful to avoid the clusters of pointy stalagmites. They both nodded on one another, holding her lantern close.
Jayla began walking into the depths of the cave, Lotus trailing close behind her. Been a little bit. How's life, Lotus? I'm okay, all things considered. Certainly not getting any younger, though. Jayla smiles slyly. Not yet, anyway. Lotus says, yeah, very funny. Hey, do you have something to eat? Afraid not, but we can get something once we're there. The cavern was torturous and dense, a claustrophobic jungle of damp, stony pillars coated in lichen and moss. The two kept Jayla's lantern close to themselves, feeling the bite of the cold, lightless underground. They eventually came to a structure amid the stone, a tall, plain shrine fashioned from the same material as the cavern, it seemed. A large rectangular port on the front remained open for them, and the two huddled inside. A black rockbiter lounged unceremoniously against the wall of the shrine, and wearing a stiff, bored expression on her face, waved them in. She, along with 5 others, already sat in the shrine, wore the same crystals around their necks as Jayla and Lotus. They sat in circles around the center. The two Loken taking the empty spots they've saved for them. An array of lanterns burned brightly and warmly around the perimeter, rising the room to a sunny, almost uncomfortable heat. And whatever other free space there was, large, full baskets overflowed with plants, rocks, sand, soil, water, and eggshells taken from the surface above, as well as a few small labeled containers of their blood. Rising from the middle of the room, a terraced shelf held an odd tablet, joined at the edges into many folding pages, etched with many bizarre symbols and shapes, most of which have been carved over and over again, or scrubbed out. Verbose weavings of Atel lined the walls, matching symbols to meaning, describing the yields of organic compounds, showing illustrations of gestures and objects, plants growing, eggs hatching. Romal says, everyone's here. Kyle, if you would, I'd like to get back to my farm earlier than last time. The folks are going to be worried if I stay out too late again. Kyle nodded his head, lowering a vial of blood onto the tablet in the center, and the shrine vanished. Record ends. Compromises 2. Sitting in the corner of the shrine, the weavings on the walls flowing over her shoulders, Lotus munched on a blobby orange starfruit while the others in the room spoke. It tasted light and bitter, unlike a real one. Romal says, I know nobody wants to have this conversation, but we need to move this thing. With the lake draining and all, it's not going to stay very secret that much longer. Heke says, can't we wait until we all die first? Romal replies, I wish we had this time. Some of us are still quite young, you know. Kyle replies, yeah, this place is packed anyway. I agree with Romal, we need to move it soon. We should hike it over northwest of the lake, into that dead ashy place with the horrible mushrooms that nobody lives in. It should have been there from the start. Nobody'd find it in a million rotations if it gets stuck there. Jayla says, Kyle, that place is surrounded by rockbiters. Kyle replies, yeah, do you have a problem with that? Jayla replies, as a matter of fact, I do. The ball was found in the Rockthorn Delta, was it not? On the sun-kissed side of the river. It should stay with us. It doesn't belong to you people. Kyle glares suspiciously. There is no sun-kissed side of anything, Jayla. And yeah, it doesn't belong to us people. It doesn't belong to anyone, Jayla. We're all stuck in this together. Jayla rolls her eyes. I'm not going to let you stash it somewhere that the rockbiters own it. That's bad news. You'll be unaccountable. Romal replies, we won't own a thing. You're free to pass through the western Rockthorn whenever you want. No one will stop you. Jayla replies,
You clearly haven't tried doing that without a set of ears on you. Oh sure, they'll let you through 1 or 2 times, but eventually they're going to ask you what you're doing, and why you need to cross so many times, and what's so wrong with wherever you live, and why you can't just pass through somewhere. Hecate says, interrupts, "Guys, please, the bickering, gods, it's getting really annoying now. We can act like adults here. Let's think about it without getting angry at each other. What we want to do is the thing that will keep it the closest to the majority of us and still convenient to travel to for the rest." Lotus says, "But that's here." Hecate replies, "I know, but... Look, Kyle, I agree with your sentiment, but north of Rockthorn is a little far. Sure, nobody lives in the Ash Plains and it'll be hard to find, yes, but too difficult for us to travel there on a regular basis. The Sun-Kissed Isles are close to all of us. Clearstone is just a hop away from there. So why not? I don't think we need to be in the middle of nowhere. It's been here for years now, and we're only being forced out for reasons we can't control." Eris interjects, "No, I agree with Jayla. It can't be close to Rockbiters. You guys are obsessive. You'll steal it." Romal replies, "Rockbiters don't even live in southern Clearstone, jackass." Eris interjects, "Doesn't matter. The Northerners think they own the entire place." Kyle replies, "What's gotten into you?" If people don't want to come with us, that's fine. You can go on doing your own thing, but we'll just take your blood and rehatch you whenever you end up." Jayla scoffs in disbelief. "You're not even going to wait to steal it, are you? Wouldn't want to complicate things now, would we?" Eris lurches towards Kyle. "I'll kill you if you touch our crystal." Lotus interjects, jumps between. "No, please, enough is enough. This is more important than us. Listen, I know what'll make everyone happy. The Mesa Plains at the edge of the Clearstone, away from the lake and both rivers. It's empty, nobody's lived there for a while. It's pretty much exactly between 2 major Sun-Kissed and Rockbiter towns. It's a common sight to see, so it wouldn't look weird if we travel there semi-frequently, right? We could throw it under one of the mesas. They're religious sites, no one will think to dig there or disturb it anyway." Eris sighs, "Gods." Lotus continues, "Eris, please. Look, we can either do the easy thing, which is sit here and hate each other and let this gift be completely wasted, or we can do the right thing. Every one of us is here because we love something and we want it to be safe. The land, our family, whatever. This artifact is simultaneously the most important and most threatening to their safety we could know, and we have to handle it right. If we don't owe it to ourselves to take this responsibility seriously, don't we owe it to the world we cherish, to the people we depend on, to the focus that trusted us with the dignity of life?" Romal asks, "When we're all reborn, we will keep our memories." "Yes, Romal, of course we will." "Okay, I agree. Kyle, do you agree?" "Fine. You're right. If we keep fighting over it, nothing will get done, and that's worse." Eris, Jayla? Jayla folds her arms and stares at Lotus. "You're leading us down a dangerous path, girl. Okay, you can put it in Clearstone, but it better not go 1 inch farther. And I'm coming with you. I don't want you forgetting my blood when you leave, like I know you will." Shit, I'm almost done. Oh my god. Through Rockthorn. Saber, currently translating iteration 265404.locan.atel to iteration 197.420.human.english. Note, multiple words are untranslatable. Untranslatable words can be replaced with mnemonics.
Emil says, "Hi, excuse me." Shale replies, "Hey, friend, are you alright? You look like you've run all the way from Clearstone." Emil says, "Well, I just about have. I'm sorry to bother you, but have you seen a bluish-black sun-kissed person around here at all? Kind of short, really long horns that go almost straight up. Probably stumbling around because she can't see." Shale replies, "Oh dear, as a matter of fact, I have." "I've been worried. I was wondering if someone was going to show up looking for them." "Really? My gods, where did she go? Do you know where she is?" Gosh, I don't know. She was pacing around completely aimlessly. I asked if she was lost, but she just said no. She knew exactly where she was going. I could tell she couldn't see well, and she wasn't carrying food or anything like that. Just an old knife. So I tried giving her a seeing stick or something, but she refused it. She insisted I just leave her alone. Very forcefully. She told me something else, but, well, it was a little while ago, so I don't remember. What? How long ago was this? It's been a good 2 or 3 rotations, I think. Gods, I need to get a move on. Thank you so much. You're the first person I've talked to that's seen her. We've been looking for rotations at this point. A large, distant boom. Blood-curdling screams echo from the north. Emil explains, "What the fuck? What's going on up there?" Emil and Shale exchange worried looks. "Shale, do you hear that?" Keza, distance. "Run for your lives! Run for your lives! They're back! The Chevron are back! Cry to the focus! Help! Help us!" Record ends. Fat log. I've just been fucking pounded by long fucking logs over and over and over again. There's not been like one short log out of the 6 in this block. I swear to God, if interviews is like the tiny scroll bar, I'm literally just gonna shrivel up and die. End of a journey. We're converting Atoll to English. Syl says, no, we need more. We can't be out now. Dezun says, Mom, can't we? Syl says, God damn it, Zune, this isn't about what you want. We have to go back. We have to. No, Mom, I can't do that again. You'll do what I tell you to do. Syl had become grotesque and deformed under the influence of the tablet. Nearly half her face had melted away, the bones of her skull forking and growing into clusters of glowing red/green crystals. They sprouted from her back, from her collarbones, out of her elbows and knees, and across her chest. The veins in her body began to pop out and show red through her skin, inflaming the healthy skin she had left. Nearly her entire... typo. Nearly her entire right arm had become red/green, with the hand at the end bleeding ceaselessly, stuck firmly to the tablet that she had slung across her shoulder. It had burned her leg where it had rested. Dezun was beginning to change as well. Her right horn had been lobbed off to feed the tablet. In its place, a wing of those same verdant crimson crystals was slowly sprouting forth. Syl asks, where did that blue kid run off to? Dezun, where is he? Dezun softly says, I don't know. Syl stared at the entrance to the basement, where the stairs she dug out of the ground joined into the room. She could hear 2 sets of footsteps. They felt heavy and slow, not like the tiny, clumsy hatchlings that would have been at all. She shot her bloodied hand towards the stairwell, and the tablet reacted obediently, reeling with the anticipation to flood the walls, ceilings, and floor of the stairway with vicious spikes of crystal and impale its visitors. Syl shouting, "Who's there?" "If that's you, Emil, you'll turn right the fuck around and run." A pair of black feet appeared from within the stairwell, and Romal swiftly fell from the darkness, raising the point of her own tear aggression to Syl's face. Another followed swiftly behind her, brandishing an axe that glowed and burned with teal light. Syl glared back at them in terror, her whole body tensed, the tablet shuddering and sparking by her side. She froze in place. Romal said, "You don't seem to be handling this well. You should leave it to a professional. Give me the shard and the tablet, or I'll kill you." Syl asks, "Who are you? Do you know what it is? What is this thing? Tell me everything you know. Why did they give this to me?" "It's a power that you are not equipped to handle. You do not deserve to understand." "No," Syl exclaimed. "I was chosen to have this. The Focus willed it." Romal says, "I'm giving you an easy choice, Syl. You are helpless. I will get the tear either way. You decide if you want to die for it." Syl yelled at her body to gesture at the tablet to unchain its malice and skewer the rockbiters before her in crystalline flurry. But something stayed in her hand, froze the muscles in her arm, made her feel like she was trapped in stone. Romal says, "I'm being nice. You can have your life back. You won't have to worry about it anymore. The damage to your body is irreversible. I'll teach you to undo it. Then you and your friends and family can forget it ever happened and go back to the way things were." Dejil pleads, "Listen to her, Mom. Nothing good has come from any of this. Please give up. This can't get any worse. It can't." Romal gestured with her head towards the child, and with a hesitant but firm nod. Evyar threw her axe towards Dejil and pressed its blade against her neck. Dejil shook and hyperventilated. She curled into a ball, shrieking away into a corner of the room, trying to escape both the rockbiter and her mother. Evyar stared at the hatchling coldly, her jaw clenched, holding back her own tears. "Would you prefer if I started with your daughter instead of you, Syl?" Syl reluctantly agreed. "Fine." Romal slightly lessened her grip on her tear and let Syl's blood flow back to her limbs. Shaking slightly, Evyar pulled her axe away from Dejil's body. Syl, in painstaking series of trembling, frail motions, reached to her shoulders, grabbed the straps of the tablet, and slung it over her shoulder. And with all the hate and fear that pounded through her mind to her chief... Oh, wait 1 minute. Syl, in a painstaking series of trembling, frail motions, reached to her shoulders, grabbed the straps of the tablet, slung it over her shoulder, and threw it with all the hate and fear that pounded through her mind to the chieftain. Evyar opened the tablet. Evyar holstered her axe. She drooped to the tablet on the ground. The palm-shaped stains of Syl's blood that were still wet on the surface faded steadily as they sunk into the tablet. The rockbiter paused for a moment. Then she flipped the tablet around, exposing the cavity that housed the shard, and warily grabbing the tear as if it would explode should she move too quickly, she shakily pulled it from the housing. It glimmered and shone with a brilliant, beautiful magenta, catching and reflecting the light in scintillating colors. Romal stole it from her convoy's wavering hands. She grinned madly from ear to ear as she held it in her bloodied hands. Her teeth glinted purple from the shard's glow. The whole thing, no more loose ends, every tear on the surface, hers. Romal, trembling, says, "This is it, Evyar. This is it. Everything ends now. The ash morgue is the surface." Evyar stared away from her chieftain. She locked eyes with Dejil, then with Syl, who helplessly stared back. Horror grasped her heart and froze her blood, but she said nothing. We're going home now, my dear.
The orange light of the focus streamed peacefully into Syl's home. She sat crumpled and collapsed against its wooden walls, staring straight down, counting the knots and grooves in the wood, the orange fibers of her dress, the leaves and the shadows that danced against them, the drops of red-green against the floor. She couldn't think, not about her daughter, about the shard, about the blood and all the people she'd killed to get it, only for it to be pointless. No, her head was simply empty. Senses went in and out of her brain. She felt the warmth of the light, the softness of her clothes, the grainy hardness of the wood, heard the sound of breeze fluttering, the firebark's leaves, the creaking wooden beams, the insects chirping away as if nothing happened, smelled the sap of the trees, the freshness of their bark, and the iron of her blood. Syl's daughter was still downstairs. She couldn't bear to look at her. She couldn't bear to be in the same room as her. Dejil didn't make a sound. She remained curled in a ball, grabbing at her knees, wrapping her tail against her chest and her chin, completely still. She barely had the energy to cry. Her mind played scenes of running upstairs and falling into her mother's arms, hugging her, digging her chest, and listening to Syl tell her that she was sorry, and that she was going to fix everything. But she knew that wouldn't happen. Something began softly crunching the leaves outside. Syl heard the door to her house creak open again. Staying slumped in her corner, she stirred slightly, and her wet eyes peered up to see who it was. The blue rockbiter hatchling hobbled to the door and towards Syl. He pointed a tiny finger back out the door, towards the world outside, and spoke in clumsy words. Veta says, Romal. We gotta stop Romal.
Oh my god, they're long. Oh my god, so long. The interviews are very long. Everything's really, really long. There's 8 more fucking ones left. I feel my life draining away. Voice gets more raspy. I shall not leave until it is all read. Every word must be read. There's no more than an hour left. Interviews 1. Currently translating. Iteration 768.221.nixite.un2. Iteration fucking Alta English. We're translating Nixite Un, Loken Atul, Loken Kalesh, Chevron Goaxel, and Volux N to English.
Wow, the interviews.
Netter in Un. Orek, are you there? Netter says the language synthesizer environment have been cleared. We are being given permission to enter the cells now. Go ahead, Netter. We are listening. Netter in Atoll. Can you tell us about some edible plants in the caldera? Could I ever? Emil replies, could I ever? It's a wild, red/green world out there, my friend. There's lots of awesome things to see. Hey, you've got sandweed here. Looks kind of odd, but I'm pretty sure this is sandweed. Seems like you've already figured it out, but this stuff grows like crazy in the sand next to any kind of water. It's a grain. There's not much of it per plant, but there are a lot of them, any place given it place it grows. So it doesn't matter. In fact, part of the difficulty in growing them is keeping them from taking over your entire riverside. Would you consider it a staple crop? Of course, there's not a child of Sung that doesn't eat this stuff. It's versatile. You can do just about anything with it. Wrap it up in river fern leaves to make sand rolls, or let it bask in the sunlight for a couple hours till it turns brown and gets this wonderful sticky consistency that you can mix with some spices. Maybe soak it to get some really interesting earthy flavors out. Or mash it into flour and make bread out of it. Boy, that's challenging work, but it's worth it. My favorite thing to do with a dough, if you're lucky enough, is to get it nice and pliable. Is to lay it into a big flat sheet, then crush some raw starfruit on it. Sprinkle in a little firebark spice, not too much or Aloxa will get upset, and roll that thing into a big spiral of dough before you bake it. What is starfruit like? What about river fern? I can finish this. Starfruit is really, really juicy, kind of tough, and very sweet. You can basically put a whole one in your mouth and just drink it. It's tough to get your hands on though, since it grows at the tippy top of spear trees, which are dangerous to climb because of how pointy they are. If you fall on them, you damage the fruit. Sometimes you can shake them down from weaker trees. They also don't grow well in the peninsula, so I don't see them too often. Speaking of spear trees, you can actually eat the bark right off the tree. It tastes horrible like a mouthful of sand, but I've heard it's good for you. But here's the secret. You can't really tell anyone else about this. If you roast it first, really light that sucker on fire, it chars into the super tough, sour, tangy strips with this, I guess, stretchy, as I describe it, consistency. It's unlike anything I've had in the peninsula. Really something special and very fun to eat. That's why I keep it a secret. River fern tastes like nothing, but it's edible. It'll keep you going, so it's a great way to add more stuff to a meal if you already like the taste. You have to flood your fields to grow it though, or else just forage for it along the shallow parts of the Rockthorn River, or in the riverbed. But honestly, you won't find a whole lot. Hey, what about where you're from? Are the plants you have back home as weird and purple as you are? Netter says, regrettably, our homes do not have flora. But in Kavalis, there are some nice cell gardens I think you would enjoy if we could take you there. Netter and Kelish, can you give us a brief history of the Ashmorg? Well, it hasn't existed for very long. Oh my god. I read and I read, but there's so much left. No, it's the Nixum, whatever.
decaying, rotting. I was not anticipating this much Doughbyte. This is scary how much Doughbyte there is to read. Perky, how did you write this much stuff? I don't understand. It's like a fucking book. How did you write it all? How? How is this possible? There's so much stuff. Did I read the one you wrote? Honestly, there's probably enough left that I should probably just stop. My voice hurts now. Give me strength, for my mortal body is lacking it. No. Okay. Oh, since you mentioned the drink, I have to keep going. I'm not touching the drink. I do not need the drink. Can you give us a brief history of the Ashmorgue? Well, it hasn't existed for very long, so the brief history is as good as the whole one, I suppose. I was very involved, of course, but it starts with Romal alone. We owe everything to her. My brother and I met her a few times after we were disowned from our tribe. She noticed we had nowhere to stay, and she told us we'd take us out and join our new clan in the Ash Plains northwest of Rockthorn and help her build it from the ground up. I'll be honest, I didn't like that proposition. I had no reason to trust her, and the Ash Plains, every inch of the caldera has some kind of life in it, rockbite or otherwise, but there it seemed suicidal. But she had a lot of fresh blood to offer us for helping us out, and I needed to look after my brother. I couldn't leave him behind. And when she finally brought us there, it was very clear to us Romal knew exactly what she was doing. She was fairly young at this point. She didn't look older than 14 or 15 somehow. She knew everything there was to know about living there. She showed us how to starve off the biting, foggy cold by building homes directly underneath the warmly glowing mushroom caps. How to keep our spaces safe from the spores, but still maximize warmth by covering our roofs with fabric sheets. She showed us all the unsafe zones, the seemingly innocuous ridges and rock faces and cracks in the earth that were never to settle near. A lot of others have tried before Romal. There are ruins and corpses from unsuccessful pioneers under the dust everywhere if you kick it up just a little. Kids run into them all the time. Kraza knows my brother did. This is why we call it the Ashmorgue. What Romal worked for us with such an unstoppable fervor. We rarely saw her sleep or eat or rest. Every waking moment of hers she toiled for us. She inspired many of us, myself included, to do the same. We wouldn't be able to go anywhere without her.
Suppose there were a lot of others like me, because our little community, Roma, was gluing together. It just kept getting bigger. Lots of others who had become homeless in disasters or skirmishes, or just been hated by their people and left behind. I became good friends with them all. It's really impressive what we were able to do within 10 or so years. Once we built a fledgling society there, she was able to get us a relatively tiny. Just from the times we were recognized as a rockbiter tribe. 13th, it's unprecedented. I attended gatherings in her place sometimes. A lot of people really didn't want it to happen. Me, the most of them. But I think the deepest desire that Gamel plants in every one of us just to know a loving family and be left alone with them. And I think that's exactly what I think the Ashmore represents. Well, that's how I felt before my brother died anyways. Can I go back now? You said I could go home if I answered your questions. Netter and Goaxel, can you give us a rough layout of the Terminator and beyond? Colas, you, in the radiance of your power and wisdom, would you ask of such simple guidance from me? We suppose we have. There is not much to say. The Glacier Creek, the largest and most central river on our side of the surface, is what I did consider the most important thing which should be found beyond the Terminator. West of Glacier Creek lies the tundra, a pithy but vast to our mortal form space for our exploitation. Farther west will be the Wild Stream River. East of the Glacier Creek lies the Cragweld, and the crumbled, decaying skeleton of the old religion. Farther east will be third and calmest of the surface's major rivers, the Great Pass. Atop the Great Glacier Creek itself is the beacon of the Chevron race, the banner under which our species' proud remains have lived. What is around the Terminator itself? Why, the last land is demonically untainted. The Terminator was, of course, the Wanderer's design, a ring of unmoving clouds to ingeniously obscure the punishing light of the first focus, protecting us from them and their vile, pestilent influence. The surface knew that the Terminator as a singularity of darkness, past which no Loken may pass. No purpose called us to settle there. What is the Cragweld? An unpassable jungle of the surface's twisted bones. I've been there many times where nothing breathing stirs but the murmuring white beasts and scuttering worms of which they feast. What is the Wanderer? Where did I lose my sight, my lord? Netter and Goaxel, asking Iglis now. What does a Loken taste like? Horrible fiend. You know of the Loken and would still suggest such a thing? You seem to find the idea unsettling. Why? Where are your loyalties, foul worm? You try to intimidate me with visions of a false god. It will not work. We are asking as an impartial Iglis rises from his cross-legged repose and paces toward Netter. We urge you for your safety not to assault us. Environment shield flares. You won't break me, cur, Iglis growls. If you intend to test my faith, then test it. Knitter in M. How many other Volks have you met? Vibra says, none. There are no others. How sure are you of that? Positive. We have made observations that show otherwise. At least 4 have existed at some point. Vibra? Then your records are wrong, pal. There aren't any. Netter says, but through space is silent and caverns dark, splintered pieces so far apart, where quiet wheat creeps through broken stones. Whoa, okay, poem. Random poem. Fucking. Okay, Netter just breaks out into a poem now. But through space is silent and caverns dark, splintered pieces so far apart, where quiet creeps through broken stones, and where never once your light has shone. We can see, blinding, a mural of gold, and we can hear, crying, an old story told. Hear cities of clay over canvas of color, pages and pages of prose to uncover. Vibra says, of course. Netter says, etched onto bark, lifted through rivers. Vibra completes the sentence. Stories of wonder, they're starry-eyed writers. At moments last, they'll come together again, far after the blaze of the stars come to end. Together, bugs will scratch and plants will crawl, and will sing and strum to the end of it all. Yes, I remember, there were others, but dear me, it was ages ago, when the world was just forged, I reckon. I know little of the time, but how chaotic it was. There ain't a thing we could do but ride those waves of magma and stone, wherever they did see fit to take us. And that's right, we passed the time humming and singing. We didn't have my guitar yet, you see. Quite a while it was. We were bandmates on the open seas, until the big wave came and swept us apart. And I guess I just never saw them again since then. Magma cooled all at once and made the caves, and I've been stuck there a good while. But the buggers and would have been friends to me since, feisty little gremlins those bugs, but I like 'em the same regardless, and the wind it plays a mean flute. Ha, I hardly wanted to leave. What if it really just ain't the same though? Would you like to meet another Volux again, Vibra? The interviews number 2. Auric asks Zelun, how are the subjects doing? On average, not good. The Loken, as before, appear mentally sound and receptive to questioning, but evading all common sense are still not taking care of their bodies. They have not eaten, drank, or slept at all since they arrived, and continue to refuse to do so. We've arranged for an intravenous line to keep them alive and force them to rest. Tell Netter to be gentle and warn them that they may be delirious. One of the Chevron is stable and appears to be functioning as normal, but the other has become progressively aggressive and was sedated to protect him from self-harm. We will let Netter continue to question him, but they must be gentle. The Volux are doing well. We cannot get them to sing or play on their own, but they will still gladly take up song after encouragement from the staff. This subject is the longest we've seen a Volux alive. Tell Netter to continue to be conversational and participate in their music, until we can reconstruct another Volux. We will be sending Netter to their own instrument to help. Emil is becoming questioned. Netter and Dejil. Emil, what do you think of Loxa? Aw, you want to meet her, do you? Loxa, my friend wants to see you. We're afraid she isn't here, Emil. No, she's here. She's just shy around new people. Loxa, we will get her later, Emil. Can you just tell her about her? What is your relationship? She is the best thing that has ever happened to me. We are each other's better halves. I love her a lot. I still don't even remember what my life was like without her. We have kin jewels that Syl got us. Oh, is Syl here this rotation? I want you to meet Syl too. We're sorry, Emil, she is not. How did you two meet? Oh, she used to live in West Rockthorn. She moved here after her son died. Makes sense. I mean, if you could choose, who wouldn't want to live in Vedas Woods? It's warm, you've got the ocean and the lake on each side, and firebarks are right at the door. It's so nice Syl stays here most of the time, even though it means she has to walk all the way for Rockthorn every few rotations. Anyway, Loxa, she comes here completely alone, looking for something to do, so she could get food. Now let me tell you, alone is no way to live, not even here. I saw her pacing around the peninsula with nobody else, like she was lost, and that's when I first found out she was blind and why she left Rockthorn. And I felt bad for her. It really sounded like nothing was going her way. So I thought we Kezi, who oversees all the Canopy projects on our slice of the peninsula, and said he could probably come along for a blind person to do. Loxa was so thankful for me she broke down in tears. Then Kezi was nice enough to get us a place to live. It's a really small one that's kind of out of the way, but I can't complain. I spent most of my best time of my life in that little house, and ever since we've been inseparable. I tried to make a relationship work with Syl before Lox came here, but while she's a good friend, she has trust issues and didn't pan out. What happened to Lox's son? Boy, be glad you're asking me that question, not her. He took his own life, friend. It wasn't awful. It shouldn't be like that. A parent shouldn't outlive their kids. I can tell she still isn't over it. She still feels like it was her fault. Of course it isn't, but I just can't get through to her. In fact, I'm going to look for her. I'm getting a little worried. Emil, please, you have to stay here. Why do you think Syl has trust issues? Emil says, I'm tired. Netter is now masking Evyar. You've used this term rotation before. What is a rotation, Evyar? You don't have those here, do you? Nothing is spinning? Does something on the surface spin? The focus spins. How can you tell? You can look up. Maybe not in the Ashmorg, but in most places. The focus and the clouds around it, they spin. Can't see it well in the Ashmorg. How are you confident the focus is spinning and not the surface? The surface is way too big to spin. How do you count these rotations? Gods, you look at it. The clouds have patterns. When they line up, you have a rotation. And the focus isn't the same light all around. When it gets dark, you have a rotation. How is time kept in the Ashmorg? Is it difficult to see these patterns? We could have someone else tell us, but you also base it off other things. A mushroom kept time in the center of our town while we were building it. How did that work? Evyar is getting impatient. It grows, doesn't it? Do you know what that is? You box the sides so it doesn't tilt. It grows up and you keep track of how far it grows up a fucking ruler. Is that too complicated? Should I dumb it down for you? We regret upsetting you, Evyar. We strongly suggest you let yourself sleep or eat. It may improve your mood to have proper food and rest. I don't want to. I'm not tired. I'm not hungry. I just want to go home, but you won't let me. I'm not going anywhere, am I? I did everything you wanted and I'm still here. Evyar's choking up now. What else do I have to do? Please. I miss Romal. Now we're asking Netter, or Collis, can you tell us about the Chevron we're like pre-unification? You, Great One, may know better than I. This, of course, was not my time. Consequently, my understanding is made only from the fortunate recordings of those whose it was. I know the old life was highly nomadic and unstructured nature, before the first wanderer made his presence understood. As I'm sure you'll comprehend, the Chevron have no reason to cooperate for any higher goal. And so we wrongly live for only living's sake, and we're spread loosely across the surface in disparate groups. Some of us, if I understand correctly, made errors of venturing beyond the Terminator, and gather this is where we first beheld the horrors of the Loken, perhaps sobering us up somewhat. I wince at the ego and foolishness of those times. Perhaps at least for our own sake, they are by no means well preserved. Many artifacts remain simply untranslatable, lost within the swimming profoundness of our early language. What is this old religion you've referred to before? Ah, you have not heard of it? This again not my time or place. I deeply dislike the Cragweld and the hateful glaciers that is the source of the rivers, but at the dawn of our enlightened age, the first moment of our senses heard and saw the truth of the Wanderer. A great myriad of reactions were evoked in our unwise selves. Some who would later retreat to that horrid underworld of iron vines would fear the Wanderer, and held his destruction their ultimate destination. An impenetrable thought of incalculable hubris to my own head. The true church, the merits of its verity prevailing, were able to stamp out much of the frivolity that what survived to be a relatively bloodless war. The shattered remnants, arranging a cowardly surrender, were banished to the glaciers, and there has not been word of their presence on the surface since. We have made observations that suggest the leadership of your church believe Chevron still live within the glaciers. Does this surprise you? In fact, it does, as it seems a dubious assumption. Dare I ask your greatness if it is true? We're not sure yet, but we may know more from additional translations. Why do you refer to us as your greatness? You do test my abilities of comprehension. There is a godly aura around you, and you bear the Wanderer's marks and designs. Yet clearly you are not the Wanderer, and additionally you implied to me somehow the Wanderer no longer exists. You are a sibling deity, perhaps, one who has for one reason or another kept his presence unknown until now. But why act in this attentive way towards me? And what is this place? And what this place is does elude me, though of course I am smarter than to ask for your motivations. We're now asking Vibra. What is the story behind your guitar? Ah, that's a good one. You know, it comes from about the same place I'd say my friendship with the wind came from. Serendipitous happenings. You catch my drift? Sure do. I think serendipity brought us together here after all. That's right, pal. What you should know about the caves, they may look boring and plain on the surface, but if you look a little closer, there's no shortage of splendid things to be found. So let me set the scene. I was resting beneath a tree, felt really awful at the time. As I've been flying around for ages looking for something to do and just... Well, sometimes you got no luck. Were you afraid of dying? Was I ever? And as the wind rushed with a fervor around me, trying to shake me out of my gloom, this haunting drone echoed plain through the air. Never heard a thing like it, not even from the wings of one of my old friends. But it sure sounded wonderful. What do you think it was? Had no clue. That's where curiosity got me going, and it brought me to that very tree I've been right under. And would you guess what the wind was trying to tell me? The branches of this leafless tree, well, they just happened to curl in such ways that made little openings, little apertures for air, and the wind was flying straight through them, whispering those ghastly tones as it ran through. And you can guess this, and we can guess this gave you the idea for the flute? Right on, pal. So I got some loose branches and rocks, and with a whole lot of patience and attempts, whittled out my own little holes, getting it just right to the sound the way I liked it. We see something similar must have inspired the guitar then. Vibra laughs. The smart cookie you are. Get this, it was raining hard, and some of the old rocks were loosening up and shifting again as the earth turned to rivers and soil turned to mud. You gotta watch for fallen stones around these times, lest you get stuck under one forever. Now where there's an empty canvas and a little water, nature will paint that picture for you, and rocks and things make a damn good canvas. So in the ages, for this rainstorm, vines had crawled all up along and down these stones, wherever it could. Do you think the plants are nurtured by creativity like you? Sure seems like it. They grow in patterns definitely, but they were always a little different each time. And that's creativity, right? But here's the kicker. Vines, they can be thin and small, but don't let them think fully into think they ain't strong. They hang on those rocks for dear life. And so as the dirt began flowing and the rocks came with, this one set the rocks and the vines holding on to, and they stretched way out, got real full of tension, but kept holding on. And with the rain coming down, yeah, you see it? The rain plucked the strings, and I learned myself how to make a new instrument. Except this time, plucks a chord, I could play it. Netter is now interviewing Iglis. What is life in the church like? Iglis, are you feeling all right? We regret the question we asked you previously. Iglis asks, are you the Wanderer? We're not sure what that would mean. Iglis asserts, no, you are. You are the Wanderer. Netter asks, have you seen something that looks like us before? Iglis pleads, what did I do wrong? I gave up everything for you. I listened to that rat-brained idiot Arak and I did what he wanted. I listened to the high and mighty Wayfinder. I did what he wanted. I was exalted. I promised to exalt my children, because that's what they wanted. I bit my tongue while we chased pointless dreams and died for it. Because everyone else saying you gotta give something up to give something back. Well, I did it. I gave up everything. I have nothing left. Where's my reward? Where is it? Where the hell is it? What more do I give you? The final hunk remains. These look shorter. Not weakness. Darkness spilled in with the frozen wind. The lights and fires had been lost. The little shards of focus left blown away to ice. The furred reaper wandered between his frozen cells. Taking slowly and carefully the hollowed edge of his scythe to the bodies of whoever's hearts still beat. The spirit within it flared with every drop of Sung's blood it spilled. Their senses dulled by the choking cold, their minds overwhelmed in crippling, desperate hunger and pain, his prisoners waited in peace. Leslie says weakly, "It's beautiful outside. Never seen the surface like this back home." Reem says, "I hear in the upper highlands, it's kind of like this all the time, just not as cold." Metal clings and slides as the Reaper grabs another group of captives. He frees their souls deliberately and thoroughly. The axe is patient with their deaths. They won't be going anywhere. Iglis is quiet. He remains absorbed in his work. As the blood pools around his boots, each new cell he checks off gives him less satisfaction. Every accepting prisoner held in his hands for a little longer before they are released from the surface. Leslie says, "Hey, I've been thinking about what you said, about how in Atoll the words for hatching and dying are the same." Reem meets eyes with his sister. He grasps to every fringe of his fragile strength to sit up to meet her, splashing softly in the blood lapping against his legs, the tattered edges of his snow-colored horn silhouette, a square-like pattern against the bleak purple sky. I guess it's what's calmed me down." "Should be like that in Kalish too," Reem says. "You know how when we were kids, I used to be obsessed with this cliff next to our home?" Clinging metal again, the cage next to them is lifted open. The Reaper pauses for the longest he ever has. Tiny voices pour from within and into his ears. As he stands over the huddled, rattled bodies, the creatures within do not look back at their executioner. They continue warmly passing words among themselves. Words about their families, their favorite games, what they would say to the gods, with the same tender atmosphere as if they were sharing a meal underneath the focus at the Creeklands again. Iglis dragged one of them out, hung him limp and listless from his horns. His dull mind swam with pain and his muscles failed, but gathered the boundless strength in his soul. He smiled back to the others and softly waved them goodbye. I would sneak out at the ends of rotations with a bag full of rocks and just drop them one by one off the cliff. They tumble and fall, knock into the side, kick up dust, maybe dislodge another rock or two, hit the ground with a boom. I'd watch them shatter and disappear and below. It was really satisfying. Maybe deep down, I guess I thought I could fill the whole canyon with them if I did it enough. Leslie chuckles soundlessly. I remember that. Everyone was so confused why I kept doing it. Are you going to apologize to Kraza for disrespecting him like that? Throwing rocks off a cliff for fun? Reem says, choked, "Nah, I'm sure he'll understand." Iglis waded to their cage. Unceremoniously, he unlocked its port. Kneeling in place, he stared inside. Reem and Leslie continued between each other, seemingly unaware of him.
as the frozen air crept around them and the axe's ferocious light danced in their eyes. What do you think the focus will use you for? Oh, me? Dear, I don't know. Iglis pulled Reem into the frozen air by his limp tail. But I hope when you get there, he uses your beautiful scales for something cool, maybe to paint the clouds in the sky back home. I love you, Leslie. Reem's cold blood drained the void from his open throat. Iglis laid his scrawny, faded body gently onto the submerged floor of the church, letting him sink in his own blood. The bleak sky drank his axe's cracking purple light, and both of them watched Leslie as she sat still alone within her tiny cage, a resolute smile still firm on her blood-soaked, shuttered head. The Reaper whispered to himself. He wondered why they didn't scream, they didn't run, they didn't cry. Even up until the very last, even as the fear of their death, the grasp of the frost, and the abyssal agony of their hunger screamed and thrashed, roared in their heads. The demons showed him not weakness, not venery, not primality, but strength. For a second, he saw himself in defiance, taking the crippled creature into his coat, away from the blood-stained axe and the ear of the king, all the way to the summit, and offered this redeemed soul to the wanderer, as if she crawled like him victorious from the depths. Iglis says in Goaxel, "The wanderer is proud of you." But instead he let the axe bite at her flesh and release her blood. And then there was only one Loken left in the church. Oh, a giant log. Okay, we're on Mies now. Every month he does the same thing. Bathed in the dancing light of flickering torches, Mies scraped away at his axe with the whetstone, applying the finishing touches to his prized blade. This would be a tough one, but he had the weapon and the will to match. Lifting the blade's face to his own, he paused in admiration of its handiwork. Its flawless metal shone with a glossy sheen. Subtle inscriptions of Sung's rising wings fell along its razor edge, catching the orange waves of light that ebbed and flowed through the chamber. He pressed a thumb to it and gave a toothy smile as it cut effortlessly through his scales. Razor sharp. Good, it would need to be. Rising from the whetstone, he took a moment to stretch. The darkness of the chamber was broken by sets of burning lights along its bright limestone walls, flittering and sputtering their warm glow throughout the interior. Crimson banners hung between the flames, telling histories of courage and victory, of ambition and defeat, of steel and glory. The blood rushed through his body and pounded in his head as his heart swelled in anticipation. He was ready. Fire in his soul, he paced to the chamber's exit, pushed aside the shroud ornately woven with his name, and stepped into the focus. The hot, dry air of Clearstone surrounded him all at once. Squinting, his eyes slowly adjusting to its brightness and pausing, his ears adjusted to the surging roars of shouting and applause around him. The sweltering heat of the focus was only amplified by the crowd's raw energy. He inhaled deeply and rose his arms, palms outstretched to his audience. The people of Clearstone had toiled in preparation of the arena, their decorative efforts strewn pridefully around the limestone buildings that rose from the dunes. Red textiles bearing signals of war were draped on any bare surface that could hold one, bringing the warm stone to life as they flapped in the breeze. Mimicking the floundering excitement of huddled onlookers, once a town square and now an arena, Dejil's stone likeness had been moved from the center to give the combatants space. His horns painted in ruby pigments and his body surrounded by skulls such that the spirits of the previous chieftains may join the festivities again. Elia and Jackal sat close behind, just outside the arcs of painted sand marking the edge of combat, while Mise's green scale consort could bear not to watch, keeping her eyes forward and her nerves steeled out of respective tradition. Jackal hollered and hooped from his seat as the fanfare emergence of his brother. "People of Clearstone," bellowed Mies, "it is my clear honor and pleasure to be with you in the demonstration of our great spirit of sortation. Kraza has given us fine weather for the occasion. We're guided by the power of the wind and the ferocity of the focus, and I can see Jimel has no shortage of passion to pass between you all." Mies hefted his axe onto his left shoulder, dropping his right arm to his side. He peeled his eyes from the crowd to meet those of his opponent, who stood collected and resolute in the center of the square, her dark purple scales coated in the dancing winds. "Did I keep you waiting?" Romal says, "I can wait." "Ha, tenacious as ever, my friend." Whips axe into left hand. "Let's see if you stay that way under pressure." "It is with great anticipation I hear another defense of the chieftain of our guest, the first chieftain of the Ashmorg." Mies yells, "Romal." With his opponent's name echoing across the sands of Clearstone, the ceremony has finally begun. Sensing the imminent action, the crowd's clamorous voices only strengthen encouragement to Mies, plead and praise to the gods, contempt to the visiting chieftain, all loud and dissonant. Jekyll finally leapt from his golden fabric-draped seat to holler with feverish excitement at the two combatants, who, as in tradition, met each other in the center, dropped both of their weapons to the sand, and began pacing distinctly back to their corners. Mies' heart pounded in his head more intensely than before. 30 steps, he turned back and dropped into a ready stance. Romal mirrored his pose. All either of them could do was stare deeply into the eyes of each other. And Mies could see her fear. In a frantic flurry, both of them darted across the sand towards the other. Romal kept her steely gaze on Mies as he passed her by. In one swift motion, he dove to his axe, brandished it mid-roll, turning to face his opponent. His eyes widened in surprise as Romal, rapidly closing in, wasting no time. He swung his axe in a wide upwards arc, halting her approach. The two Loken circled each other intently, waiting for an opening. A misstep, a swing at the wrong time, any intent of disclarity could end the fight immediately. Romal applied pressure, rushing Mies, rapidly thrusting her dagger at any possible hole in his defenses. Each attempt saw his calculated dodges keeping him just out of range. Quickly going impatient, Romal lunged forward, extending her dagger as far as it would go. But it wasn't far enough. With the swiftness of the wind, Mies dashed downwards and to the left, sidestepping her straightened arm, throwing her whole body into a swing directly at his opponent's chest. She quickly abandoned her approach, sidestepped as the axe howled through the air, but she wasn't fast enough. The flying steel ripped at her abdomen, along the right side of her body. She cried, pain searing through her body as a streak of crimson trailed Mies' blade and flew into the sand. Clearstone roared as her blood spilled, and hunched down, she tentatively felt her fresh wound as it oozed for warmth. Romal exhaled sharply. "No, I do not yield." Mies laughs maniacally. "Very well, glory your aim, then blood's your price." The intoxicating feeling of his axe carving flesh rolled into his mind. It fueled his adrenaline. His raging heart swelled with frenzy. He wiped the blood from his axe with his right hand while Romal staggered back to her feet, unclenching her side, letting the blood run down her legs. The pain did not cloud her mind. Jackal was hooping so feverishly at the silence, he nearly bounced into the arena, and the rest of the crowd was no tamer. But the two chieftains were entranced by each other, forgetting completely their audience. Romal threw herself desperately at her opponent, attempting to pry at Mies' overconfidence. She abandoned her feet her fear of the axe and let the swiftness of her dagger force him to dance around the arena. Miege was fast, but the heft of his weapon kept them from capitalizing on the minuscule windows Romal left him. As he backpedaled and swung to dissuade her advances, his eyes were locked on her dagger, demanding his full focus to follow. Eli could no longer watch. Being pushed near the edge of the arena, Miege brought his axe closer and dashed swiftly sideways, finally forming a gap between the two. Romal hatefully closed it, ducking into a sprint and rising her glinting dagger to make a wide slash at his throat. And as she ran, Miege threw his axe from his left hand, used it to catch Romal's wrist as her dagger came inches from his flesh, and closed his right hand into a fist, which came directly into Romal's stomach. Her body, unexpecting the blow, buckled slightly, and her mind lost clarity for a split second. Enough for Miege to shove back her dagger-wielding hand, sweep her leg swiftly with his tail, and impact her snout with a closed fist as she fell, cracking her nose and sending her to the ground, dazed and concussed. Did I say warm? Oh, whatever. Adrenaline still in her veins, she attempted to struggle to her feet, before her throat was slammed by the blunt top of Miege's axe, which had taken the opportunity to retrieve. Romal collapsed to the warm sand, her legs trying to curl to her chest, her strength sapped, her mind enveloped in confusion and agony. Blood pouring from her nostrils and the slice to her side. Miege drooped to her body. Spectators exploded in discoherent hollering and song to celebrate their chieftain's victory, his consort and his brother hugging one another in relief, and whispered quietly into her ears, his breath spent from the fight. "Admirable, Romal, very admirable. You fight well, so what I will say to you, I will not say to most. I expect the only reason you've managed to legitimize your name among Rockbiter is your settling of the Ash Plains. And you know as well as I that our brothers and sisters living in a place of such filth and decay is an insult to our gods. You offend me, and you offend the legacy of this hallowed place. Its spirit stronger and more resent than the totality of your clan by the way you have treated us in your diplomacy. Be not mistaken, the others simply tolerate you, the gods simply tolerating you. They are willing to accept your poisonous demeanor for the feats you have accomplished. But I am not. I can smell the evil in your twisted heart. Heed this, Romal, for as long as your awful existence taints the surface, should you come here again without my invitation, your family will carry you across the great Glacier Creek." And raised his axe to the sky, its blood-stained edge glistening under the focus. He dropped its steel back to Romal's head, lopping her right horn cleanly off from her skull. It's a fucking long one. The Hive Queen. Scintillating streams of color converge against the endless void. Ghastly ribbons gathering and twisting between and around every empty space. Playing against the floating roots of the light bloom's splintering arms. Flowing as suspended rivers by strings of starlight in the sky as black and pure ink. The embers trace their void-touched trails with delicate precision and immaculate grace. The waypoints which make their swinging motion are nodes of chemical air, suspended without disturbance in the stillness of space, sensed by the beating wings from afar. An arrow in amber leads the fronts, guiding the other bands of embers to their voyage's destination. The movement itself is an art, and it so pleases the embers to paint the vast blankness this way. But it is not a superficial task. There is valuable cargo in tow, and a valuable destination for it to be brought. The jewel is encased within the swarm at the front, in the heart of the saffron spearhead, under and among 1,000 crawling legs and frantic wings as they converge on the great light bloom. The light bloom bleeds. It is disfigured beyond description. Its glorious cosmic shine is tampered to a dull magenta ache, grasping painfully to the empty sky. Its roots have fallen mangled and sickly, falling with them not soothing starshine but empty, hateful darkness, poisoning and killing its once flourishing children. Rhomb in Un. Activity detected. The light bloom is shattered and spiked with a twisted steel, crushed under columns and tiles of metals impossibly dense, ignited in roaring crimson flame by swirling cascades of otherworldly star-forged fuel. Its once sturdy bulb is sliced in dithering thirds, mere fractions of its massive glowing petals remaining, the rest melted into echoing nightmares of blazing stardust. Its body is smothered, its branches and stems squeezed and cut, life and light draining rapidly amidst the corrupt screams of defiled machinery that lay around its body. The cacophony of their chaotic voices quakes and cracks the planet's soil, spoiling the rivers of its essence, scorching the tiny world to helpless dust. The embers collect at the steps of this inferno of horrors. Their amber shine slices through the blinding flames that consume the light bloom's dying form, altering a fragmented array of corrupt sensors to their present as they wait for the queen. Rhomb, subjects return. The rhomb croaks these cursed runes into the deep sky and is quiet. The embers are efficient in their ceremony. They gather, shaped, then spread innumerable. The formed arrow diverges, and the precious jewel within displayed, a twister of wings settling slowly around it. It is a deep purple orb, polygonal but smooth, small but carried by many embers, fueled by the color that they have salvaged. Their pride in this shines brighter than their own golden haze. But was it enough? Space begins to flaw. The flow of time is dammed. Void crumbles and collapses until there's nothing left. Not even nothing. And in its place the queen is there. Everywhere. All noise is seized. Emptiness suffocates. The embers melt away, left in another reality for now. The jewel screams through infinity, fractured to pieces, and those pieces claimed by a kaleidoscope of eyes. Tessellated pupils work at the filament oozing from them. The lattice work is turned in every dimension, every angle scrutinized. Is there enough substance? Will this suffice for escape? The queen is immersed in its story. It is saying things she likes, but also things those she doesn't. The unfurled lattice winds back into place, collapsing the jewel to its former self. She is done reading. Nixim. 2 more. The queen retreats quickly, as the chaos of the wreckage burns away the fragile strands tying her to reality. Space is zipped back into place, time rushes forward again, and the embers reconverge, never aware that they've become infinitely far apart for the 100 million millennia in the blink of an eye. The ruined and scattered arms of the rhomb crackle with chaos, dismissing the embers, flashing twice with strained effort to echo their new assignment. On cue, they swarm delicately into formation again, encasing the jewel and carrying it back to the roads of space they know so well, to the homes of darkness underneath the light bloom's dying children. There are only 3 Volux left, so there will be enough. They have counted, they know. The Queen's Night takes no survivors. Oh my fucking god, there's 3 more. I'm literally going to die. Oh my god, they're long. They're so fucking long. They're so long.
Holy fucking shit. This is the Mr. Beast read the entire fucking dictionary challenge. Abandonment Protocol. August says, Nimda, progress on the ROMB 11 launch? Worry not. We expect the craft to be ready within the hour. We are skipping every pre-flight check and safety log possible to expedite the launch, per OREC's request. Our procedure has reduced to mere refueling and essential tests. There will be no guarantee of correctness for segment ejection functions, so we are choosing segments conservatively. Have you hypothesized on the failure of ROMB 10? It is a curious situation. It suggests us that hyperspace is inhabited, does it not? OREC has modified the ROM's instrumentation slightly to hopefully provide a clearer picture of all entities that this flight could come across. This is, as you imagine, another reason segments are being chosen conservatively. We have a contribution of our own. We have worked with some of Nixon's students to produce what is hopefully a stronger receiver with which to listen to the probe's signals. May you give us access to the craft. Against every fiber of our better judgment, yes. Please return within 30 minutes, or you may be launched with it. Very well, we will be back. OREC, Nimda, indicate. OREC, emergency communication. Abandonment protocol for the ROM is in effect. You are on an emergency frequency. This is a broadcast. Indicate. We repeat, we are initiating abandonment protocol for the ROM. Our team is abandoning the craft and all staff are evacuating to NSIRP headquarters immediately. Cause, the ROM is anchored and ejections have frozen, but NI and AI cores are going offline. The staff inside the ship are unresponsive and unreachable on all channels. We've observed the physical location of the ROM, that there's no evident disruption. The hull is unbreached. Metrics indicate all internal functionalities are nominal. No loss of power, no unchecked behavior, no damage to internals. However, all visual feed of the interior was manually terminated, including all views of the NI cores, and all signal traps are dead. Igos was inside the ship at the time of notice. They are now missing. The NSRP will be of assistance. Nimda, leave as soon as possible. Every link is dysfunctional. We are now recording manually. We imagine Nimda would appreciate the account. The ROM is switched to auxiliary cell power and all cell traps are inactive, so we are cut off from the outside. It has become somewhat difficult to navigate, as all onboard lights have been disabled. ROM is entirely unresponsive to all commands. As you may imagine, we are no longer concerned with installing new equipment. Globule of Nixite blood scuttles across the floor. Look, we are the only one present on this ship. We must conclude one or more NI cores are under physical duress. We are collecting the ambioid. We estimate it would be wise to move in the same direction as it was fleeting. Neon shatters distantly. This cannot be good. There is almost certainly a foreign entity in the ship. It is perhaps unchecked fractal corruption, though it has never been hypothesized to manifest in an unsubtle way as this. We are prioritizing moving to safety. But how incredible would it be to get a closer view of the invading entity? Quaking echoes approach. Reassess. We suspect we are in immediate danger.
The loss of signal traps has sealed all exits to the craft. With NI and AI offline, we cannot ask for override. We'll have to perform it manually. Look, the mechanism has been removed entirely. This is a non-trivial exercise. The intruder has a deep understanding of its internals. This would suggest a member of the staff afflicted with fractal corruption, but all staff are accounted for. High-creaked whine. The beast. Isolated. Crimson light floods the chamber. The beast asks, Nixite, what is your name? It is Igos. What are you? The Grove's Enforcer. Your species' experiments have had sweeping consequences for the safety and consistency of the universe. You are aware of this fact, but are complicit in their continuation. You are being detained to prevent further endangering action. If you do not resist, you will not be hurt. Ivory wireframe. Icos dodecahedron slowly grows around Icos. Get in. What iteration are you from? You are not to question me. How are you so knowledgeable about the Rhomb? There is no more conversation to be had. What will happen to us? You will be kept in hyperspace, removed from the tree for eternity. It will be a tolerable eternity for you. Time will be cut and glued in a loop, such that you relive the first 30 minutes you spend in the capsule forever. Triangle faces filled with ruby filament. Will we ever be released? No. Please be kind to our friends. Capsule completes. You were not kind to your home. Record ends. Get in. Fucking get in. Critus says, wow, Kiri, this place is awesome. I know, right? My mom doesn't like it when I go here, so don't tell yours. The unseen belly of the Veda Woods was someplace few Loken went, but not for its lack of beauty. For kilometers under the surface, the soil gave way to caverns. Caverns teeming with life and wonder, crawling and spiraling and reaching out in every direction. Tiny mossy crevices opening to huge atria where water flowed in falls and swirled in pools, and towering, hardy, green-red ferns and vines stretched along every inch of exposed charcoal-colored rock. The two adventurers sat at a ledge atop such a chamber, their legs dangling carelessly above a drop that would slam any clumsy fool against the ground at terminal velocity, drinking the glorious complexity and depth of the underground jungle with their eyes. The focus poured in from a single large opening in the surface, illuminating the abundant walls with the blinding white light. The air was not only blisteringly hot, but extremely humid from misty rivers that fed the bottomless cavern. So much so it was uncomfortably warm even for the two sun-kissed, as the muffled rushing of the breeze outside hummed along with the peaceful skittering and chippering of the insects teeming within the plants. Kiri smiled widely at his friend, watching happily as the sights and sounds filled his heart with astonishment, the same disbelief and captivation as he first felt when he discovered the place. Kiri says, let me show you the base. Right here. Krita didn't notice at first, his eyes overwhelmed with the flourishing detail all around him, but this little ledge was something like a home. The softness under his feet was a rug, not moss, and the glittering lights were not the focus glinting off wet rocks, but tiny lit candles. There were threads and needles and journals and salvaged rocks used as makeshift tables and old piles of bread and fruit, which given the dampness of the air had probably fallen to mold almost immediately after being procured. Even instead of beds, two large piles of soft ruffled fibers sprawled directly underneath the focus's unmoving rays. What Curie and Metis' names shakily woven into their sides. Krita asks how many people know about this. Not one person in Vetus Woods, besides me, Metis, now, and you. Oh, not even Grandpa? Shakes head, smiling. Does that mean I'm in your guild now? This isn't the real base of the Guild of Explorers. Metis' stupid horns get stuck in the cracks on the way here, and she was too lazy to meet here twice a week, so we couldn't make it HQ. Curie says mockingly, crawling on the rocks makes her knees hurt. But consider it an outpost. Are you kidding? That's stupid. You should just kick her out. But if I do that, then there's nobody left in the guild. And it's not much of a guild if it's just me. Hey, what about me? Just kick her out and let me in. Then it could just be us. Krita and Curie's roisterous voices boomed in powerful echoes throughout the cavern. Reacting, another rock tumbled from the path down the walls of the cave. Curie says, You're good. Not even Lotus kept up quite as well as you did the first time, and she was nearly as good as me. But Metis is... I like her. Of course, what am I talking about? We already have a gap after kicking out Lotus. You can fill it in for her. Welcome to the Guild of Adventurers, Krita. Yeah, just remember we don't talk to her anymore, got it? Not even make fun of her stupid face. Alright, Captain. Playfully slaps Krita's saluting hand. My title is High Explorer Soilbrain. And of course, High Explorer Curie. So can I ask, is the ball here? No. It remains an illegitimate possession of Great Tyrant Grandpa. If Lotus didn't make such a big deal out of it... Fuck, it could have been completely safe here. No one would have ever known a thing. A stupid idiot Grandpa. High Explorer, I'll help you. I'll help you get it back from Veta. Too engrossed in their conversation to notice, a pair of tiny footsteps pattered out on the wet stone at the mouth of the kid's secret path, and a small dark purple rockbiter child emerged from the shadowed red-green. Hey, High Explorer, Romal says. Curie screams. Krita raises fist and spreads legs in fighting stance. Begone, fiend! You aren't in the Guild of Adventurers. Romal says, I come in peace. The rockbiter stooped defensively, planting her feet firmly in the mossy ground covering the trail to Curie's base, which she had been carefully following the entire time. What is your business, cur? Did I hear you say Lotus's name? Curie makes a zip-it gesture to Krita. No, I have no idea who this Lotus person is. I have never heard this name in my life. I wish never to. Romal says, what a shame. I was hoping you did know something, since I'm pretty mad at her. See, I had a guild of my own, just like you guys down here, and she also betrayed me in some passion. That bitch! You also had a guild and a base down here? Yes, of course, that's why I'm here. And she started being annoying, kept telling other people about where our base was, and then the guild died because of her. That sounds like something she would do. Don't worry, friend, we'll take care of her. We'll take you to her. I think she's staying with Grandpa. I want a word with him anyway. Romal thanks them. As long as you promise you won't tell anyone about our base. Don't tell Veta either. Romal says, of course not. The last one. Goodbyes to... Veta says, you kids need anything else? Romal sips tea. I'm okay. Veta, alright. Melly is already chewing hard on my tail for keeping you here, but I'll do everything I can. Yes, got the ball in your room if you want it, Romal. Veda leaves room, closing port behind. Lotus says, "Gods, I'm so glad you're okay, Romal." Romal says, "I don't think that was necessary." Lotus says, "I know it was scary to leave you like that, but I don't know where Jayla is. If she found you, she'd kill you. She wouldn't kill me. I didn't want you to just be wandering around Vedaswood in the open." "I understand," Romal says. Lotus continues, "We need to start over. Well, we don't really have a choice. Thanks to her, we've lost all our original blood. This is going to be our last lifetime here on the surface. We need new people." "Just how many times were you reborn, Lotus?" 3. I don't want to continue anyway. I feel sick all the time. It's hard to breathe. I can barely sleep. Whenever I do, I have the same nightmares of Zung tearing me to little pieces while I'm alive." Romal says, "Lotus, I don't think what we need is new people. What we need is to destroy this ball, to get rid of it. It's caused us nothing but problems. Nothing." Lotus says, "No. You and I have sacrificed far too much for this to be a failure." Romal says, "For this, we're not doing anything with it. It's accomplishing nothing. We all just keep wheeling it over the damn surface, keeping it a poor secret, driving people to kill each other over it so that they can be the next one to hide it. For what? What have we done, Lotus?" "Romal, it's not that simple. I've traveled, I've seen hunger and war across the surface, but comparatively, the surface has been in prosperity for the last few generations. It's beautiful. When I was a kid, the first time, nobody was this happy or well-fed or peaceful. The rockbiters, their tribes, are finally starting to get along. And us too. We didn't enslave and torture in the peninsulas and the isles anymore. Prosperity is like the tide, Romal. It surges, then it recedes, often for reasons outside of our control. We're in the surge, and I'm waiting for the recession. It will happen, Romal, and I want us to be ready. We need to be ready." "All right, Lotus. I don't know what to tell you. I just don't like this. I don't think this thing should exist, and I don't think we should exist. I know how it feels, but Romal, I've always believed, ever since my natural life, I always believed there was good in everyone. Everyone is good. People are good. I know this in the core of my heart and soul, no matter what happens. There is good in you, Romal, and even Jayla. It's there somewhere." Romal shakes her head. You saw what was happening at the lake, and you still say that?" Lotus says, "I know it sounds crazy, but I am convinced of this more than anything in the world. Trust me, please. We fight not because we don't want what's best, but because we don't agree how to get there." Romal replies, "So what are we going to do? Walk around and find a bunch of random people to throw into a room together? Tell them they have unlimited power over the surface if they stab everyone else in the back and then step out and lock the door?" Lotus says, "I have a different idea this time. The artifact is splittable. I think there's a reason for this. If it's split across the surface, each one watched over by someone, we could have multiple teams keeping track of it. That keep each other in check." "You're right, this may not have worked out because it's too centralized." "Lotus, you can't just put this kind of responsibility in the hands of anyone and expect these things to just work. Everything we've done under your leadership has been so naive. And it baffles me that even after you and I died several times and are constantly living in fear of a loose maniac who wants to kill me in my sleep, and are wearing fake skin and insulting the gods with every breath we take, you continue to do this." Lotus says, "None of you are random. I've known you, Romal. I've known Jayla, Heke, and Eris. They're all my friends. You're my friend. And if destroying the artifact is what you want, you can't. Despite all the punishment it's been through, not even a scratch. No matter where it's buried, it surfaces again. It always comes back." Romal finishes tea and stands up. "Can't destroy it? Then what I want is to forget about it. We have to start over, right? I don't want to be part of this anymore. I won't help you. I won't get in your way. I just want to have a life again." "Romal, where will you go? Your family is gone. Jayla is still out there. You're still a child." Romal says, "I'll think of something.
I'm tough, you know me for that. This is goodbye, Lotus. Lotus stands up to meet Romal. You can't leave so soon. You believe there is goodness in my heart. You can also believe that I'm worth trusting. You really should stay a little longer. We can help get you back on your feet before you just take off. No, Lotus. Good luck. The woods were ghastly quiet. As the focus streamed in through the still leaves of the trees, Lotus gave her friend one last embrace. Romal didn't want to turn around. Her throat burned and her eyes swam. If she turned and glanced at Lotus's heartbroken face, she would lose herself completely. So she didn't. Lotus asks, will you write me sometime? Write me sometime, will you? Romal replies, I will.